get a little bit of a time delay in there, so I know we've got some room in the comments and things. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, one quick thing that I want to include on there because it makes me very happy on several levels is that we've got a new high watermark set, and no one else could possibly have done this. The Bob Lewis includes that the chair is waiting. And of course, Dave has a response to that. But let me come back to the chair first. Bob sets the record here because this was put in just around lunchtime today. So nearly 7.5 hours before the live stream. This is the earliest we have ever had a comment on a live stream, to which I approve on levels I cannot define. I just can't define them. And then, of course, Dave includes, the chair waits for no one. We await the chair and its greatness. That is an inside joke. Some of you may get it. Some of you may not. You probably need to be as part of the greater, Because I'm Carlos and Insert Revolution podcast multiverse. If you're part of that, then you probably understand it. Otherwise, it makes no damn sense whatsoever. And we'll leave it at that. Anyway, as part of the multiverse as well and the many cast of characters that are surrounded by it, we have, of course, the Bobby Burrell, who I invited a little bit earlier yesterday just to join me on this one. There's a couple of differences that you're going to see. A lot of the differences in this live stream are going to be very subtle because right now I'm not going to make wholesale changes, but I'll talk about a couple of things related to some of the suggestions and changes that I received, and we'll definitely talk about that. So, Bobby, if you're good to go, just nod your head and I'll bring you on here. All right, so let me hit the button here and let's get that happening. Good evening, Bobby. How are you? Nope. Round two. We'll take take two on that one. So there you go. It couldn't be a live stream without that. So quickly, while Bobby's getting himself reset, I'll quickly mention to you kind of what I was talking about is that on Wednesday I made a video where I was kind of talking about doing a live stream tonight and then doing a live stream on Sunday. I'm kind of inclined to do it because the Sunday ones are going to be shorter now going forward, just because I want to make sure that Monday is kind of okay for early starts. So 1 second here, we'll give this a go. Round two, we got you, Bobby?
Usually round two.
Perfect. Good stuff.
Okay.
Good stuff. How's the evening treating you? How are you doing?
Doing great today.
Nice, nice.
It's Friday.
Yeah, it is. It is. We're back on the weekend, which is always a good thing, for sure. Now, one thing I was going to say as well is that, so when I did that Wednesday video, I got, obviously you included a comment as well as a variety of other folks that are frequenting the channel. So I was very appreciative. Tons of great feedback, by the way. Some really good ideas, some theme ideas, some thoughts on maybe finding different ways. And I also received comments from Instagram, which, by the way, the Instagram handle is here. There we go, here. And that's a really good way to communicate with me, though, because if you message me there, there's a really good chance I'll see it. And of course, if you put it in the comments, I'll see it as well. But it's one of those things where folks took advantage of both avenues. So it's a good way of just getting the information. The amount of feedback I got was really great, especially for only a couple of days. I was really pleased to see that. And it did give me some good thoughts. But one of the ones that I'm going to implement right away, and Victor was one of the ones who brought this up amongst other people to differentiate it a little bit. Sunday, I'm going to have as that open, kind of the open mic night, put out the link and leave it open to everybody kind of thing, because I love having that flavor. On the Sunday, it feels like a good kind of wind down stream and have that open. But I think on this one, I'm going to leave it to a little bit more of a closed circuit to kind of contributors and folks that I've dealt with in the past, or someone that I specifically invite. If we bring in somebody specific, then I think that's a good opportunity. So we'll have that as a distinguishing feature. Whereas the Sunday is full flat, link is there. Anybody you want to give it a shot and you got your camera and everything ready to go for it. Just hit the link and come on, and we'll give it and we'll see what happens.
Sounds great.
Yeah, at least that'll be a little bit of a differentiator. We'll still play around with it a little bit as well. I did get some other really good theme suggestions. You included a little bit of, and you weren't the only one, by the way, Bobby, to make a suggestion of having a little bit of a vintage theme to one or the other. So there were a couple of folks who did enjoy that contrast, to have a little bit of a difference with it.
I kept it modern by saying retro opposed to vintage.
No, but there were some folks that went vintage. They straight out just said,
wow,
I'd love to see a little bit of that. And the thing is, with 2 live streams, we could probably accommodate that. It would be a little bit easier to incorporate a little bit of that. Incorporate some of the other sports too, because we do talk pretty heavy on the hockey. It doesn't just have to be hockey, though. There's other stuff going on as well. I'm a baseball fan, so I wouldn't mind talking about that as well. It'll evolve. But I definitely got some feedback that told me some people would be receptive to a little bit of difference between the two. So I think that's great.
Great.
So there's a little ode to Ed Westergriff, if he can see what that is. Can you make out the icon?
Oh yeah, okay.
So it's a little tribute to a good old cryptogriff.
Is that coffee in that mug?
Nope.
Good enough.
It's Friday.
It's Friday.
We got
yes.
the amber beer. We got the amber beer in that one. But I thought the Bitcoin mug would be very appropriate for cryptogriff. So there you go. It's beer. Plus, it makes it feel like there's more in it with the smaller cup. It's an optical illusion, but we're gonna go with it. I wish the mug had actually been a little bit bigger, though. I was disappointed when I actually received it. I was like, wait, that's it? Even for coffee, this feels disappointing.
Looks like a 12, 14 ounce.
Yeah, give or take. It's a little bit small. Usually I'd like to have a little bigger coffee, but what are you going to do? Anyway, so we'll get started here a little bit, saying hi to some of the folks. So good evening. Happy Friday as well. Absolutely. And thanks for Dave and Bob Lewis
Dave?
7.5 hours ago.
Did he see the link?
The comment,
I kind of missed it because you were.
Yeah, so the comment, so Bob's comment was the chair is waiting, but he put in that comment right around a little bit at the end of lunchtime. That was 12:59 a.m. today.
Huh.
So Bob was on it because the placeholder is there. Technically, someone can put a comment in hours and hours and hours. Well, 7.5 hours is now the record.
I guess he didn't see the reminder bottom. He just clicked it, went right in.
No, he's Bob Lewis. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Enough said.
With the comment in question, he knew exactly what he was doing with that one. So we'll give him his credit. So good evening, Brian, and good evening, 90s Hockey Collector. So anyway, so it is going to be a very much an open. In terms of the topics, it is going to be very open. I did jot down a couple of topics, and what I'm going to say, folks, in the chat is that if there's anything you want to talk about, throw it out there. It's the easiest way. How long we're going to go tonight, I will regulate it. I'm not going to hold us to a certain timeline, but I'm also not going to drag it out and make it an epic live stream for the sake of making it an epic live stream. It'll be organic like it usually is, what we end up chatting about. But I did jot down some notes, just some thoughts I had, a couple of things. Now I did. Now those of you who are familiar, I did notice, and I'll acknowledge it because we always acknowledge things. I did notice that Jeremy had brought up that he was going to do a PWCC thing. That came. I already committed to the Friday stream last week, and I committed to it on Wednesday. So by the time I saw it, I was like, well, I'm not going to stop now. I already said I was going to do it, and to be honest, I kind of enjoy doing it, so I'm going to do it anyway. So if you guys feel the need, you can certainly hop on at the end of the hour and at the top of the hour and do whatever suits your fancy. So Matthew Chang says, good evening. Good evening, Matthew. Thank you for joining in. But I did see a couple of things. I did see one, though, and this plays a little bit into the vintage realm. But like I said, guys, we can kind of go back and forth between modern, vintage, and anywhere in between. I did see, we always talk about Golden a lot lately because right now he is the golden child of a lot of these things. But of course, we do have other auction houses. And other auction houses do sell a lot of these big iconic cards and things like that as well. Memory Lane had an auction just recently. I believe Sports Collectors Daily had an article about it just under a week ago, just talking about the Memory Lane auction. And there was one that I pulled up that I took a look at that was kind of interesting for me. It was a 1916 Sporting News Babe Ruth rookie. So it's kind of so I'll share this with you guys here. And it just happened to catch my eye and stuff like that. Usually I'm interested just because it gives a little variety to it. So we've got the Ruth there. And that's the Sporting News there. A PSA 6, so a pretty decent card, especially for that year. And that one sold for $940,000. So it is kind of so not bad, but at the same time,
it's no Gretzky 10, but
yeah, it does. But it's a Babe Ruth rookie. Now, mind you, it is kind of a plain looking, but it's a PSA 6. It's pretty nice. Now, of course, that was a record price. So their old price was $204,000. So set back. Now that was back in 2015, so some time has passed. So in terms of appreciation in this category, merely almost doubling. Come on, that's just low end right there.
Well, they don't come up too often, do they, Carlos?
No. The Sporting News Ruth, that is both a condition scarcity in terms of decent condition looking copies, and in terms of the card itself, it's certainly a more scarce card. Like I would consider that much more limited. I have to look at what the pop count would look like, but it can't be that much. It's definitely got to be more limited piece. So for me as a guy who does appreciate some vintage and some baseball, that was definitely a notable kind of sale. So under $1 million, which in this market almost feels like a bargain, to be honest with you, given the caliber of player and the type of card that it is. Now the whole Victor, I think this is one even Victor wouldn't want to enter into because the whole rookie card game in this era is even more murky, just because of the nature of releases, how these cards were distributed, all these things. It makes it complex because it's like, well, so do we go by the year, and are we comfortable with the year? Because there's a lot of scholarship about, okay, so when did this actually get released? When did it actually come out? And like I said, it is a Sporting News card. It's an M designation based on that. So it's quote unquote a magazine card, but at the same time, it's you got to take with a grain of salt when it came out. So you end up in this thing like, what's the sequencing? Which one would you consider the rookie versus the other one? It gets really murky and complicated just because of the nature of the way it came out.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. But it's still, to me, that is a classic card. If you're a collector of like Ruth and and things like that, and baseball history is interesting, and that's when he was still with the Boston Red Sox. So that's a very interesting card in a lot of avenues in a lot of ways. So like I said, if you can call something almost $1 million a bargain in the current landscape, under $1 million is pretty good for that kind of card to me.
Understood.
Yeah, so that's one that I was definitely kind of looking at, and now bringing it on the other side of the spectrum, since we like to cover both ends here on that. Golden, our good friend Golden, does have a card. This is more me being self-indulgent because I get a kick out of this one because I actually want to see what this one turns out at. So I'll show you the card, and and I have no idea where it's going to end up, but it did make me chuckle when I happened across it in the most recent auction here. And I think this one's got about a week left, so still some time certainly. There's my good buddy Juan Soto, and I'll probably chat a little bit about Soto later on. So this is the red refractor autograph. So this is out of 5. So this is a more limited Soto. It is a Beckett 9.5. Still a very nice card, 10 autographs. So it is a pretty clean copy overall, not too bad at all. So there it is. It's out of 5. Now, what was interesting to me, obviously these kind of cards this is as good a time as any to bring up a card like this in auction because you can certainly do well on it. Soto's been appreciating a lot of his cards. So you got 8 days left, so a little over a week, certainly. Now, the minimum bid was 50,000, which felt aggressive. It's like you're coming right out of the blocks of real aggressive. Now, it does have a bid. So at the minimum, it is slated to sell for 50,000. But I don't know. It just feels like odd to just be like, yeah, just go straight for the jugular. Like, I'm sure it would have worked its way up to that level. I'm comfortable it would have. But it's like you came straight out of the blocks at 50,000 just as a starting point. It seems aggressive.
Some consigners put limitations on it. So
for sure. It's one of those things. I feel like it's not necessary for a card like that because it's like, no, I think in this, and Acuna went for almost 400,000 in a recent golden auction. So it's like you don't have to push it that hard. I'm pretty confident you'll get there anyway. But there's plenty of time in that auction, so we'll see kind of where that ends up. So that one just caught my eye, and I'm keeping an eye on it for personal interest. I would have gone for 40, Bobby, but 50 is a little too rich for my blood. I can't go quite that far.
yeah, I understand. That mentality is always through eBay, where somebody will list something that generally goes for 1,000 or two, and they'll put $100 opening bid. It's just like start at 99 cents. Why bother?
For some cards, I think, especially if it's a hot card, you'll get there. Your
But
price will arrive where your price will arrive where if you have confidence that the card is the value you think it is, you'll get where it's supposed to be.
But 100, why not 500?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, there's a lot of I haven't looked at a lot of them in a while, but I know some of the $1 million cards. They didn't start off at like 250,000 or something like that. I don't think.
No.
I think they started off at $1 million card would start at like 25, 30,000 or 50,000 or something like that. But they expected to go for $1 million, so it's like you've got a lot of room between your start and your finish.
True.
Yeah.
True.
So this card, I'm curious because obviously as a person who collects the Soto cards, I'm genuinely, because if that has a eye-popping result, well, that's a trickle-down effect to all the other Sotos all the way down the line. So it's like I have a vested curiosity in this one for sure.
But you don't have one of the 1 of 5s, do you?
No, absolutely not. But
Hey,
if I had one of those 1 of 5s, and listen, there are a few
the
times
whole show would be about it.
It would be a segment called "Let me explain to you how great I am." The whole show is usually like me explaining that in a long form. No, this is the segment where I will explicitly tell you. No pretense whatsoever. We're just gonna skip that and go straight to that.
Fair enough.
Anyway, but I'll be honest. If I did have that card, though, no, I would like to pay off my house.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. As much as and this is going to be the subject of a video, I will tell you, because I did bring a couple of Soto cards just as an explanation for part of talk about later. And the thing is, there's a bunch of these. All of these have appreciated, obviously, in the way the market has gone. And I've got a couple of nice ones. And part of the reason I think that particular one is interesting is that this is the rainbow version, which is a little bit more limited than the regular version. It is pretty nice. And I did win, not a copy of this, but a brother of this card. I did win that on eBay just last night. Now, not for 50,000, but certainly more scaled down than that. But another copy that will complement that very nicely, and I look forward to having them in the video with the regular version as well, just to show kind of the three. But one of the things it brings up is that even if you're a fan of a player and you like it and everything, I don't intend to keep all the copies that I have. There are some of these where I have multiple copies and things like that. My intention, even as a collector, is not to hang on to every copy, but what's the strategy? Do you keep a couple? Do you sell a couple? Do you hang on to one favorite? Do you sell the most valuable one and maybe keep the second most valuable one, like just as your personal collection piece? There is a strategy and a rhyme or reason to it. Everybody's going to be different. But that thought process is something, especially if you're, let's say you're a Soto collector, you have dozens of fantastic cards, but you also happen to have one of these. And it turns out it goes for this ridiculous amount of money. You're like, well, I could pay off my mortgage. I could do this. I could do that. I could do all these wonderful things and still
Uh,
have a wonderful collection otherwise that I could
yeah,
enjoy.
why sell? Why sell the other ones if you make so much on that one card
Well,
alone?
but that would be a situation where you'd almost have this luxury where it's like you sold one, but the one got you such a wonderful windfall that basically the rest of your collection's free. You
Yeah.
get to literally enjoy it. It's house money, and now you just get to enjoy the rest of it, to your heart's content until you get tired of it or whatever the case may be.
Hmm.
So there's a case to be made for that because most of the time people who picked up cards like that don't just have the one. It doesn't have
Yeah.
to be another copy of that, but it can be a similar copy or maybe a higher numbered copy or whatever, because there were a couple different versions of that. But
In
it's an
red,
interesting thought.
or was red exclusive to the 1 of 5?
The red is the one that's out of 5. There is a superfractor 1 of 1, which I
Oh,
haven't seen. So there is a 1 of 1 out there as well. So you can certainly get that. That would be a huge card. And there's a couple more, like a numbered out of 99, a numbered out of 50, a numbered out of 25. So there's a couple of limited variants that would all be very nice. The out of 5
hmm.
is, I happen to like the red. I think it works well with the Nationals uniform. Aesthetically, it is a pleasing card.
It is a nice looking card,
So,
sure.
so it's one of those things where for somebody that's going to be value, somebody who's going to spend good money. Not for everybody. It just depends on who you are as a collector. But anyway, so those are a couple of auctions I was looking at, and in the same vein, guys, if I have not paid any remote attention to anything going on in the PWCC, I know they're doing the hockey auctions. Usually, I only notice PWCC auctions myself if there happens to be a card that I need or that interests me specifically. Then I don't care whether it's PWCC or somebody else; it makes no difference to me. But obviously, there's a lot of them that are ending tonight. So if there is something interesting, maybe an interesting result that somebody sees, let us know. Because otherwise, I have no idea. I haven't been tracking those ones this time around, especially. I haven't seen anything too interesting. So
Yeah,
speaking of,
is it new or more vintage going off on
I
PWCC?
think I think they go a little bit of everything. I think what they do now is they have like the completions of the auction. They do it by sport. I don't think it's necessarily modern or vintage. I think tonight is when the hockey auctions are ending for this cycle until the next auction starts up, because it's PWCC's online only basically, right? So they can
Yep.
technically have a weekly auction, but instead of having hockey every single week, you could rotate it, right? Do baseball
Hmm.
next week and then football the week after that, and just keep rotating it.
Why
It,
not?
it makes sense. So we'll see how that goes. So let me quickly check in here. So in that vein, guys, is there anything in particular that you guys want to chat about tonight? I do have a couple of other bullet points that I can hit on, but I'm just
I'm
curious
fi-
if anybody has any topics they'd like to hit on.
I am finished the cards.
You are finished with cards or the cards?
Both. No.
I was about to say, like it sounds to me. Yeah.
No, I finally got to 89.90,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the end.
Yeah, through that section of the book. So that finishes off the card section.
Yeah, there's still some stuff I have to go back on, but for the most part, that's the part that dragged me down the most. Now I can jump into the. I'm already halfway through the food issue, so in the late 50s. So going up from there, that stuff I I can run through pretty fast because that's the stuff I really know well.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I have to trust the marketplace because I follow the marketplace. On cards, I have to go back to the marketplace, especially after what we've had in the last year with the pricing. I had to adjust some prices. Obviously, some things are 2-3 times of the values I had to up. And you have Newendike and you have Shanahan's, and these guys, their cards were $1 or $2. Now they're 10 to 15, 25. It's real tough to juggle it. So,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't go too high because there's a correction as well. It's coming, if not here already.
No, that's fair. That makes sense to me. What I would throw out then is I think what's interesting is when you end up cycling through stuff like that because I got a chance to. I was looking at the book iteration of it, looking at your previous edition, and
Mm.
scanning through a little bit and kind of seeing the differences. It is interesting when you get into those physical items because you do have those variances and everything. A lot of it really comes down to the explanation. It's not so critical as much as it is the listing, you know, card number one, card number two. You still want to know what's in it, right? Like if it's cups or whatever the case may be, you still want to know, but it's not as critical to be like, okay, it isn't like numbers, although you've got an order, but it's also explain it to me. It's the blurb. It's like, what is this thing? Where did it come from? That information that you're not going to get otherwise.
Sure, I think more so than the blurb, it's really noting the errors and other cards that haven't been noted. For like, I got to 88, and 88, there's like 6 errors, both the checklist and a few others, and I just went, wow, there's that many errors, because I had a few of them, and I found a couple more, and I just went, oh wow, I think I got them. Somebody else had them on another site, and I went, oh, okay, that confirms it, so that's good.
Mhm.
So, but otherwise, there was really no errors through the 80s, surprisingly enough. There's actually not too many errors as we go through the whole 70s and 80s and what have you. There's a lot of uncorrected errors, but I mean, true errors that really aren't noted at all. And that's a lot of stuff I fixed, adding players, changing years of certain things. Those are the things that I really that differentiates my book from the basic Beckett in let's just say the card area. When they get into the food issue and the merchandise, nobody does that stuff. Nobody puts it out there.
No, that's fair, I'd agree with you. I would say that the treatment you do to that section, and there's somebody who has a comment about your book as well. I'm getting to that in 2 seconds,
Oh,
so I've got that there. Um, but I agree. No, as far as the treatment you're concerned, like it's thorough. We joke about it, but like as a history major, I enjoy when I'm looking at work that is researched,
hmm,
because that was the bread and butter. You got
yeah,
primary sources, but then the secondary sources where someone has taken these things and they've put their own spin, their own interpretation on the primary resources or their data they've been able to accumulate. That is a key to the act of putting together your own works in the sense of essays or term papers or whatever the case may be, because that's all it is. You're sitting there, you're compiling these things as well, and sometimes you're compiling compilations that somebody else made, and then your own interpretation on, you know what, I disagree with what his conclusion here, but I agree with this other one about the same subject. And it's the combination of things. That's where you put your spin on it. That's where you put
yeah.
your piece. But you need that. You need those sources.
I'm not just another Wikipedia.
Correct, and that's critical. So quickly, I'll touch on this one here since Mike asked the question. Should the Sabres trade Eichel for as much as they can? Yes. Now, again, I don't watch hockey. No, I'm not being mean. I'm not being mean. I'm being honest. Because right now, that team needs a rebuild, but they're a disaster. Here's the problem. The answer is yes. And it's not because Eichel's not a good player. It's just they're not in a position to use him. And by the time they're in a position to use him, they might not be able to do anything with him. He is an asset, and he's an asset that other teams would love to have. So you could probably get a king's ransom for him. But you have to make sure that whoever is pulling the trigger on this trade knows what the heck they're doing. You can get a king's ransom, but you actually want to get an actual king's ransom and not fool's gold. So the answer is yes, but cross your fingers that you actually get. And you also need, and the biggest problem they have right now. And I saw a video that was done that actually did an excellent treatment on this, because the same ownership, the Paguglia family, owns the Sabres and the Bills. The Bills just came off their best season in 25 years. Their first playoff win since the mid 90s. Like, it's owned by the same people. But what happened is they let the football people do their thing and stayed out of the way. Whereas in the Sabres, they've been sticking their hands in over and over again. And you can see the difference in the two franchises. They're owned by the same people. So what you need, number one, is for the owners to get the hell out of Dodge and like just own the team, but get out of here. Do the same thing you did with the Bills. Let the hockey people do their thing and get out of the way. Just find somebody competent to run it.
Yeah, very similar to McDavid. Uh, Poor guy. He's worth the king's ransom and then some.
Mhm.
It's You could rebuild a whole team with him alone on a trade. Unfortunately, trading him away, it still doesn't make your team any better. It makes it actually worse. But the things you can get for that would put a team together. And the Leafs. Well, their team has been full of pyrite for so many years. It's just ridiculous. And now they have a strong offense. I wish they'd get some defense. Uh, they could go some places.
I think that's fair. But it kind of reiterates the idea that one player can't fix it for you. You do need components in hockey, especially if you have got a good fourth line. And by the way, a good fourth line doesn't mean scoring. It means they do their job. It means they do what they're supposed to do. But if they're consistent and they're solid and they can eat up some time and
Hmm.
they're not a liability, and you've got a good third line, you've got a good second, but that's team composition. By the time you get to the first line, if you've got three solid lines underneath, they don't have to be superstars, by the way. That doesn't have to be their job. But if they're not liabilities, they're able to hold the line and keep everything good, and you're not only relying on the first line to do all the scoring, these guys can chip in here and there. That's the composition of a winning team. But a lot of
True.
teams don't have that. They've got weaknesses in these different spots, and maybe they've got a superstar, and they're thinking like, well, the superstar on one line that'll fix everything. No, traditionally doesn't. It just doesn't. It's not the way it works. Otherwise, McDavid would have had a lot more success than he does because he is good enough to be able to carry his weight and then some, but that's still not enough.
No.
It's just not. And it's not
It's
his
like
fault.
Matthews, then you have Marner with him, and those two help each other. One's a digger, the other one's a scorer. It's perfect. So you do need that.
Absolutely, I agree that wholeheartedly.
My favorite was McGillney and Sundin together when they played. They never played on the same line, but they did play on power plays. Man, those guys together were amazing, and the Leafs couldn't see it. Well, the Leafs couldn't see much for many, many years, and still, there's working on it. And just seeing certain people play together and knowing who plays well together is a gift for a team. You need
Yes.
a good manager, a good coach, good general manager, what have you.
Yeah.
And I don't see that happening much with the Leafs as they're changing GMs and coaches all the time. So
Well, there are very few teams that I can say that we have seen that have been able to demonstrate how to do good team building and keep it consistent. There are teams that can be put together and have a run, and then as soon as the run ends, they like crash and burn. You don't see them for 10 years. That's
yeah,
normal. It happens all the time. And you're like, well, how did you rise to such heights? And then you just can't get back because you kind of caught lightning in a bottle. It was you got the right combination. It worked. But then as soon as maybe one piece shifted off, all of a sudden the mix changed and people didn't react the same way. And it's like it looks like the same team on paper, but it's not the same. It's such
yeah.
a delicate balance. Bringing it back to the discussion from the other week, it's like it is a recipe. You can mess this up really badly if you put that mix wrong, even though you use the same ingredients seemingly, but it's not the same. So this is a Sanderson to Orr that I mentioned here. I cannot wait for Bobby's new book. I've had the last two and look at them weekly. People ask me all the time how much I want to them. I tell them an Orr rookie, so that's high praise right there. There you go. So that's from Sanderson to Orr.
I'll take that as praise. Thanks so much.
So Chad Miller says, "What do you think of HGA grading?" I think too soon to tell. Will it take over BGS? I'm glad you chose BGS and not PSA because for PSA my answer is no, and I did outline that in a video. BGS is interesting because BGS is not without its flaws, but I think the scalability is a key with HGA. It's not that they don't necessarily have on paper the capability. Maybe they do, but they're not without mistakes. They've made mistakes too, but that's okay. That's forgivable. They're new, but at the same time, and if they learn from those mistakes and get better, I have no issue with that. That's perfectly fine. And they're ramping up in a responsible manner, which I applaud. But it's still
Mm-hmm.
too soon. If you can't get volume, then it doesn't matter whether on paper you should be good enough. I'm trying to find. There was a
Was
letter
there
that was. Go ahead.
was there a record price for a couple HGA cards?
Oh, for sure. But right now out of the block, the advantage they have is that they're new, and because they're new, some people have a stake in trying to like bolster them up and get them up to that level, which is fine. That's okay. But there's not enough. There's not enough cards out there right now to make that work. If that makes any sense, we can't tell. Like even if they set some records, cool, that's awesome. But so what? Like the volume of cards out there isn't sufficient to establish a market. A couple of nice sales isn't going to sway me until I see volume. I need more, and they'll get volume eventually, and then we'll have enough of a basis to be able to say, okay, there's 500 HGA cards on eBay, or 1,000 HGA cards on eBay, and 1,000 completed sales from last week. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see how these numbers are starting to look now.
Yeah, then we can put some math to it and figure it out.
Yeah, because math isn't perfect, but it helps a lot. It gives us a lot more to go on than right now. It's like, oh, but I saw this record. I'm sure you did, and I'm sure I could find if I look hard enough a sale that wasn't that great. It's too small a sample size. Like it's way too small. Like I can't. If they have a bad sale, I'm not going to crush them for it. And if they have an amazing sale, I'm not going to sit them and praise them from the heavens. It'll be a wait and see. I can't find it right now. I'll try to see if I can locate it later. There was a post or a letter or something written by Joe Orlando from PSA, and in the course of that conversation, talking about it, he was reiterating a lot of the stuff we're used to, a lot of the stuff we know about. But there was a line in there that I wanted to see if I could quote exactly, because one thing that he said in there that I hadn't seen before, and I love when they throw in these little nuggets in there, little pieces of information, because that's what I want. I think he said something to the effect of, and don't quote me on it because I got to find the real quote. He said something to the effect of, they were up to getting 500,000 cards per business week. 500,000 submissions per business week in terms of cards, volume wise. Intake. Now, here's the thing. Let's just call it a week, 500,000 a week. Most months have about 4 weeks. That's 2 million cards a month coming in. Now, they have tremendous capacity to get cards out, but you think about the backlog, that gigantic backlog. Well, if you're getting 500,000 cards a week coming in, what kind of volume do you have to have going out to even keep it from being a 30 million card backlog at that rate, at that pace? So it means you must have tremendous capacity because they've improved it, but you must have tremendous capacity getting cards out the door, and even still you're getting crushed. And they have a 500,000 card per week intake. HGA aspires to 10,000 a week within the next 90 days.
I knew.
But they're hoping to be 1/50th of PSA's intake volume by the summer.
I knocked that number down because of the submissions of everybody throwing garbage cards in at cheap prices.
Totally get it.
So now they've eliminated that. I'd like to see the numbers now.
Sure. But I'll be honest with you, Bobby. I wouldn't be shocked if that has really, really knocked it down to like 250,000.
And
still a really good number.
And we're in sort of a boom too, so
Sure,
we have to take that in consideration. So we're down to almost HGA numbers.
Not exactly there. I think they could make it $1,000 a card, and they might get it.
There you go.
Maybe. Yeah, but so Chad, I know that was a really long way of kind of trying to answer the question, but what I'm saying is HGA too soon. Will it take over BGS? If BGS keeps screwing up, could they shift into like a quasi number 2, number 3 slot? SGC is trying to get themselves into that, but they're going to have to do some good things. I don't think they will either, but I'm saying they're trying conceptually. They in theory, BGS has the second best resources, I would say, to try to be solidified as number 2. But they've stepped on their own foot at every single possible turn. They've shot themselves in the foot at every single possible turn. And despite that, they're still at least in position if they can ever right the ship. It's like the Sabres thing all over again. You have the resources. If you could ever right the ship a little bit, make a couple of adjustments here, you might be all right.
I think there's the patronage factor too, where a lot of people have always used Beckett and they stand by it. Sort of that, that preference. I drive a Ford and I'll always drive a Ford.
Yeah, there's always going to be that brand loyalty. That's what you're referring to, brand loyalty, and that is huge. Of course, very much so. Yeah. I'll quickly grab the comments here and get caught up. Well said. Sabres keep trying to hire the wrong people to make decisions. Yep. More of a static. The Bills are back though, so I feel guilty complaining. Don't worry about it. It's legitimate because they are owned by the same team. They have no excuse. They've seen how it can work if you allow the people who understand the sport to run the sports side of the business. Your job is just to make money. Let the people who do this do that. And if they're really doing a bad job, then put somebody else in there, but stay out of the way. On the whole, just stay out of the way. Leave them alone. You saw it with the football team. That team looks good, and they're potentially primed to be at least good for the next couple of years. And if they are, that's the best the Bills have been in decades, since the 90s. It's been a long time since they've been consistently in the mix. Why fight that? Well, the Sabres are not in the mix. They're nowhere near the mix. That mix ain't happening right now.
Detroit's bad too. There's so many teams that are just.
But Detroit had a superb run though. Like Detroit was really good for a long time. So no one in Detroit
without any huge players, which is surprising.
Yeah, it's like they had a huge run though. They did tremendously well, and they drafted well for a long time and found free agents and found European players to slot in. Really, really good job by them for a long time. So you know what? If they're down for a little while, I'm not going to hear it from any Red Wings fans because you guys have had a tremendous run. Yeah. The 90s into the 2000s was great for you. You did very well.
Yeah.
Sure enough. Last night. Yep. McGinley was his favorite Sabre going up. Yep. That's very fair. Very fair. So Sanderson Orr here says, also, did PSA have to shut down due to COVID-19? I believe that was referenced in the letter as well. I think you're right. And were they able to get their plastic supplier? I think there was a supplier issue temporarily. It did slow them down, certainly. But I think the COVID thing was really a big problem they had. That's why they ended up getting more office space. That's why I say I can't remember if it was in an email or if it was a press release or something. But I know I saw a thing from Joe Orlando directly pertaining, talking about some of those challenges and also talking about new office space they bought. They bought even more office space to try to create the ability to have that increased capacity. So they do understand that. And obviously, Nat Turner has a big say in that now because it's like, hey, we can't fix everything, but let's get you some more room because that's going to help certain things that allow you to do it. And then we'll go from there, which makes a lot of sense. No problem, Chad. Absolutely. Good evening, Justin. So a lot of that right now is very much, it's up in the air because everybody's trying to speculate on like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? I don't know. and I'll be honest with you, I don't think they do either. I think they're still working it out. I think they're thinking about it. I think they have ideas. I think they're sitting on Zoom calls being like, okay, so what do you think? We could try this. Like, I promise you, that's what's happening. They're like, okay, look, give us ideas. They're literally just sitting there trying to be, because nobody knows the best path forward because they've never had to try to do it this way. It's a business where somebody has to be in the office. You can't grade remotely.
No.
The robots aren't ready. You have to actually have somebody there handling the card, at least a certain part of the process, to look at the card, to assess the grade and do that part of the business. So that's part. You got to have it. Unfortunately, you got to have it. You don't have a choice. One other little kind of funny side story that I saw that I was reminded of, and I wanted to find it. I'm going to see if I can. There was a Justin Herbert card. I want to say like Immaculate or one of those high-end brands. And it was meant to be like a hat card. And they were being teased and mocked about it. And the reason for it, if memory serves me, is because the card itself is supposed to be... it's supposed to be a hat card, but the hat card is for like a women's hat. And it's like, and it's supposed to be like, and I think the wording on the back of the card is that it's not supposed to be a player worn or event worn or anything. Like they use really murky language to kind of get around the problem. But at the same time, it's like, none of you even look at it? Because they literally put the tag on the piece. It's actually a tag piece. So it explicitly says like women's pro fit hat. And I'm like, so was it his mom's hat? Is that
a hat tag? Like? A hat tag piece?
Yeah, it's a hat tag piece. Yeah. Because they've got some memorabilia pieces that are like hat tags and stuff like that, or jersey tags, which I've seen. But you got to look at what tag you're putting on the card.
Sort of like the RPAs?
Yeah, basically. Same idea, but it's a tag piece, literally, which is at least a little different. I understand, because for some collectors...
Is it head worn?
Normally they would be, yes. It would be like the hat they wore, because you could get the draft day hat. That would have some value for like a big, like a super collector for the game. that's true. At least that's a significant hat they would have worn for a big event in their career. That could be interesting for a rookie, especially. Yeah. But you got to make sure you get a hat they actually wore. Kind of important. Minor detail, you might want to get on that.
Yeah. It says a woman's hat. That's one of the greatest. You should buy that card because that's such a huge area. It might be, maybe the hobby's going to go that way.
Well, I was laughing because I think the conversation that was being had was like, well, do you think that's going to hurt the price? I'm like, no. There's a Justin Herbert super collector that'll be like, nope. I don't care where the tag came from. I want this piece.
Yeah, that I'll never understand. But
yeah. Hey, listen, to each their own, Bobby. To each their own.
Oh, no. Understood. Yeah. Just in price, it's a hard to understand. Those are the things.
I understand.
Collectability, you collect what you want. It's just
correct. All right. So Sanderson Door here says, "Do you guys have any insight on how many graders PSA employs?" I wish I knew. Genuinely, no idea. That is one of the great mysteries that PSA keeps hidden in its fortress.
14 was it?
Sorry, repeat that.
14.
Yeah, exactly. I do wish that I knew, though, like I had a little bit of insight, because you'd love to know, just kind of get an idea of like what it is. Oh, I think I found it here. Here we go. An avalanche of cardboard. Yes. Okay, so I'm not going to force everybody to read this, but I'll show it to you just so that you can see what it is. And I'll put a link in the description for everybody. If you do want to check it out later on in your own time, you certainly can. But I'll show it to you quickly.
Is that the Orlando quote you're talking?
Yeah. So this is the piece. It is on their website. So I'll make it a little bigger, but and I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but just so you can see. So it's called an avalanche of cardboard, and I will throw. It's talking about the surge in submissions. That's what it's referring to.
Was this on their website? I guess that's
Yeah,
where.
this is on psacard.com. It's a
Okay.
specific thing. I put the article link in the chat if anybody wants to check it later on. But they specifically talk about a couple of things. So it is a bit of a long read, but there were a couple of specific things that I was looking at. Like they talk about how much square footage they've bought, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Here's the piece. PSA was receiving more cards every 5 days, over 500,000 per business week, than what we used to receive every 3 months. So they talk about how quickly things scaled up once it got crazy.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's what kind of I was citing. Very interested, very interesting. Because usually they don't throw out numbers.
What's their present square footage compared to what they're adding?
I think they said they now have access to 125,000 square feet, and they're in the process of acquiring another 50,000 plus.
Okay.
Pretty decent. So.
Yeah, 125,000 is fairly decent.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where I would expect they're going to keep working towards that. I would think. But so just giving that to you guys, if you have a couple of minutes and want to check it out, that's straight from psacard.com, Joe Orlando's desk. So you can check that out yourself.
You can get 400 or 500 people working in that space.
Probably. And probably they're going to need it, to be honest. Probably every piece of it. So quickly, Chad Miller says, better blue to invest in Vlad or Bichette. This is tough. On the surface, I have to say Bichette only because I'm more comfortable with his development so far. Vlad's ceiling is higher, but Bichette's floor is higher. Bichette's floor is higher, but Vlad's ceiling is higher. If Vlad can play up to he's going to be mostly a hitter. He's not going to be a fielder. He's not going to be much of a fielder, I don't think. If he can play up to his hitting potential, I like Vlad. And I have a couple of Vlad cards I would love to get rid of. Possibly 100 of them. Possibly 100 of them. Maybe. Okay, so quick.
No influence there.
Yeah. Yep. No, I see you, Steve. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I'll pull it up here. See, this is what you got to keep track. I got to keep track of my text. I got to keep track of the message in the chat. It's so much stuff. Anyway.
Well, I got a nice piece added to my collection that I got today, so I'll share it with everybody.
Please.
And you can catch up with your stuff.
Perfect.
This is from 1986-87. It is card related,
sure,
but it's a little different.
Okay. Oh, that's
so
cool.
86-87, they issued a set of different watches with the players. So the players have that is a card. So it basically has all the text and information on the back. You're supposed to cut it out. I don't know if PSA grades them or not, but however. But adding Salming, I think there's a Wendell Clark and a Rick Vive. And there's all the other different teams too. So there's, I forget how many's in the set. I document stuff, but I can't remember those numbers. I think there's 22 or 21 in the, well, yeah, 22 or 21, something like that. Anyways, that was my, it's very hard to find in the original package. I really dig Salming. He's one of my favorite players of all time for the Leafs.
And your favorite team as well, certainly.
Yeah. Other than the Black Knights. I'm gonna get them to. I keep calling it enough. It might just change for you there, Carlos.
Listen, the dream still lives, Bobby. I'm saying the dream. It really does.
It's okay.
The
hat's black, but it's got a little golden on the other side here. Golden. He gets into every conversation. How does that work?
I know, right?
It's crazy.
So quick, I'll get caught up here, and now I've got the. Steve was nice enough to throw a picture of the card in question, the Herbert card, so I can actually show you. So we'll get that in just a second here. So Brian just says, "What do you think about Rogers being ranked number 2 in Vegas for next season's MVP?" I love to make my random side bets and things, but it's like I don't know. He played really well last year, and I was very pleased with that. It's just a shame they kind of wasted that opportunity because that team still needed a couple of things. I was disappointed they didn't compose the team a little better. Allen ranked 4th. Allen ranked 4th might be a good dark horse. If he keeps developing, I like a lot of what I saw about Josh Allen. I think he could be quite good. Is he going to be an all-time great? No, nobody knows, too soon. But he's had a couple of good seasons. He's improved every year. I like that. The Bills team looks like they're still on the rise. I like that. So, if they're ranking him 4th, maybe he's got some decent odds. I'd look at Josh Allen as a possibility. He'd be a good dark horse pick. So Brian throws in here Bichette. I'm in agreement with that. But who knows, it can end up being Vlad Jr. Yep. Yeah, it is a little bit of a toss-up, though, Chad, only because of what I said a moment ago, is that if Vlad Jr. plays to his potential, then it should be Vlad Jr. Because Bichette is a nice player that has some capabilities, and I like a lot of his game. But people love power hitters who can play cleanup hitter. And Vlad Jr.'s ceiling is cleanup hitter with great power, who could potentially hit for out. Like I said before, if he's half as good as his dad, who was scary good in his heyday, I like Vlad Jr. as a pick. But I don't know if I'm even going to get that. He has to be disciplined. He has to be dedicated to honing his craft a little bit and making sure he stays in shape because he can't be ridiculously overweight in his early 20s, right out of the block, before he's had the chance to do anything. And he hasn't even earned the big contract yet. So it's like, if you would like the big contract, you're going to have to put up some numbers. But in fairness to Vlad Jr., in fairness, he's still super young. Like, I mean, super young, in his early 20s still. Very, like, I think he's only 20 or 21 now. So it's not fair to try to immediately, oh, but he should hit 40 home runs this year. If he hits 25, 30 home runs this year, I'm pleased. I'm very happy because that's development. That's improvement over last season. Incremental improvement. Let's talk in 2 or 3 years, and then we can be looking into that, mid-high 30s, 40 home run territory. If he gets there within that track, I would be very happy with that development.
Only the prodigies come in and hit out of the block
Yeah.
first year or two. So,
But here's the thing, and I made the comparison to somebody and kind of blew their mind. And I'm not going to compare the two players because they're not necessarily going to end up in the same place, and I don't think they will.
Trout?
But if no,
No, no.
no, a good player. No. If you go back and look at the first several years of Hank Aaron, different era and everything, Hank Aaron didn't really start becoming a power hitter until about his mid-20s. It took a little while, but once he got there, he was consistent. He kept at it. He improved every single year.
Yeah.
And if you go look at his age 19 season, in terms of power numbers and average and everything, it actually compares very similarly to Vlad Jr., which is a weird comparison. You wouldn't think like, and where did Hank Aaron end up? Well, that took another 20 years of consistency and improvement. That's why I say, like, if he hits 25, 30 home runs this year, I'm happy. That sounds good to me because he's only like 20, 21. Well, then if next year he becomes a 35 home run hitter, I'm happy again. And then 40 in a couple of years, it doesn't have to be this year.
Yeah, it seems like baseball is your first 5 years you're on the skew up, getting better slowly, and then your 5 to 10 year is kind of, then it starts to skirt over to the 15 to 20 year.
Yeah.
By the time you finish, you're usually about where you started.
Yeah. Well,
kind of thing.
What I would say, this is why I say I don't compare the two. Legit, like, I'm only pointing out that Hank Aaron started slowly and worked his way into it. But the difference that made him a bit of a freak, even for his era, is that he reached his apex, and then he held to a good chunk of his apex after he had passed his prime. He was still a power threat. He was still a 40 home run threat well into his late 30s.
Yeah, that doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, which is how he was able to be consistent year after year. That's how you chase down Babe Ruth's record. You got to keep chugging along year after year after year, because he never hit 50 home runs. But he got close a couple of years where he was right up there in the high 40s, but he never hit 50. But how do you get to 755 home runs? Keep chugging away year after year, relentlessly, nonstop, and just keep playing at a high level.
Makes sense.
You get there eventually. So that's the tortoise and the hare comparison.
It is. Perfect analogy.
Yeah, so it's like, so that's why I'm like, I have the luxury of being able to be patient. There's no reason for me to rush any part of this. Okay, so here you go, Bobby. Check it out. New era tag.
Oh, there. Oh my gosh.
It's so good. It's so blatant. It's fantastic. It's glorious. So credit to card porn on that one.
Isn't that the best?
It's wonderful.
I think I almost want to buy that card just because.
I know, right?
It's just one of those ones that you just got to get it because. Were you thinking? Who made this error?
And if you know what, actually, once I saw the picture, and thank you, Steve, for passing along that picture. That helped out. I missed it the first couple of times because I was trying to zoom in on the card, and I didn't realize what the rest of the card looked like. So I was having trouble finding the picture. I thought it was card porn, but I wasn't. I was missing it on a couple of different tries. But what made me chuckle about it, and let me see if I can find it here. Let me see if I can pause this. Yeah, so I'll see if I can show you this picture a little bit. Oh, it looks like it's a kind of a screen show. So here, I'll show you guys quickly. So it's kind of a slideshow kind of thing they made. So here's the big card, and then you see they zoom in. Yeah. But then look at the big picture. Like that's a really nice card. That's a premium pull.
Wow.
Like that's a big time card for Herbert. If you're a Herbert fan, that's a cool card. Until you suddenly zoom in and wait a minute, what happened here? So it's not just a patch card, Bobby. It's an autograph. It's other patches and things like that and tag. Like for a Herbert collector, that's actually a pretty big card. And then all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
I would say.
uh-oh,
Maybe that's his girlfriend's.
who knows? But either way, somebody made a mistake. Somebody made a mistake at the junction. So there you go. So we'll see.
Game worn, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Sounds good.
One night in Bangkok.
Yep, yep.
It's that old song.
All righty. So real quick here, I'm just going to scan through. It says here Eloy out for 5 to 6 months. Yes, that's right. And that's going to be big for the White Sox. So I covered the text from Steve. So thank you. Good evening, Paul. So now we're all caught up. Perfect.
Wonderful.
Awesome. You guys are not a chatty bunch today. A little bit quiet.
Well,
There you go. There's Brian.
got to bring up some big news.
Yeah, I was gonna say. It's like do Herbert tags and PSA not enough for you people? It's like, man, high standards, guys. I gave you a Babe Ruth rookie card, and a Juan Soto, and a Herbert tag card. What do you people want? My goodness.
I showed him the psalming. Like,
Tough crowd.
come on.
Tough crowd, folks. Tough crowd. Maybe we need to show some PWCC tabs. That'll get them riled up.
Yeah, we could do something like that. Yeah,
I could, but I can't feign the interest. Like I don't know what's there that would be interesting for me to look. Like here's the thing. Jokes aside, I can't feign the interest. What's there? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be kind of tough for me to be like, what do you want me to say about it? I don't know.
Well, it's interesting. The bigger cards, my analyzation for the last week has left me with very milk toast kind of performance in the last week of cards that were steadily going up prior to, I guess, February. And February was sort of a little bit of a rocky road, and March is a flat line with a little bit of a drop and a little bit of an increase on certain ones. It's been a interesting week because I do follow a lot of what's going on, general hobby, and I'm talking hockey guys, not talking any other sports. So
Sure.
I don't really follow too much of the other things because everything's a record there. It's like I don't know how everybody can follow everything. It's hard.
Well, I mentioned earlier that you do get desensitized though. When it's record,
Yeah.
it becomes less and less significant as you go along. And I've sensed that that's why I don't spend too much time emphasizing it.
Mhm.
When the 52 tops Mantle thing happened, I thought it was worth its own independent video because it was kind of a big card, a big deal. I wasn't going to spend too much time on it, but like a record to get set now, I'm not really going to. Even when the Kobe went for 1.7, which is a big number and everything, but like I wasn't going to go that crazy. Like it is what it is. Like,
Yeah, it seems like it's falling into a place that people go, oh yeah, 1.5 million, all right, and it's no more. The wow factor is lessened. It's just whoa, cool. Next.
yeah, no, that's fair. So, Brian, that is from Playbook. I had to go look at the picture was a little blurry. I had to go look at it a little closer. It is from Playbook. It is well, literally a booklet card, and that is what and that's what it came out to. And that was the card with the tag with the women's tag on it.
Don't buy it, Brian. I might go there.
Exactly. I know, Justin. I know. We were having a little bit of fun about that earlier in the stream. So Paul says, logged in through supper in the oven and went, bought a Lotto Max ticket. Fair enough. That's right. So Jeff here says, Shohei Ohtani, why are two-way players so scarce? It is coached out of players in North and South America. Two-way players are scarce because the likelihood of getting injured pitching is really high if you're not specializing in it. They don't necessarily it's weird because technically you could just train and be a pitcher who happens to know how to hit. It's not like it's just like you're a pitcher who takes batting practice. What's the issue? Mind you, however, in the American League, you have the DH. The Angels are a bad example because you've got Pujols, who probably should be DHing most of the time, to be honest. He can't really run anymore, and he really can't play the field. Otherwise, though, you could probably just put Ohtani as DH most of the time because he's a good enough hitter, certainly. He's got power, and he can hit a little bit. Basically, that's what makes him a bit of an anomaly. Like, he can throw 100 miles an hour, and he can hit, and he's got some power. But the reason they're so scarce is because the likelihood of injury is higher, especially if you have to play the field at some point. That's scary. And right now, that means the National League is out. So all of a sudden, half of baseball's excluded from potential teams that would want your skills. If you're a 100-mile-an-hour pitcher, you can probably make a great living being a pitcher. And if you're a great hitter, you could make a living being a great hitter. There's really very few. It's a novelty, but there's no necessity to do both.
Does it seem like in the last, let's say, decade or so, or maybe even less, that there's more injuries per capita of players to? It's like every day you turn around and somebody's injured. Maybe it's more public. I'm not too sure, but I don't seem to remember that many injuries going on as much as I hear today.
Are you talking about players in general, though, or pitchers?
In general, yeah, in general. Well, all different sports.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with right now, especially right now, I would say some of it has to do with just COVID modifying training schedules. Like even spring training and stuff like that is weird compared to normal. They did have a spring training so far. Like the games are starting next week. So opening day is on the 1st. So it's coming up sooner rather than later. And at least they're playing some games, which is good. As opposed to last year, which they started and then they had to stop and then they restarted and they created this weird thing. Basketball's had a shortened off. Like they basically were playing the NBA finals at the end of last year and then had maybe a month off or so. And then boom, new season, which is weird. That's an unusual turnaround time for them. Football went more or less normal schedule-ish, but the amount of practices and things they could do totally changed. And that's kind of the way that works. So it's one of those deals.
I just wonder if they're trying to play harder, if they're overextending themselves. Are drugs prevalent in the sport? Where when you take something that enhances you, does it hurt you faster because you're not knowing your limitations more, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. So I've adjusted my volume a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was me, but
yeah, I think the setting actually reset. I had somebody ask me about that, but I thought the setting was higher than it was. I saw I was only about halfway up the scale, so never mind. That's my bad. I didn't realize it had changed. So I didn't see that had gone in. So let us know if there's anything new on the channel. There isn't really. I appreciate the question from Dave, but it's like, as far as I can tell, the only thing really is that the 2 live stream thing. The regular videos are still the regular videos. Was there something specific you were thinking of, Dave? Because I've been throwing around some ideas, but a lot of it is just coming up with some video ideas, and that's what I'm kind of working on right now. But a lot of it is also different thoughts that people throw at me, and mostly playing around with the live stream thing because it's flexible. You turn it on, you bring some folks on, you chat with however long it goes, and there's that interactivity. The videos are still going to be kind of what I want to do, which is when a good idea comes to me and I think, hey, I can spend some time talking about this, or maybe something newsworthy happens, I can fire up the computer and make it happen, and it's nice and easy for me. But let me think about that one, Dave. I'm not sure if there was anything particular you're referring to. The Herbert is going for about 700 plus, not as much as I thought. Yeah. It's, mind you, Herbert was injured. Speaking of injuries that you mentioned a little earlier. So
again, okay. Yeah. It's rampant.
Yeah, exactly. So good evening, Yannick. So trying to watch him make his pick for fantasy baseball draft. Totally fair. So this is where Meat was saying that the voice was low. So it's like, okay, gotcha. Okay, so yep, yes, Bobby. Think guys sit more with injuries compared to the good old days. Yeah, there's always that aspect, right? Players were tougher in my day. Well, some of them played hurt and then paid the price later in their careers. So sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
They're hobbling around at 55, opposed to 75.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Now, mind you, for the money they made, it's like, was that really worth it? Especially with guaranteed contracts, is it worth it? Today, I don't think they're going to do that.
We'll go back. Reference the last show, Hulk Hogan.
Well, yeah, Hulk Hogan, exactly. Hey, he's still paying the price. I think he could have become just as famous without the leg drop. I'm pretty sure he could have found a different finisher. It would have worked.
Well, that show was over 10 years ago, was it not?
Which one?
The one that Hogan was at the show.
The Fan Expo?
Fan Expo, yeah.
Well, if you say so. To me, like it felt more recent, but I guess maybe it was. I don't know though. Like 2011, does that sound right to you?
Okay, yeah, 10 years. Yeah, okay, somewhere around there.
I'm just wondering. The only reason I'm wondering is so this is just me. The way I account for the passage of time, Bobby, is where was I working at that time? Since I've traditionally rotated through business, I had a run at the bank for 5 years, so that was the longest stretch there. But then I worked at a different bank. I worked at a satellite and doing a couple different things. So depending on what where was I working at that time will be the answer of yes, it is around this year. That tells me approximately what era we're referring to.
Some people are really good at recall. I'm very good at remembering things, but what were you doing in 1996? And I have no idea. No idea. I can tell you everything was issued in 96, but I can't tell you, what I was doing. So I put it to, was I in school? Where was I working? Where was I living? Those are the things oh yeah, I was living there at that time and what have you. So,
well, that's what helps too. Now I've been living in this condo for a while now, so that's not going to help me. But if I say, oh, you were at the old apartment, now I know what you're talking about. But the last 7 years it's been here, so that won't help me. Anything after 2014.
Yeah.
So Chad just says, did The Rock buy the ACFL? Yep, and it was answered here, so that's perfect. The Rock owns the XFL along with some partners, and they've been in talks with the CFL for some kind of a business strategic partnership. I'd be curious to see what comes of that, though. I see some funny possibilities, but I'm curious what their actual plan is. I'd like to know what the actual plan is. Yeah, I think that's right, Hockey Guy. Because of spine compression. Like Hogan used to be taller, but like spine compression over these years has actually made him a little bit shorter. And when guys like that get older, they shrink a little bit. I can tell you that Carlos Sr. used to be comfortably taller than I am by a couple of inches. It's a lot closer these days. We look eye to eye regularly. So it happens. It happens. It's not a big deal, but it happens. Yeah, the XFL has been fun. If I hadn't been giving the tribute to good old Cryptogriff, I have an XFL mug from the new version. And that was the Dallas team had a mug that I picked up for that, just because I love these off-brand. I love these off-brand football leagues. I love them. They're great joy for me. So that's what it is.
And off-brand mugs. You have a mug collection? You into memorabilia?
What's that?
You have a mug collection? You're into memorabilia?
Very specific things, Bobby. It's very specific. Like I can't afford to have. Like I don't go through enough mugs. I drink some coffee, but not like enough. Not enough for it to be worth my while. But I like something like this is enough fun for me.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. And then the XFL one is like, I was like, let me get something. So I got the hat and the mug, and that was the extent, because I have a football. Actually, right there is a first generation XFL football, and I got that on eBay years ago. So that's just sitting right up there. But I love random memorabilia like that, especially if I can get it cheap on eBay, because that was, I think, like a $20 purchase on eBay. Totally worth it.
What was the hat?
So this right here is the mug. Sorry, this one here is the football. So this is an official football that they had at the time, because you could buy same way you could buy with NFL or CFL or whatever. They sold the official football game type footballs. So they had one of those.
And you said a hat too?
Oh yeah, I have a hat sitting in the closet over here, just inside in a hat rack. So I've got an XFL hat from the newer XFL. And then from the older one, I have that football. And I also have a Las Vegas Outlaws jersey and a mini helmet. And I showed you guys the mini helmet the other day. So that's the Las Vegas Outlaws mini helmet. So there you go.
So the hat got a woman tag?
Oh, what's that?
A woman tag?
No. I think, mind you.
You never know.
You only get those with the fitted ones, though. The hat I got was an adjustable, so I think it's a unisex, just whatever, regular tag.
I don't like the fitted ones. You get a windy day, it's gone.
I like them if they fit correctly. New Era actually changed the sizing, which totally messed with me, because for the longest time I had it down. I knew exactly what the hat size is, and then they changed it, and I was like, wait, because I wore a 7 5/8 hat for the longest time, 7 5/8. And then in the more recent iterations, I've had to switch to 7.5, which doesn't sound like a big difference. And, in terms of fractions, it's not a big difference. Otherwise it'd be 4/8, 7.5, 4/8. It's like, it's not that far off, but it actually
4/8 is a half.
Yeah. But I'm saying 5/8, 7 5/8 is what I used to.
It's just one more eighth. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, though, the fit on the new version, it's not the same. It's actually on the new one, you got to go smaller.
It's funny they use inches on that, eh?
Yeah, they do for the circumference. So
because I guess U.S. based. It's funny, when I was leaving school, that's exactly when we were coming out with centimeters. I think I was in the last year of high school, and So I do everything in inches, even with the cards, 2.5 by 3.5. And I see people do millimeters, and I go, huh, millimeters, really? Like centimeters, I get, but millimeters, okay.
There you go.
Do what you want. But inches is good, and I base everything in US, so it's basically a US kind of based book because they're most of the marketplace. So
Yep. I like Brian's comment here. It could be, Brian. It could be. The problem is the other hat still fits the same. So I run into this problem where I've got the two eras of hats, and one has the one size and one has the other size, and they both fit exactly the same. So New Era is kind of messing with me on that one. Unless your head size changes depending on which hat you put on. Is this like a a Doctor Who kind of thing? Like if you wear that hat, it's like it works, but if you wear that hat, it also works, but they're two different sizes.
Brian just said the things we were all thinking. Thanks, Brian.
Hey, it happens. Carlos Sr. uses a much smaller hat brim, so he's had a much smaller brim for years. I tell him because he tried to put on the hat. And he goes, "Why would you wear such a big hat?" It's like bigger brain, dude.
Yeah,
it happens. So let me see here real quick. Let me grab this one. Yeah, me complaining about wrestling. It's like you give the people what they want to meet. You should try it on your show. I don't know what day of the week it is. I have no idea. But when we found out what day of the show it is, start giving people what they want.
Yeah.
Yep. Wrestling over my stories. Yeah, exactly. So Brian was born 6'2" and after 2 back surgeries, 6'1". There you go. If the dunking is the difference between 6'2" and 6'1", Brian, we got to talk about your hops. I don't know if that's enough to make the difference, but I get what you're saying. So Sanderson Dora says, Bobby, you have the complete Bruins ashtray candy set plus the Gordie Howe. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Does that ring a bell? An ashtray candy dish set?
Yeah, in 1971 too, the Boston Bruins issued these fluted melamine trays. They're about 5 inches square, fluted up the side, and they had different players' pictures of Bobby Orr, Sanderson. So the full team was there. Also, they did the Boston Bruins logo. Gordie Howe was added somewhere. We don't know exactly where it was sold. I guess it was sold in sporting goods stores. But there's also other teams that were issued. Obviously, I have the Toronto Maple Leafs one, and there's Detroit, Montreal. I found one and only one of the California Golden Seals, which is very interesting. Chicago Blackhawks and one other team I can't think of right now. But that's it. We haven't found the full set. It's very random. But the Boston Bruin ones, there's a lot of them. A few of them are short print. The Bobby Orr's triple print. The first year they advertised those, they had the whole team. And then a lot of guys moved to the WHA, like Sanderson. But he, had a cup of coffee in the WHA, and they said, we don't want him here either. So they put him back to Boston. So that's basically what happened with those things. They're really kind of neat. Nice display piece. I think they came out in the time period, Carlos, when putting a dish on the wall was cool.
There was that 27 minutes there, I believe it.
Yeah. But it was. People hung dishes and, what have you, England or wherever they, all these fancy dishes, like spoons. People used to collect spoons.
It was the golden era of knickknacks, Bobby?
It was. Oh, those are knickknacks for sure. But no, the trays aren't. The trays are pretty good. I'm going to go get one and bring it back just to give you a little show of what they look like.
Okay. Sounds fair.
1 second.
Yeah, no worries. While you're doing that, I'll quickly grab Dave's comment here. Stop growing vertically, but horizontal growth continues. As if you were a toddler growing vertically, allegedly, with all the hashtags. Look at that. Even the chicken drumstick. Nice. Nice, Dave. Well played. Well played. Good times. Alrighty. So basically, Bobby and I are just going to hang here and just chat a little bit. By the way, you guys will have to let me know. So is the volume better? I bumped it up a little bit, and I'm not intending to yell into the microphone, so I just want to make sure. Can you hear me a little bit better, a little bit louder? So you'll have to let me know. But anyway, here, once you hit a certain age, it becomes a circumference growth spurt. That's fair. That's fair. So your plate room. I think there might be. I know there's a couple of. There's an old live stream where Bobby showed some photos. Maybe if we get a little time later. We can probably pull up some of the photos from like his memorabilia room. He's definitely got some pictures of some of the stuff he's put together and displayed in the room. So Rick Smith told me to get a 10-cent tray for payment. Cool. Perfect, Brian. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sounds good. So as we go along here, if you've got any other questions or things, we can definitely talk about that. Bobby is a wealth of information, especially for a lot of that stuff, because he obviously he's writing a book on it, so he would know a thing or two. Anything else that we want to chat about in terms of anything? And like I said, I haven't been paying attention to any of those auctions, so if there is an interesting item on it, we can definitely chat about it for a bit. Or if there's anything else, I do have one or two more items here that I've got on my little list, so I'm just going through them as we've been talking through them. See what I got here now. I did see something that I wanted to throw out there. Yep, I talked about the Justin Herbert hat card, so we got that. Okay, let's see. Now, this is a good general topic, I think, a little bit once Bobby comes back in. So we'll do that. Now, one more thing I'll talk about here. I did mention it earlier, but I'll repeat it for anybody who came later. Normally, what I do is I'll put out a link to have people join in. What I want to do is I don't want to do that tonight with the Friday stream, so we'll run it as long as it runs. If it kind of winds down, then we'll run it down and we'll end it. So I'm not really too opposed about that. I know that the House of Jordan guys are doing their crossover at about midnight Eastern or 9 p.m. in the West, so you can certainly check that out if you want to check out some other things. If you've got anything you want to chat about in the chat, you can certainly do that. And I know some of you in the chat also have a link to it, so if you want to join in, you can. If you don't want to tonight, that's fine. On Sunday, I will put the link up like I usually do for the Sunday Hangout because it is a little bit shorter, and the link will get put up right at the beginning. So it'll be kind of up to if anybody wants to use it. But for tonight, then we'll kind of see how it goes. There you go. Well, we're going to see, Paul, because you guys are taking it easy on the chat and nobody else is taking advantage. I asked Bobby to come on at the beginning just so that we could sit here and chat about a couple of things, and I got a small list of items. But if I run out of items, and Bobby and I we can keep chatting without being live. So that part's not an issue. It's just a matter of, kind of what you guys want to chat about, because there really hasn't been too much going on hobby-wise that's that different. So I'm kind of just playing it by ear with what we've got. Unless Ken Golden does something crazy, lights himself on fire or something, like I can only work with what I got. They got to give me something, Even the auctions that I was interested in, that'll be like next week, or probably by next Sunday's show, I'll know what's going on. But it's too soon. I just don't know yet. And I'm interested, but it's not the time for me to talk about it yet. So here we go. I see some comments coming in, so that's good. Let me see here. Mr. LAGN is coming up with a comment. I hate the delay. It's so slow. Okay, here we go.
Mr. Lagan.
Yeah, we have yet to establish the canon on the pronunciation of this one. So this one here, did you see the post from PSA President saying they're receiving 500,000 every day? Yes, we did. And I included the link in the chat a little bit earlier. I don't know if you're able to scroll or see it, but I did include that post in there. And yes, we did have a little chat about it. And I referenced it in relation to the questions about, can some of these other third-party players that are coming in now potentially like supplant some of this? It's going to be really difficult because 500,000 a week is a lot. And a lot of them are aspiring to try to get to a fraction of that. Again, we acknowledge the market's super hot. There was a lot of backlog and stuff, but even still, even if you cut it down to like 10% of that, that's 50,000 per week. That's still 5 times what they're aspiring to for HGA, for example.
Which reinforces looking at the pop reports before and after. That'll be interesting.
Exactly.
So here's this tray. I will show it.
Here? Go ahead.
So here's these fluted trays. So they're made of malachite. They call them unbreakable. Basically, I've seen a few chipped. A lot of people use these as ashtrays because they do have that sort of look in the early 70s. And you always see cigarette burns on the covering on some of these. So it's hard to find really nice ones. But it's a really nice little display piece that you put, in your collection. And they go for a couple $100, surprisingly. The team logo ones. The other ones, generally about $40-50. There's a couple short prints. But Boston was the only team that issued players except for the Gordie Howe. So very interesting issue.
Very nice. Thank you, Bobby. So actually, I see Hockey Guy has a good topic here. I like this. So I think this will be a good topic of discussion. So Jeff Smith here says, if Medano was cloned, recreated, and wasn't his rookie this year, what do you think would be a reasonable price for his young gun? Dear God.
That's a question.
No, but here's the thing. You know why it's interesting? Because when Medano started, he was 19. And he come off the WHA where he had like 100 point season or thereabouts. So he would have been coming in with hype. as a 19-year-old. And he also scored 75 points in his rookie year and like 29 goals. So it's like, oh, and also the problem that he had where he didn't win the Calder would not have been in effect because the guy who won the Calder was like a 28-year-old rookie from Russia who had already been a professional player. That would not have been allowed. So Modano would have won the Calder in his actual rookie year. So you come in as a rookie, 75 points on like a mediocre team, which is what Minnesota was at that time. And then within about a year of within about a year or so of making your first appearance in the NHL, then get to the Stanley Cup final. How's that for a start to a career, Bobby? Imagine that in today's market, and you get a young guy who plays well, and performs and contributes to his team getting the Stanley Cup final.
Well, then you would not be a Modano collector because his cards would be worth $1 million.
No, I get you, but I'm saying like this is a scenario where you're taking to the equivalent. Like it doesn't just imagine if it was a clone. It's like this is somebody else. It's not Modano, but it's somebody who comes in with the same concept. You take a rookie who comes in out of the blocks like that, they would actually be really hot, especially as the 19-year-old. It would be insanity. So let me quickly grab Steve. Just perfect. Good evening, Steve. How's it going?
Doing good, guys. How's it going?
Not too bad. I enjoy when the chat has got me cloning Modano now.
I like it.
I did like the scenario, though. As an intellectual exercise, though, the market would be insane on something like that. You take a 19-year-old who comes in, gets 75 points out of the block, within a couple of years is in the cup final, comes in as a young scorer, young sniper with some skills and speed. The market would eat it up.
Oh.
Especially if you're actually performing, heaven forbid. Well, so that was the problem with Lafreniere. By the way, I think Lafreniere will be fine. Just spoiler. I think he'll be fine, but I think he's also 18. I think we have to be fair. Like give the kid a chance to get better. Like it's too soon. He's so young. Like it's not, I'm not going to label him anything other than he's an 18-year-old. He needs time.
Right.
Yeah. This is actually a good topic. I like this one. So, and this one's good as well. Am I the only one who so Hockey Guy says, am I the only one who finds it amusing that people bitching the most about retail are the same ones buying from scalper? Yes. I find it amusing. I often enjoy citing it. It is greatly enjoyable for me. Yeah. And then Brian declares, I will not pay scalper prices for product. And yes, you're in the minority, Brian, because a lot of people do.
Yep.
They do.
Well, it's kind of fun. Go ahead, Steve.
No, Bobby, go ahead.
No, you.
So Canadian, you guys. So Canadian. My God.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I'll be the Canadian.
Please, you insist. I insist. You first.
No, I was just going to say, there are times in which I watch a few things on eBay as it pertains to retail just to see. Some things go close to MSRP. Not including shipping, of course. So, I mean, if you're willing to pay close to MSRP, but then pay a little bit more due to shipping, there are some opportunities out there. The only issue is if you're wanting the hot new stuff, optic, prism, hoops, all that other kind of stuff, the product that consistently seems to just drive everybody to their retail outlets, you're going to pay 3, 4, 5 times. And like most, I refuse to pay it. I'd rather take my chances.
I think that's fair. It's one of those things where, Hockey Guy is touching on. The thing is, it seems so simple. If you use a little bit of common sense, it is simple. It's like there has to be a collector on the other end because the flipper might be able to sell to a flipper who might be able to sell, but eventually you run out. Eventually somebody has to be like, I actually want this to open it to get the cards. And the problem is if that person doesn't exist, then the flipper runs. It's like a fire that runs out of oxygen. You're complaining about it, but you're feeding it more oxygen. You're like, this fire, when will it go out? It's like, oh, let's throw more oxygen at it. Good idea. Why don't we throw some kerosene while we're on it? Let's do that. And then wondering why the fire keeps going. But it's like, guys, this isn't rocket science. This is the conditions are in play. Like, work with me on this. So quickly, I'll grab this one here.
Well, and on the flip side, though, too, Carlos, something to also take into consideration. It's not just individuals paying the scalping or the scalped price or the inflated price. Mm-hmm. a lot of these breakers that you see are breaking retail.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of both aspects of the hobby to where if you buy into a group break of retail product of megas and blasters and everything else, you're paying that increased price from that front too. And I want to say that you're probably seeing a higher percentage increase on a group break than what you would and actually paying the price for something on eBay.
I totally agree with that. I do think though it's still it's almost become like a way of masking the issue as well, because then I go further down the line to the same thing. I go, well, great, don't buy from the group breaker. I'll feel bad for the group breaker. It's not their fault necessarily. They're privy to the same market conditions that you are, because a lot of times they're having to buy on secondary market. They would rather not. They'd be like, look, if I can get it cheaper and then I can sell it to you for cheaper, I can still make my money and you won't yell at me. Because like, look, I've still got to make a profit for doing the work here and finding it and getting it in front of you. But the thing is, so then if you buy into the group break, well then it's like the fractional share thing. You buy into the fractional share, you buy that thing, then they can justify going to pay more money for the thing because you're paying more for the shares anyway, so they make the money on the back end. It doesn't matter. It's like, why did you pay that much for it? Because these idiots will buy it in fractional shares. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
You cannot, again, you can't feed oxygen to the fire and then wonder why it's a blazing inferno when it could have been put out a while ago if you had starved it of oxygen. But
Sure.
you need, you're so desperate for opening product, you don't even need to be the one opening the product anymore. You're willing to pay to let somebody else open the product for you.
Yeah.
I would like to do it myself then if I'm going to pay for it. Like, I would like to do it myself, but to each their own, as we like to say.
True.
I'm not sure which one this was a reference to. I put Vinny's comment on here. I am assuming it's talking about like a 19, 20-year-old kid coming out of the blocks with, but I'm not sure what else he was referring to.
Getting
You have to
back
clarify
your,
that one, Vinny.
back to your Medano question.
I think that's what he's talking about. And actually, I apologize. I don't think I actually answered there was an actual question afterwards. What would be a reasonable price for his young gun in that insane scenario? In that insane scenario, we're actually producing, even at that age, it would be hundreds of dollars. It would actually be, to me, what Lafreniere's price actually was. Because then you're actually getting the production to match the price. So I can kind of justify it. But there would be hype. So it would actually be probably $700 or $800 is probably what the market would say. But I would say $200 or $300 would be reasonable for a short printed version of a rookie who is producing.
So would Medano be worth more if he won the Calder?
I think it would be marginal. I don't think it would made it. I think at the beginning it would have made a difference because it would have immediately put him a little bit more of a. The one knock Medano has on his career is that he never really won any hardware, but he was perennially a finalist for a bunch of different things. But it just there was always somebody who was just above him on that. Because for him, a lot of time, once he stopped trying to be like a pure goal scorer, even though he scored plenty of goals, once he stopped trying to be a pure goal scorer, he was a Selke finalist a bunch of times, if memory serves, something like that. Because I think Selke is for defensive forward. I think it's I'll have to look it up and which one it was, but I think it was Selke. I could be mistaken. But he was a finalist for that pretty consistently, which is an indicator like they respected that he was willing to play the defensive side of the game with his offensive talents. So if he had won one or two of those, would it have made a big difference? Not in the grand scheme, but it would have looked a little nicer on the resume. That's where Jamie Benn has the one up on him. Jamie Benn, I like Jamie Benn, but you know he's got a scoring title. You can't take it away. He has an Art Ross. It's his.
Well, even through the course of history, a lot of the greatest players never even got the Calder.
Sure.
Look at Beliveau. Camille Henry beat him out. Bobby Orr, Britt Selby beat him out. Mm-hmm. Who remembers Camille Henry and who remembers Britt Selby?
Sure. But I think if a player plays 20 years, wins a Stanley Cup, has the other accolades, and it's just a nice little, it's a sprinkler, it's the cherry on top. It's a cherry on top.
Yeah.
Just one more little thing. It would have been nice, but it's not necessary, to your point.
Is it better that than winning the Calder and not turning out?
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I don't think it would have impacted him one way or the other, but it was kind of silly that he lost at the Calder to like an overage rookie. It's like, to me, technically, again, you're never going to get it, but like you changed the rules not long after. So it's like, so you realize it was silly. It didn't make sense. Yeah, so here it is. So yeah, don't feed the beast if you don't like the beast. Totally. I'm just going to get caught up here. Okay, so Vinny says yes. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, he was in low, so he had no young gun. Totally with you. Yep. Just skipping through a little bit of the hockey talk interspersed a little bit here. The French was around $50 back in 1991. Yep. Yeah. No, totally. That's kind of the point I'm making. I've never suggested he was the best. I'm suggested he was in the top 10 in scoring pretty consistently. He was a finalist for a couple of awards throughout the years. So he was one of those consistent performers, and having a long career, having some accolades in terms of winning the Stanley Cup and all that, and being probably one of the best American players, gave him a niche. And also he became huge in the Dallas market. And that kind of helped. And he had a flashy game because he had a high skill game. So it was fun to watch when you got a chance to watch it. And then once they became a defensive team, it was less fun to watch because that team was not fun to watch every night, but they were effective. You had to give them credit. They won games. So it worked. Quickly skipping through here. Yeah, and Jeff's right here. This is probably one of the deepest. Now, Lindros for the score product was definitely in there as well, so that's true. Brodeur, Yager, Sundin, Bure, Fedorov, McGillney, yes. And even like second and third tier guys like a Peter Nedved. Like there were a lot of players. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think at the 90-91 you had Curtis Joseph. He had 90-91. Belfour, I think, had 90-91 rookies as well. So think about that. So we even skipped out some goalies.
Rookies. Yeah.
Like it was a deep crop of rookies. 90-91 was a deep year.
It was like a dividing line. 1989, Sakic, Leach, and then 90, just everyone poured in. It was nonstop.
Yeah.
And even Lindros was around, but he wasn't around. But so
exactly.
Amount of names coming out of 1990 are phenomenal. Like who went on to have amazing careers. Yeah, it's just their cards are. It's just so sad.
Well, the problem was, now here's the thing. In some ways, it's nice for collectors of the era. Imagine with such a deep rookie crop, if one of those products had been legitimately short printed. Like if it had actually been like, really, no, seriously, it's actually short printed. But imagine you have the full rookie crop. So you've got a short printed Badana, you've got the short printed Sundin, you've got Belfour, you've got Lindros, you've got this stack of talent. It's like, how much is this set worth? Like, my God, I can't even imagine.
That would have changed the hobby in 1990.
Oh, that would have been...
or after, a couple years after.
I can't even imagine because you would have had this thing for a little while where you would have been like, okay, so who's the best rookie out of 1990-91? They would have taken turns.
Oh, it would have been a race for sure.
It would have been one of the most exciting sets of all time with the sheer rookie crop.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a deep, deep crop. And the problem is all of it was overpriced. All of it was way, 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 way.
But I don't think you've ever had a better crop of rookies come out in any other year in any other sport.
I don't think so. I think getting that many names who either were Hall of Famers or like for a stretch of time look like they could be. It's hard to beat a crop like that. Yeah. It's like he was in the crease and it didn't matter. But no, that's you can be as not bitter as you want to know. I'm okay with it. Okay. Right, Steve? You with me on this one? It's legit. He would have scored anyway. Hasek, I think, was in the third row at the time. So it didn't matter. Don't worry about it.
We talk about that with the Gretzky high sticking in 93 there. So anyway,
that one I think the Leafs fans will never let that one go ever.
Well, actually, it was. If you look, they went back and redid it, and he did. So
I don't disagree. Like the Hull's skate was in the crease. Here's the thing: no real Dallas Star fan actually says no. Look, yes, he was, but so what? If he was in the crease and was kicking Hasek and putting the boots to him, I hear you, but it's a technicality at best. Like it's got to actually interfere with the goaltender for me to care a little bit, you know?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, I get the point. By the letter of the rule, you are correct. We're not giving it back. We're not giving it back. This is staying right there. Not going anywhere. Sorry.
Yeah, there was a time that they called every little thing. If your foot was just a millimeter inside, it was like that was a little silly.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a soft call, and I understood. In the Stanley Cup final, in overtime of Game 6, triple overtime, you're probably not going to get... He would have had to actually attack Dominik Hasek while being in the crease, and maybe they call it. For 1990, 10,000 copies would have been short-printed. It probably would have been impressive.
And the ref would have never come back to that to ref any games there ever again.
Yeah. So let's see here. Have you or anyone used the Dibs platform? I have not. So I have no opinion on the platform itself. I'm in, but new to sports cards and really new to stock, NFT market stuff, learning on the fly. Well, Delande, congratulations. Great for you for joining in. Dibs, though, is a bit of a weird platform to join sports cards, though. But I'm not going to knock it in the sense where if you're enjoying it and you're checking it out, report back your findings because you're on the inside doing it. Hey, maybe it works for you. I will say this: the platform, the app looks cool. It looks interesting. I will say also that technology-wise, it makes a lot of sense the way they're incorporating the NFT to make it work. Totally, I get that. I think that makes sense. I don't think it matters because it's just a different way of just doing fractional ownership anyway. But I think for folks that are using it, I think it'll be a very effective platform. It's not for me. From the collecting standpoint, it does nothing because it's not collecting. But if you enjoy it, guess what? As a day trading platform, I think it will do very well. Because for that process, it's well built, and blockchain and NFTs make a lot of sense for the technology. And I like the future of NFTs and blockchain. Dibs may not end up being it, but I think the technology is sound, and I think it will exist for a long time.
Oh, blockchain is impervious.
Yeah, but that's why I make that distinction, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of folks try to connect the two. They try to connect Top Shot and all this. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. NFTs is a technology. Blockchain is a technology. I believe in NFTs and I believe in blockchain. I don't necessarily believe in Top Shot or Dibs.
Yeah.
Two different things.
Those are companies that are, yes, understood.
Totally different. Some goalie in New Jersey. Yep. Yeah. No, we did mention Berder. We definitely got him. And I appreciate Dave. Dave knows what he's doing. Dave knows it. He's trying to distract you. You should all buy Brodeurs. You should go like anyone right now. Find the Brodeurs. Dave would want that way.
It's too bad.
He could say no, but I don't see him on the video. Sorry. I think he agrees. His silence is acquiescence. Okay, see the clip of yesterday, guy making Crosby high stick him. I haven't seen that one, no. I can't say I have. Well, at least you acknowledge it. And acknowledging his acceptance is part of the healing process.
We're going to choke in game 7.
Yeah. Ask us on that banner. They play Buffalo. No. It's called the inevitable would have happened either way. If it hadn't been that, then Hasek would have been struck by lightning in 4th overtime. Look, would you have wanted it that way? Is that the way you wanted this to go down? It was happening one way or the other. Your choice. It's fine. However you want this. Yeah, right on. No, sounds good. Yep. Day trading. Yep. Totally with you.
Muzzin, what was that?
Yeah. Sounds good. Jason Muzzati.
No Muzzati, sorry.
Yeah, I got nothing on that one. Not sure. Oh, okay. Maybe this is the one talking about the high sticking thing. It's a follow up on the high sticking thing.
Oh.
No, I'm not. I haven't caught that. Maybe it'd be interesting in seeing what the highlight is. I'm not sure. It's fair. Cool. So anyway, Steve, how are things going? How's the week been treating you?
So far, so good, I guess.
Yeah.
Work hasn't been too bad. It is end of quarter, so has a tendency to get a little crazy, but I'll start seeing the influx of all that fun stuff starting next week.
Nice.
Trying to get orders booked and all that kind of fun stuff. However, I actually did accept a new position, so not sure when it's going to start. But my guess is fairly soon after we get through the quarter. So I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, congratulations, Steve. It'll be raining Terrell Davises from the sky soon? It's a
lateral move?
It's a lateral initially.
Okay.
But it has growth potential, and that's the expectation. So
that's good. No, that's good. Congratulations, Steve. Sounds
Appreciate
good.
It. Appreciate
it. Be nice.
Yeah, I know those feels. But the thing is, the key there is the growth potential is an absolute key. Because I got a chance to sit in a couple of meetings and I'm like, oh, this is going to be a challenge. Because I was watching some of the stuff. It's like, oh, I see what you're doing here. This is going to be interesting. But I like that because it's a little different. It's been a while since I can say, okay, well, I'm going to actually have to, all right, hold on. I'm going to have to put up my hat on and tighten my belt a little bit. And actually, hold on. Let's I've been coasting for a little bit. So it's like, all right, don't get that luxury here. We got to pay attention here.
Yeah. You need to be stimulated where you work. So. It's important.
Well, I've never been a fan of stagnating. I mean, I've been with the company over 15 years, and I've done a lot of things with this company, and it's one of those in which anytime I start getting bored or it's like, yeah, this ain't working. It's time to start looking for either outside opportunities or internal opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
These last 18 months, give or take, I can honestly say I've had a lot more downtime because I don't actually do the work. I supervise the team that does the work.
Nice.
So it's been nice. I mean, a lot of years of 60 plus hours a week and, getting woken up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, that type of stuff. So I've enjoyed the downtime. It's one of those in which I feel like I kind of deserve it.
Oh, look at you. Nice.
So I've taken advantage of it.
Uh-huh. Well, that's the problem,
Perfect.
Steve. I did it in reverse. I spent the first approximately 13 and a half years of my career taking advantage of it. I guess now it's time to start working for a living. I guess. If I must. I suppose now is the time. So this is this right here. It's like, that's a very nice comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate that. Now, I appreciate this comment in a different way, but I appreciate it just the same. Paul prefers to let his hatred of other fans stew inside of him become a part of him. I feel those feels, Paul. I feel those feels. I appreciate it at a different level, but I still appreciate it. Just the same.
So in other words, we won't talk about a certain quarterback that used to play in some Northeast state or a baseball player that plays out west, right?
Listen, I'm not the one who brings it up. Let the record state I'm not the one who brings it up. Do I take veiled shots for fun, random veiled shots? Yes, of course I do. Absolutely, I do. But I'm not the one who brings it up.
I just thought I'd pose the question. I just making sure that that's the type of hatred that you were alluding to.
The great M. Shyamalan twist is going to be, it's like, I don't hate them, I mock them. It's like, what are they doing? What have they done to me that would warrant hatred? That's what always has been fun for me about this. It's like one plays over in a thing where he never makes the playoffs, so he's irrelevant. He doesn't matter. And the other one is carried by other players, so he doesn't do anything, so he doesn't matter. So it's like, what do you want me to be? The only time that quarterback in question has ever played against my team was this year. After more than 20 years, he has literally never had any impact on my team's success or failure on the field until this year. And he got lucky. So it's like, well, I guess you got one. So congratulations. Other than that, though, he's been irrelevant to me as a fan. But obviously, in the AFC, it's mattered a lot. He's been in the way of a lot of other quarterbacks getting to where they wanted to get to. But over in the NFC, you would only see them if they got to the Super Bowl. And the one time they got to the Super Bowl, the Patriots weren't there. So it didn't matter. My concern was the Steelers. That particular Super Bowl, my concern was the Steelers. So I have more issues with the Steelers or the Seahawks or some of those teams than I do anything related in New England or Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it works out. But it is fun. But Paul generally speaks to like hockey rivalries where you will see those teams over and over again. That's why we had so much fun with because the Oilers and the Stars had a rivalry going in the 90s because they kept meeting in the playoffs over and over and over again. So yes, you are directly in the way of my success. I have to beat you to get to where I want to go. Now the Stars tend to do it pretty much every time except the one. So we'll give them the one. But every other time it went.
And they usually seem to go the distance too.
They were hard fought. So that's where like, yes, no, you are an obstacle in the way for me to. So I have a much more vested interest in disliking your team than somebody who I never see, other than once in a blue moon, just randomly here and there. Yeah. The regular season games I don't care about.
Still not a fan of that team.
Oh, that totally fair. Totally fair. But I'm saying full-fledged hatred requires a little more energy. Mm-hmm. I need justification if I'm going to expend said energy to get to that level.
How's the weather down there now, Steve?
It's nice and peaceful. Of course, when was it? I know we were in our group chat or whatever, Carlos, and the weather topic came up. Was that Thursday?
Was that yesterday? You mean meteorologist Dave?
Yes. I can't remember if we were talking about it yesterday or Wednesday. I've slept since then, so it's one of those in which yesterday is yesterday, and I don't really think about it. But we had some pretty heavy rain. We were under a tornado warning for a good 45 minutes. in the cell that, had the circulation kind of like passed over us type situation. So it got a little interesting, but nothing major and nothing compared to, what happened in Alabama.
For sure. Yeah, definitely. But Dave is so real quick, just so we're not. There's a lot of inside jokes, but if they creep in, let's be fair to the folks listening. So there is a group text message thread that exists with at least 2 individuals on the screen. And trust me, Bobby, you want no part of this because that thing pings like crazy. You want no part of this. I'll fill you in if there's anything funny worth mentioning.
All right.
As nonsensical as these streams are, there are levels of nonsense that appear on this deck. Now, mind you, it is a great exercise in if you want to talk about zingers. I got zingers for days when someone makes the mistake of leaving the door a little bit open, and the multiverse will grow as characters become more prominent. I won't say what kind of characters. I will not say I will not say what kind of characters rise into greater prominence, but it may become a thing in the future episodes.
Yeah, in a matter of when did I start this, Carlos? Tuesday?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, in the time I started at midday on Tuesday, there's been almost 700 messages exchanged in this group.
There's 6 people in that text message thread.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and the topic's like I don't even know where. Most of the time, I have no idea where the topic's going. Like I don't know. Nobody knows.
And there happens to be another individual that just popped into the chat that happens to allegedly be in that group chat as well.
You mean an individual who posted a message 7.5 hours before the live stream started?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. So quickly, I'll grab Hockey's comment. Love the Oilers Star series. Yes, some of the better games of Dead Puck. I agree with that. They were competitive and fun series. Yeah, Paul knows all about that. And the thing is, Edmonton had its run. In the 80s, Edmonton had a huge run. They did extremely well. So without a doubt. Yes, we know, Bob. Yes, we know. Stop slacking. You got the link. Get
It's happening.
Let's go, Bob. Don't be a wuss. Get on here.
This has really got me intrigued. You guys are talking innuendo here. It's just driving me crazy.
Bobby, like, you have... Oh, my God. I'm used to a lot of nonsense. Like, I grew up in a household with Carlos Sr. Like, nonsense is, like, second language here. And it's like, this plays right in my wheelhouse, the whole thing.
Okay.
It has been enjoyable, but there are moments in which, I mean, you get like 17, 20 messages within a matter of a few seconds.
Well, that's why on the iPhone I've got the button to turn off the notifications and put it on silent. Because I was like in the middle of I literally got pinged from this while I was recording the Wednesday video. And it was pinged like 2 or 3 times during the video. Even at one point I referenced it. If the background was blurry with the logo that I put on there, which is a fun touch. I like the idea of having the logo blurred in the background. But because the Mac is connected to it so that I can answer, the reason I can reply to a lot of text messages quickly is because I can do it from my iMac. I can actually type out replies on the thread. But it also puts notifications on there. So while I'm sitting there, the logo's in the background, blurred out in the corner, you would see the text messages appear. And I was watching it on replay and I was like, really? And I was like, and I can tell what the messages are because even though it's blurry, I can make it out. And one of them was, you got the crying face emoji, Steve. You got the down to science. I know that was one of the replies on there. So it's like, so I was like, okay then. There's a lot of silliness. I think we made up a new grading card company. I think that was the thing with grades. Or certain quarterbacks are automatically reduced to a certain level. They remain nameless. So Bob, when and if you appear, there you go. Look at you, Bob Lewis. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? I say, dude, because the dad is off camera right here.
There you go.
We had a little pack opening session.
Did you record it?
We didn't. Because we had other things we were watching at the time, and we just kind of did it. But we had a pretty big hit.
Oh yeah,
see it.
What do you got?
Tell us.
Football,
It is
baseball,
from Prism Draft basketball.
Okay, go ahead.
LaMelo Ball. Oh wow,
Okay, so you got the Zion downtown. That is a big card.
that's huge.
Yeah, man. We couldn't really because
And of course, you didn't record it.
I know.
Because you're literally you pull a legitimately.
I'm gonna be in trouble now because
you pull a legitimately expensive card and it's like, no, let's not record it.
Yeah, so because he opens them and then he's got 72-year-old eyes. I mean, the man's ancient.
Yeah.
And
listen, I can hear that the dude can hear us. Yes, the dude can hear us.
Yes, he can.
It's like, dude, Mr. Lewis, I'm sure you're very proud of your son, and I can't imagine why. But the point is, listen, you are a legendary individual, dude. You are a legendary individual, and of course, Chair. Basically, everything except Bob in that screenshot is great.
He's sitting in the chair, so it's
I'm in the chair.
So much legendariness coming from this.
That's taking it to another level. Love it, fantastic. Love it. But does your son not realize that, allegedly he once upon a time was a YouTuber? Would it not have made sense, and the off chance that you happen to pull a card, perhaps of that quality, maybe it never makes air, but if you actually pull it, wouldn't that be great to have had on tape?
It definitely would. We'll probably have to reenact it.
It'll never be the same
now.
So I have to. So then the other notable.
You could not do that dance again.
We got he had a pack of optic football, and it was a what did I say, Herbert? So we did get a Herbert, but in the same pack with the base rookie was the rookies rookie.
Okay.
So it's kind of cool to get these both in the same pack.
Right.
I don't know. Take me off of there. Yeah.
So Mr. Dude, other Lewis. I have a question, and this is mostly for my edification. How many times was Bob dropped on his head as a child? Can you count?
At birth, for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. Okay.
And then we played ball with him. He actually was the ball the first couple days.
Understandable. That could still be a thing. If the national ever happens again, we can still do that. That's fine.
And then he was lost for like 3 weeks. We couldn't find him in the house somewhere.
Lost or like intentionally misplaced? I just want to clarify.
It could be anywhere.
Got it.
Depends who you ask. If you ask my mom, you might get a different answer.
We did find him at the bottom of the stairs one time.
Nice. So by that point, he was in his 30s. Okay, gotcha.
Now that was after the 21st birthday. I think he found me some strange place, but that's another story for sure.
No, I do appreciate your candor. This clarifies certain things that I suspected, but I just needed to understand.
The picture is starting to come into focus.
It is so much clearer, Bob. So much clearer. You have no idea. Not like your blurry picture doesn't help, but the general picture is clearer.
General picture.
The general picture is much clearer. Yes.
Flat head.
So, are there any fans of porter in the room tonight? Do you
I
guys know?
enjoy some porters. It depends on the make and it depends on what they put together.
Yeah, a little chocolate stuff in your beer.
All right.
Looks like it's great.
It's like a dessert beer. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. I'll grab a couple of comments here because we've got one that is a good reference here.
Okay.
So Hockey says, when is Card Ladder going to be renamed to Basketball Card Ladder? They are approaching that. We've criticized them though for that, like in fairness. And like I said, I like those folks. I do. But I did mention to them in the past that I said, be careful, don't lean so hard into basketball that you do not exclude the 3 other sports. Baseball, football, and cricket. Do not mess with the other sports. Just leave them be. You got to have that. But they
how is our audio, Carlos? Just because we're not on, I don't have earbuds in. Are we echoey at all, or
echoey? No. It just cuts in and out a little bit, but that's just the internet and picture in general. So overall, you're not too bad.
I thought it was called Basketball Card Ladder.
But the thing is, they move dangerously close. They move dangerously close to that. Dangerously close to that, and it's not a good move. I understand that's where they're comfortable, but they need to find an analyst who has understanding in those other areas to fill in some of those gaps. They need it. It's if you want to expand over time.
Their next step, really.
Yeah, don't ignore baseball because baseball is still a pretty good sized market, even though it's smaller than it was, and include some football in there. Make sure you do that.
Now, hockey's the redheaded stepchild, so we don't mind.
Yeah, I think though, to be honest with you, jokes aside, I think the amount of hockey cards you need there is actually the smallest of the 4. Because
true, actually, they could do it.
Yeah, specifically, the cards that you would need to track the most would be a smaller quantity compared to those other sports. I think
20 or 30, they'd be good.
Yeah, probably.
I was looking. Actually, it was I don't know what came over me. I was looking at a Brett Hall rookie today. I was looking at top. I mean, you can get a well-centered, sharp-looking Brett Hall rookie for under $20.
Yeah.
If it's ungraded, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you could. They're still reasonable. Now, if you get the graded ones, some of the graded ones have started to set some records in the higher
I
grades.
saw that. Yeah.
But an ungraded one, you could still get a nice looking copy if you just want a copy of the card. For
I
a
think
reasonable
that's
price.
where I'm at with hockey. Like I just kind of want to own the card, you know. I'd like to add a Mike Bossy rookie. Some of the legends now. I know that's probably a whole lot more than $20.
Not too much.
I think an ungraded
Raw.
Bossy, I think you could probably get one. Yeah. I'm pretty confident you could.
Just he doesn't get any love, it seems.
Yeah, because Bossy's in the unfortunate is that he was right before that Edmonton Oilers dynasty. The Islanders had their dynasty, and Long Island doesn't quite like. The problem is Long Island is not relevant today. If they were still good consistently, I mean, like they've had a little mini resurgence, but if they had been good past the 80s, probably Bossy and Trottier and those guys would get a little more love. They probably would.
It's kind of funny. We talk about the memorabilia side or the collectible side, and the Islanders are bottom of the barrel for collectability for some reason. Winnipeg Jets,
because they had an extended run where they were terrible. Pat LaFontaine was supposed to be the chosen one to take them for a while. It never materialized. It didn't happen. And it wasn't Pat LaFontaine's fault. It wasn't that he was a bad player. That wasn't the issue. Wrong time. Bossy's back gave out. Like it was bad timing. It was the worst that could have happened.
Yeah.
Bossy still had gas in the tank. If he could still have been good for another 3 or 4 years with a young Pat LaFontaine, you never know. Probably would have been okay, at least for a little while.
Yeah, Trottier was hanging in there and a few other guys. So
Trottier would go on to win the Stanley Cup with the Penguins. So it's like he was still very useful as a player, even though his best was behind him, but like he was still a good player.
And then you bring up Trottier, the 93 Penguins team is often the one that everybody says, oh, that was the one that was loaded and we didn't win. So
but that's the way sometimes it works. Winning 3 in a row is real hard. Winning 3 in a row is very difficult.
Well, they had the players to do it, just to do it.
That's right. So Paul says he really wants to know what Bob's chair has to say, and that's understandable. We discussed that. That's part of canon.
Yeah, it's is this an R-rated live stream? I might have to wait till the after hours to really let it loose. But
aren't they all after hours?
Things to say.
Almost every live stream ends up after hours. So quickly, I'll capture a couple of comments here, and then we'll capture some other comments as well. So Amish Dave Archer says, someone told you, Robert, to record the pack openings. Agreed.
I know, Dave. I'll write you a formal apology. I promise.
it was in the text messages.
Yeah. Vinny says the Mothman of WV returned after 3 weeks, allegedly. True. Let's see here. $9 last year is the probably. Okay, I'm not sure about that one. I think he's probably talking about the Bossy card.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, now I'm with you. Now I got you. Hockey says the greatest goal scorer of all time. Bossy has a strong case because he was a pure goal scorer. He was a pure goal scorer who could get it done.
I'm
All right,
just
Dave, nod your head.
I'm looking up the price I did for Bossy. How about I do that? I'll give you a freebie.
Go for it. Mr. Dave Archer, man of the hoodie. What's going on?
Not much. How about you guys?
Now, Dave, very important. Before we get started, could you give us the barometric pressure and the meteorological report?
That's fun.
The barometric pressure is dropping as a warm front moves through. It's at about 990 millibars.
Fabulous. This is exactly what I was hoping for from you. It really was.
Millibars. That's a new measurement. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's just with Dave's weather coverage, I wanted to make sure we got that in. You know, it's just as another element, another reason why the Friday show is different. You do not get the barometric pressure on the Sunday show, so I'm afraid I can't do it. You know, we can't do it on both.
No.
Hey Dave, Bossy, $150
For
a raw
what grade is
pop?
that? For what grade is that?
near mint. Yeah.
So an 8 is that, or just raw? Near
Yeah,
raw?
that would be raw. Yeah, because
Okay.
you get into graded, it just takes off from there. It's just
I wish
whatever.
I had
What is it?
But that's just the high end of the book price. See, when I do the book price, that's basically the max you would pay. It's not the set price. It's basically you can pay up to probably about that. Some people pay a little more, but most people a little less. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just including Vinny's comment because he's making the justification for the 93 Penguins team. I'm going to leave that alone. I'll leave it here for just a moment. I'll leave it be, and then we'll move on. I would say if you like Eloy Jimenez as a player and injuries, and as good a time as any to get in, because usually there'll be now, by the way, remember in this market, and this is almost a topic for another day that warrants its own video, but just so we understand each other, when it comes to today's market, we'll call it, the problem is every time you think you've got something that logically makes sense, the problem is there's a bunch of other people who are going to talk themselves into this, or then wait for somebody to tell them that and then rush in and do that. Because they're like, okay, so-and-so got injured, buy all their stuff. And then it goes up. It's like, but I thought there was going to be dip. Well, there would have been, except you're all trying to find that. You're all staring at the dip. You're all looking for it. So at the moment something happens, you basically run like chicken with your head cut off in that direction. So then, of course, it's not going to work for that long. Basically, if you buy the first couple, you probably got in. And then after that, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's not a shocker.
I know those rock and roll cards went through the roof.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Yeah. Dave, you've got a bunch of the different hoodies, though. You're not particular about
Ottawa, the capital of Canada.
I think though, Dave has quite a collection of NHL paraphernalia that he'll wear throughout the streams and things. Is there any teams that you won't rock a hoodie or a hat or anything else for, Dave? Any that are excluded from the rotation?
Chicago, Rangers, I wouldn't.
No Blackhawks.
No, it's Minnesota and Chicago are friendly rivals and pretty much any sport.
He has no time for Chicago and New York. Okay, gotcha. These are other ones from 1990s.
How many of the team watches do you have, Bobby, out of the set?
I had a few more. New Jersey. I think I have another one here. Oh, Philly. But remember, this watch is different than the other watches.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so they're kind of neat. I like anything in the original package. They're actually really kind of nice. Cool.
All right, sounds good. Bobby's always good with the NHL swag.
Yeah. But blip, blip, blip.
Nice. So Sanderson Door says an argument could be made for Bossy. Agreed. Bossy year is off center. Yes. I think 78, 79. I think there is a little bit of some centering issues with that issue. I think so. I agree with that. Been a while since I looked at a stack of them, but I do find the centering is kind of bad on some of those 70s cards. Yeah, wouldn't wear Blackhawks in 2021. That's fair. I get it. There we go. Caught up to the comments. We're good. So otherwise, Dave, how are things treating you? Good?
Good. I'm supposed to get some more snow tonight and a little ice, and
yes, you did. You did mention that in your previous utterance of meteorological report on the aforementioned text thread.
I'm looking forward to that in the morning and seeing how many times I can slip. Hopefully not fall, but
why don't you just go outside with ice skates and save the time? Cut out the middleman.
There's been a couple times I probably could have just coasted right down the road, but then when you hit that dry spot and do a little face plant, it might improve the face. This is up for debate, but
I was going to say, like, it's almost like you're in a no-lose situation there, Dave.
This is true. This is true.
It's going to work out for you. I like it.
I have a question.
Bob has a question.
Stop and listen to me. No. The last
if it had been Chair, I would have listened.
No, that was Chair talking. He,
You're translating for Chair now.
Yeah.
Careful. Phrase it correctly, because if it's terrible grammatically, I'm going to assume it's you.
So it was actually on the Insert Revolution podcast.
Dang.
Tuesday night at 8:05.
The Instant Revolution.
Dang. He messed up the plug. Dude, this is what we have to do. This is what we have to deal with. Do you think it's possible that if you dropped him on his head again, it could fix it? Is that what?
Yeah,
do you
the
think we could
handle.
put it back?
The girl with the cross-eye.
This might be a tactic. We could always try that. All right, what's your question, Bob?
So Benny was like, when we were asking about certain cards or just talking about the market, seemed like he was able to go somewhere and just kind of like see one cards is that I don't think it was a market movers or a card ladder thing. I thought it was like a PSA thing.
No, it's card ladder. Pretty sure it was card ladder.
I don't know what he used, but I'm just, that was so quick. I'm like, there's no way he's like going directly to completed listing using filters to get like, you know, highs and lows of one card.
Sorry, which one were you? I heard part of it. Which one were you talking about? Sorry, which specifically?
Oh, we were looking. He was using it for a bunch of different cards that we would look up, just kind of get an idea of what the market was, how it's high. He knew its highs and its lows almost like that.
So Vinny here confirms. Vinny here confirms it was card ladder. He uses a couple different things, but card ladder was the one specifically he was using for that. And I use that sometimes as well when I'm trying to get like pop counts and stuff quickly, because the PSA site works. But if it happens to be on card ladder, or if it's one of the other sports, a little trickier. But for basketball, it obviously we're pretty good usually. But if they do include the pop report on it, it's usually pretty accurate. It's usually spot on to the current. It's just another resource if you happen to have it available to you.
Yeah. Seems like it would be a helpful thing if you were kind of like figuring when to buy, you know, or when to sell, who knows. But
yeah.
But I know you guys were just talking about when you're approaching the dip, everybody knows it's coming, so everybody's gonna be bummed. I don't know.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I made reference to the idea, and this is a general theory, and this is kind of something I played out. I think I've discussed it with Steve and Bobby before, and I may have mentioned it with you, Dave, as well. And this is where I compare the card market to the stock market in the sense that today we've got technical analysis, the stock market. We've got all that already. We had it for years. Bloomberg terminals, all that have been there for years. And we've done all this, and they've gone through all these lengths to get faster data, quicker data, more analytics, more charts, all this thing. But what happens is it creates this security, this false sense of security, where everybody thinks they got it down to a science. They believe I see the patterns. That's what it is. Like, I see the patterns. And the more confidence you have in that, the more it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because other people are staring at the same data and seeing the same patterns. So you created your own scenario, because if you're, and here's another reference for you. You created your own prisoner's dilemma. If you all act in the exact same way, you create the scenario that you're trying to either avoid or trying to get to. And the way it works is that sometimes being the contrarian is to your advantage, because you can actually stay away from a potential situation. But if you all act on the same data and come to the same conclusion and make the same move, why didn't it work? Because so did the other guy. Everybody who had access to the same data, you all made the same move at the same time. The card went up like this, and all of a sudden there was no room. Y'all bought at the high. The person who sat back and did nothing actually came out ahead, because they're like, I'm not going to do a damn thing. I'm watching you guys. You're all looking at the same screen, getting the same result from the same chart. There's no magic. So sometimes
I thought the magic was to zag when everybody's zigging.
Yeah.
I keep hearing that too.
But when you look at the same piece of information and you decide to zag, half the people are zagging based on the same information, and they're zagging in the same direction. So you end up with the same problem.
Gary V says zag, and everybody says zag. It's funny.
Yeah. But even if your plan is to be like, do what the opposite Gary V is, there's a big chunk of people who are doing that too. So it's like,
yeah,
you know what? You're going to have to, this is probably the situation where being Bob is helpful, because he zigzagging. He's somewhere in South Dakota. And it's like, Bob, we're in Denmark. He's like, that's like South Dakota. No, it's literally in a different country. This might
Denmark,
be the time. Yeah, exactly. So this might be the time where it works in his favor to be like, you know what? Be in a different country. It might be the right time to be there at this time.
I've benefited from my accidental stupidity many times.
I love that you stuttered on stupidity.
Yeah, that was the best.
It's good on levels. It's on levels of good. I like it.
Yes, thank you very much for the entertainment. That was great.
What was the? It was a Guy Ritchie film. The quote: "Never underestimate the predictability of stupidity." I kind of like that.
There are a bunch of good Guy Ritchie films. I'd have to think about that one. There are a bunch of them where I could imagine that quote being in right now.
It's Bullet Tooth Tony and from Snatch.
Was it Snatch?
Yeah. When they come to try to rob him with the fake gun.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Is that Train Spotting? No. Just trying to think now.
Train Spotting is Danny Boyle.
Yeah, no, you're right. was trying to think like,
Movie guy.
yeah, I have to think about it. See what happens when I stop talking? It's like, there's 2 podcast hosts on here. Actually, you know what? Now's the time. Could one of you do the correct plug where you say the name of the podcast correctly? Either one of you. Dave or Steve, please continue.
We'll let Dave do it, but if you minimize the comment, it'll actually appear underneath my name.
Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
So, every Tuesday night, 7:05 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it's 8:30 in Newfoundland, the Instant Revolution podcast is on. We talk about things. We talk about stuff, chicken sandwiches, analytic tools, weather or not. So,
Wow.
Investment opportunities.
invest.
Some
Crypto.
hashtag invest. Yep.
Hashtag invest.
Wayward, Texas.
Very.
Wayward Tex. I forgot. He's in Texas.
Yeah. I think I got.
No, I'm in Texas.
I know. That's what I said.
Is it Lock, Stock, and Two
great
Smoking
movie,
Barrels?
Paul. Oh, is that the movie it is?
That's
Oh.
that's what Paul's throwing out there. I think
Okay.
Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. It
Yeah, that was kind of a silly movie too. That was good though.
was a good movie. I enjoyed it.
Lock, Stock, oh yeah.
Nice.
So, do you guys call it KD in the U.S. or just call it craft dinner?
Craft.
It's macaroni.
Yeah,
Oh.
macaroni too.
Really? Okay. So we got the tagline up here, Carlos. It's KD.
Yeah. That was part of the market tag. Now was that
In
91,
America,
92 or
KD is
90,
Kevin
91?
Durant.
I was going to say that's Kevin Durant here in the States.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's another problem. So it would get mixed up.
So is that one 91, 92 or 90, 91, Bobby?
You're gonna make me get my glasses on because they did so many. Well, it's 75th anniversary, so
Just look at the year on the back. The last year of stats.
I am. Yes,
Well, faster, Bobby.
it'd be 91 too.
A 91 too. I thought so. Yeah,
Well, it's
that's
the 75th anniversary, right?
yeah, that's the Medano's second year, because I remember the card from that one. I thought
Matt
so.
Sundin and look
It
at
would have
those
been interesting.
players.
To be honest with you, I kind of wish that they had done that in the rookie year. It would have been kind of cool to have it as the
Again.
rookie year card. It would have been kind of cool.
Muller and Al McInnes, like they had some great stars. It was just phenomenal. Pat Falloon. Oh my God, I almost forgot that name.
Yes.
You ever remember Pat Falloon, guys? And good old Bobby Bond. With the broken ankle, he scores a goal. It was actually a broken toe. Everybody's the glory stories. You know, the Bobby Orr flying goal where he got tripped after he scored it.
Listen, it has to get better as time goes on, Bobby. That's the way it works. It was broken toe, then it became ankle, leg, amputated. He was paralyzed from the neck down. Like it goes. He actually
willed it in the net.
Yeah, he was lit on fire and he actually died the night before. Forget about the flu game. He actually died.
You can go turn it down.
I'm gonna help Steve out.
Mute him.
Yeah, I'll help him out.
What's that card worth that he pulled?
The Zion?
Bob, yeah.
Not sure. But the
So,
thing, I know the downtowns are really popular. Like really popular.
Yeah, like between 2 and 3, there were some like 205 sales, but I saw a couple like 295s over the last month. So
Is this for graded or ungraded?
raw, yep,
Two-
raw. And the
2,000
10,
or
there was a
200?
sale for 1,200.
No, but the thing is, if it's 300 ungraded though, Bobby, graded it would be really high.
Oh, 2 and 3. I didn't know 2,000 or 200.
Exactly.
Another
Exactly.
Sasha moment.
You're good, Steve. I've unmuted you. We could just hear a lot of the background. So
a tiny little scratch on it, so it's
no worries.
not a 10, but we still like cards that aren't perfect.
$50.
Yeah.
So since Bobby loves food issues, not as good as what he shares because this is baseball, but so Coca-Cola.
Deck of cards.
No, it's actually
Collector series.
it is all Nolan Ryan from various
It's a box
years.
set, right?
Yep.
Like a career
So
retrospective.
that's what they look like.
Oh, that's neat.
Kind of like a take on the actual Pacific Nolan Ryan set
Oh yes.
that they
that's
did.
right. That's right. Yeah.
And then I've got Jimmy Dean.
Jimmy Dean sausage. Yeah.
Yep. So Ryan on the front, Canseco on the back.
Okay.
And then
Conseco was huge in those days too. In the early
Yes, he
90s,
was.
Conseco was huge.
and then Whataburger, for anybody who lives in the South knows Whataburger.
Never heard of it. Oh, those are neat.
Yeah, it's a complete run of Nolan Ryan. So there's 12 of them.
What year would that have been?
Oh, geez.
It's gotta be
80 something.
See, that's what everybody asks. Are you going to do baseball or football next? I went, are you insane?
There's just I remember the old SCD catalog. Baseball would be agonizing.
Oh,
It would be
And
miserable.
not
There's
even
just
the
so much
regional.
stuff.
Not
There's so
even
much stuff. Yeah.
so much stuff they missed.
And I'll be right back.
There, I know that one.
Go for it. No worries.
I actually I have something else too, but I have to go grab it real quick because it's
Sure.
not
Go.
in here.
Show and
Yeah,
tell.
no worries. Go for it. So Dave's got it. Here you go, Dave. I got you.
What's it taste like?
I don't know.
Okay, so there's a couple there. Okay, cool.
See, I really like chocolate bars when they did them of players. They did Muhammad Ali, Babe Ruth. There's quite a few baseball players they did too.
I like that they included some milestones on the back of the bar, though. That was kind of nice. They included a couple of career milestones with some dates on there, which is a nice touch. It's a little extra. Put a little extra effort
I
into
don't
that.
know if you'll be able to see, but it is.
I saw a little bit because it sharpens up temporarily for a little bit here and there. It just depends.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, first major league hit, first home run, first stolen base. Yeah.
But the brand is Pacific Trading Cards.
Oh, is it Pacific? Oh, gotcha.
So
Bobby Hall had a chocolate bar in 1969. One was called the Golden Jet. The other one was through Beatrice Foods. Golden Jet and the Bobby Hall Nut Bar. Just hard to find some of those wrappers. They did those Snickers where they had, that was 90s something. So I always liked the chocolate issue. I think they were venturing off, and it was nice that they considered hockey.
Nice. So I'll quickly grab a couple of the comments. I put them on here just a minute ago, but Paul had the hashtag invest. You got to have that. And then Victor chimes in. Good evening, Victor. Lots of rookie card talk going on here. Yes, of course, Victor.
Yes. We're
If you
talking
if you
behind his
reference
back.
it. So here's the thing. So Chad goes, did Eric Lindros live into the hype he had in the 90s? I don't think anyone could have lived. Wayne Gretzky didn't live into the hype that Eric Lindros had in the 90s. Now, mind you, for a stretch of time, it looked like he almost could have. There was a moment there where like he showed so many things. So there's Jimmy Dean. We got a frame thing here, Steve. I can unmute you.
Oh, that's the uncut sheet of those.
Oh, that's cool. Nice.
That's a nice piece to hang up.
Yeah, so you're muted, Steve. I can't unmute you. There you go.
No, I was going to. I was letting Bobby chat though too.
No worries.
No, yeah, I sent in for it, and then my grandfather actually made the frame.
Nice.
Did anybody send in for anything?
I did.
Did you cut the back of the comic to get the sea monkeys, or?
No, I didn't do comics. I have a few, but I didn't do comics.
I always wanted to get the sea monkeys, but I didn't want to ruin the comic, so you got beat.
My younger brother did the comics, but by the time, I don't know, were they still doing the Sea Monkeys into like the mid 90s?
They still do them today, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
From the 60s, 50s on, it was just unbelievable.
So you're saying maybe they're doing them to this day. It's like, look, put in the QR code and you get the friggin' Sea Monkeys. Yes.
Dry sea monkeys, water, pour them in.
Send some Dogecoin and you can have some Sea Monkeys. Awesome.
There you go.
Deal.
Some things never stop.
Yeah. So here, Paul just chimes in and says, "Yep, he got his bell rung a couple times, made it to Cup Finals." Here's the thing: I do think Lindros, I think he lived up to it for a while. There was a stretch there where he did, and then they got to the Cup Finals and did all that, which is great. But the problem is, he started to get concussion problems, and it hindered him. But the thing is, he was the combination of speed, power, and he could score.
Mhm.
So it's like that's what you wanted. He was a power forward. So, like, for while he was able to play at his peak, yes. But then as soon as he got hurt, nope. He was done after that. He played a couple more years, but it wasn't the same. He wasn't the same Lindros after that. Stevens finally finished him off, and then that was done. But Stevens finished off a lot of players. Like, Stevens basically ended Paul Correa's career, even though nobody knew it. And Paul Correa was a great young star and could have been one of those guys. And even as it was, he was a great player. And for a stretch of time, he really was.
So I got a question here for people.
Go ahead.
Was there any of these single gums ever put in Topps packs? These are from 86 Topps
The Bazooka
Hockey.
Joe? The Bazooka Joe?
It was the only time they ever put stick gum. Yeah, I have them
Okay.
all here. These are from 86, the only year they ever did stick gum in there. Any baseball, football guys? No. I just wondered why they did it this one year. Funny, the rappers say 1984 circa or copyright. So that's one of the weird things Topps did. Also in '84, they did the cello pack, which is
So what packs were these?
86, 87 Topps hockey.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe
So
it was an experiment.
that's your gum.
Yeah, maybe it was an experiment just to try it out because it would have been better to have the gum in that than to have it like floating, free floating with the
Well,
powdered
they did it
sugar
all
thing.
the years prior and afterwards. It's
But I'm
cornstarch.
saying maybe they tried it, but it also would have increased the price, right? And maybe they sat back and go like, "Do we care enough?"
It's hockey. Just give them that leftover. This 84 is the date on here. So
But the thing is, with hockey, they had the 1 year. I want to say 84, 85.
84 was the
Topps.
cellos.
Yes,
They
that's
just
what- that's
came
what I was-
back. They just
Yeah.
came back up 2 year hiatus.
Yeah, so they
From
played
card.
around with that idea and they did that in the
For
hockey
1 year.
product. Yeah, that's what I mean though. Like they tried it out for a year.
Not for baseball, not for football, not for basketball.
No,
Basketball,
not-
there's no basketball.
not the single stuff like that, Bobby. But I will say in 03-04 Bazooka basketball, they did put gum in those packs, and they were about yay big, and they were individually wrapped in cellophane or plastic. But I know that they did that.
Well, they did it with hockey too.
Heritage had it.
Heritage. I bought that with my son, and we were in the gum. It was great.
Which was a good idea. Like that gum was actually decent.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yes.
like do the throwback, but do it with decent gum that we can actually chew.
I
Heaven
like the
forbid.
gum.
hmm
But
When I
that's
was-
my point. I'm like, thank you.
I like the gum back in the 70s.
So did Carlos Senior. Like he tried it long after he shouldn't have. He's just like, yeah, whatever.
And we both like cake today. Go figure.
Look at that. Look at that. So I'll quickly grab this one, Mr. LAG adds here's Top Series 2.
Lagging.
Sorry, Upper Deck Series 2. I'll tell you, I've been watching some box breaks on this. It seems to be less prevalent, but that isn't to say it isn't happening. So I could totally see that. I could imagine that being the case, but it feels like it is less prevalent from the box breaks I've seen. It was a bigger problem before in Series 1. So I don't know. Maybe you got unlucky with a box. But I suppose if Series 1 is any indicator, you could probably get Upper Deck to replace it if you reach out to them. Because they basically have put themselves on the hook to have to, because one thing that they've said recently that I think was a smart thing for them to say, although it's understandable, they don't really make the cards. They design the cards, they do a lot related to the cards, but there's a printer. And if the printer messes something up, well, then they're on the hook for it. But I would reach out to them and just let them know, because Series 1 obviously had that problem. So people, Upper Deck committed to, if you reach out, we'll make it good in some way. So there you go.
Interesting.
Paul wants to hear from Bob Shelving. Understandable. I don't know if it'll reach the lofty heights of chair, but Bob Shelving might have a thing or two to say. Brett Lindros is also pretty good. It's had the same concussion issues. Yeah, for some reason it ran in that family. It was weird. And you looked at the two guys, they go, on paper, you both look like you could be dominant hockey players. But it's like, just never worked. Maybe.
I think Lindros was a hard person to deal with, is my understanding.
Well, that didn't help. I think if they had been more likable, people would have been more sympathetic, because they are unfortunate. They're kind of like so much talent on paper that they could have been great, and it just never happened.
Yeah. He was like a pre-Lemieux. Tall, big guy. Dude, handled very well. Did everything well, but just, I don't know. It's one of those guys that had it all and just didn't go to any use.
Yeah.
Now his rookie card's worth $3 if you're lucky.
Oh, I bet I don't know if I haven't looked. I haven't looked, Dave, but I assume there's been a resurgence with everything else in that like 1990 score period. I wonder what the PSA 10 would be, because it's about infamy there. It's about infamy to a certain point, right?
True.
Even players who didn't have like the long career, now different category, because frankly I think of it more fondly. But like the Bo Jackson 91 scorecard, of which there are approximately 12 trillion. But if you get a high graded copy, it sells for a couple bucks. It's a cool card, but I don't know if I'd pay big bucks for it.
I remember the 91, 92 Pinnacle and then the French Pinnacle of Lindros being a big card. And I remember we were in Superior, Wisconsin at the time. A guy had gotten, I think, 2 or 3 cases. He was opening, and like every one had like the Upper Deck Series 1 problem. It was like a rounded corner.
Mm-hmm.
on a bunch of these cards. So I'd imagine that pop report in the 10's got to be fairly low.
I'd
I
agree with
don't know
that.
if they go for now, but I mean, I remember then it was $15-20 if you could find it in the Beckett. But I mean, secondary market, you're probably talking 40-50 just because the hype train was a bullet train.
Yeah, and I think that's where we are right now when it comes to a lot of that stuff is that hype drives a lot of these things, and unfortunately, it's problematic because it's like you sit there and like we've referenced it before. It's like the problem is when the hype takes over too much, you lose out on the opportunity for somebody to surprise you. You basically go in starting off at an inflated rate, where if it doesn't work out, you immediately get the drop. But then you don't have too much opportunity for surprise. Because the whole zigging when everybody's zagging, a lot of people are running to like, okay, I've never heard of this guy. Buy 50 of his rookie card. And it's like, well, you're bumping up the price and maybe he does something, maybe he doesn't. But you're not going to get anybody by surprise now because the price got bumped up. There was no way it could have happened. Like there were so many accidents that happened because nobody was even looking at them. The card just sat under the radar and it was just sitting there for months or years. And then one day it's like, oh, it turns out they're pretty good. And you had a lot of guys. We use hockey just because it's a simple example, but like nobody wanted Martin St. Louis when he showed up. I promise you that rookie card was with pennies. But then he became a player, Tampa Bay rose up and he showed some flashes there. And there was probably a cup of coffee there where his cards were pretty good.
Well, he came in as a good rookie coming up.
Yeah, but he was undersized. At the time that mattered. And then later on, obviously, once he showed that he could still play at that level and the game adapted to what he could, all of a sudden this small, speedy guy got a chance to score and he put up points and did all that. And then all of a sudden, oh, now we're interested. I promise you could have gotten that Martin St. Louis card for pennies.
Yeah, I remember that.
But it allowed for happy accidents like that to happen. If you were somebody who had a couple for pennies, and then when his card became a little bigger, you could have made a couple bucks on that just because you happened to be lucky. Maybe you had a couple of sets sitting around. Today, though, the price is so high, it's like, well, they better be good. That's basically what happens with like Dave's new PC. He's going to be selling everything and buying Kirill all the time.
Ooh.
Ditching the Damba and going full Kirill. I like it, Dave.
It seems like, and I've seen a ton of breaks, but what I've seen in like the hockey groups on Facebook, there was no SP connotation to the Kirill. It seems like there's a lot of them being pulled, and the canvas. I haven't seen anything. I think I might have seen just the one exclusives, no high gloss, and maybe one of the clears or the acetates, but there seems to be no shortage there, and I'm sure if you check on eBay, that's probably the numbers are going to tell that story as well.
Well, the thing with Dave is like we've talked about it before, and I know Matt loves Young Guns, but they're 1 in 4 packs based on the print run. It's the limitation is 1 in 4 packs. Now there's also 50 Young Guns. So with perfect correlation, a full set of Young Guns should run you 200 packs, right? Which is tough, right? To get a full run, that is difficult. To get a specific Young Gun is 1 in 200 packs. Like that's difficult. But now imagine you run a gigantic print run. How many are you going to have? A lot. It's not limited. And I promise you the production numbers are higher today than they were a couple of years ago. Guaranteed. But they're still keeping to the 1 per 4 packs. So they're keeping to that. They are adhering to it, but then just make more and still make it 1 per 4 packs. We don't know what the limit is. That's why, in the thread, we talked about it, and I'll show the card I won on eBay. I'll show it off here in a second. But the rationale behind it wasn't the grade, because I could have gotten a higher grade. I would have paid more for it too. But the rationale behind it was that it is at least a numbered card. There is some kind of a cap on the production run. And if the prices keep going up, well, then that's going to be a good card down the road. And I'll be happy to have it even at that price point. And then strategically, I got to then figure out what the next move is, because I'm going to keep a couple of those cards. I'm not going to keep all of them, because if the prices do go crazy, I'll move a bunch of them and I'll hang on to some of my favorites. I'll still have a nice collection of ones. I'm not super collecting Soto. I love having cards of Soto. I'm not super collecting Soto, The cards that I'm keeping, though, are the ones in the Z Folio. They're fun cards that I enjoy that I picked up for a couple of bucks. And I'll keep a couple over his rookies. But the other ones will go. Just a matter of when and a matter of which ones. But that's a strategy everybody has to kind of figure out and employ. If you're super collecting, though, God help you. If you're super collecting, I can't help you. I don't know what to tell you. Inherent wealth. Win the Powerball. Let Bob accidentally luck into some Zions or something. I don't know.
Kidneys, allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. That's an option too. That's an option. The problem is Bob will take it literally and harvest his own kidneys. He's like, no, it's not supposed to be yours. It's supposed to be someone else's, allegedly.
We're attempting to put an insert set together of the out of 50, the this year's tops. They had the reprint of like the 52 tops.
Again? They did a 52 tops reprint again?
Yeah, it's like a 50 card set. We're missing
Tops.
3 right now. But.
Tops, I love the 52 set as much as anyone, but you can't keep going to that well every single time.
Right.
Oh, but they make refractor versions of them now. You know?
Like a bunch of other times too. Yes, I know.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
Let me know which ones you're missing. I may be able to fill them. I don't have a ton, but I may be able to help you.
Thank you, sir.
Let me know.
Hey, and I got yours. Well, I'll tell you later.
We can let you
That's
know.
it. I
that a
can't find
Chroma?
them Jason Williams that I set aside. What number is that?
8, 32, and 40.
8, 32, and 40 are the ones that were missing. But I've got to do it.
But you're just doing the base, right?
Yeah.
8, 32, and 40.
Wait. So scratch 32. That's Tatis. Number 8, 40. Oh, there's number 8, Buster Posey.
Oh, looks like he's gonna finish the set.
Number 40. That's
Number
it.
40 is it. I don't think I have it. I've gone through this stack like 6 times now. Anyway.
Who is 40? Do you know?
I have to consult
Yeah, I
the
almost saw
internet.
him. I thought I saw him.
I believe that would be Clayton Kershaw, because there's number 40 right there.
Oh, dear.
All right then.
Look at these guys preparing their trade.
I know. This is riveting live streaming right here, for sure.
No, don't worry, Bob. Keep going. You're doing great.
And what's sad, Bob, is that was the first card I came across.
Nice. Wow.
All right, let me quickly grab a couple of these comments. Think it with your inner voice, Bob. Think with your inner voice for a second. All right, so Paul just says here, because he was talking about Quinton Byfield. I've got no opinion on Quinton Byfield. Quick question, Dave. You watch a lot more hockey than I do. To be honest with you at this stage, you got any thoughts on Quinton Byfield at all?
I think Upper Deck hopes that he comes up this year so he can be the face of the product Series 1 next year. I don't know if that's going to happen, though.
Sure. I'm with you.
Kings, I think they're in a pretty muddy spot. I don't think they're going to be doing much of anything. So would it be nice to get him up, get a little game action? Probably, but I don't know if that's going to transpire this year.
Mm-hmm. No, that's
there you go, Bob.
You both got the Clayton Kershaw, eh? Nice. So is there multiple versions? I guess the finest and the regular. Is that what the deal is?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a chrome version and then a refractor.
Makes sense. Is the chrome version numbered because they do that usually on the back, or no? No numbering on that one?
No.
I'm surprised they didn't go that route. Okay, fair enough.
And then they have
They probably have the parallel.
They have like a glossy too.
Oh, really? Okay. For the
Yep.
70th anniversary, I guess that makes sense. They really are going to milk the 52 like crazy for the 70th anniversary, I see. You guys know that the first year was 51. I know they're ugly and no one wants to look at them, but that was the first year, not the 52. Just so we're clear.
But yeah, I even think the refractors aren't numbered, are they? Bob, you would probably know.
Historically. They are
Yeah,
historically.
no, they're not as far
this
of
year?
all the stuff
Okay.
we've opened. It's only there's every chrome has the refractor finish on it, and none of them are numbered. So.
Okay.
No numbering, eh?
The glossy on the back as well, but there's no.
Okay.
For the record, so basically for the record, just so we're clear, so for the 70th anniversary, Topps brought out the 52 Topps cards for approximately the 87 billionth time, and they don't number it this time, so it's actually lamer than the previous attempts because they have numbered it in the past, so it's actually worse. Like on Topps Heritage, the Chrome versions are numbered.
Their goal is to get as far away from like the what the 52 really is, to just like make it as junky as possible. I think, you know.
Look, if you're gonna do it for the 70th anniversary, you know what I would have done, honestly? If you're gonna bother to do that, why don't you do like an atomic refractor version or something?
Something.
Do something cool. Do something that actually hasn't already been done 15 times by
Maybe
you
some
guys.
parallels or something. Yeah.
Something. I don't know.
That would require some thought.
Yes, but I'm saying like try something a little different. I don't know. Anything.
They should have for the 70th anniversary. They should have done a 33 Gaudi.
Great. That'll teach them.
Yeah.
That'll teach them. All right, so quickly I'll show this card. So this one is the one that I was chatting about earlier. So there we go. So there's a Soto, Topps Gold. Pick that one up. In a gloriously high-end PSA 7. Pop 6, guys. Pop 6. Come on. You have to be unmuted, Bob, or you and the dude are conferring.
I was just showing him the
Okay.
top school. We have we got the rainbow. It's at PSA right now. So I know you have the rainbow as well.
Yeah, I got the rainbow. It's within arm's reach, just over here on the table.
Yeah, they're shiny.
They are. And then there it is. So these are numbered to 2018. Obviously, every year it goes up by a number. So the current ones are 2021. But what I like is that at least it's numbered. At least there's some kind of a limitation. There's some kind of a cap on. Unlike the Young Guns we were talking about, we know there's 2018. So even if they're all graded, there's 2018 of them. The base version of the Soto is up over like 15 or 16,000 PSA 10s. So it's like the number's so high. I love the card, but the number is so high on that pop already. And there's millions of cards sitting at PSA. How many more of these things are sitting over there? They're just going to add to that pop and make it higher. 20,000, 25. How much higher can it go? Infinitely, technically. But that's kind of my big problem with a lot of those, is that even for a high grade, quote unquote, it's a modern card. It's not hard to get in a high grade. Not really.
Carlos, do you think that'll be I had this conversation with a friend last night, it's not an original thought, but do you think that'll be the difference maker after these 10,000 or 10 million slabs are about, in the market? Like something with a number on it is going to carry some extra weight, I think.
I think for some collectors it will, just because, and the way I've said it is like this. You're going to there's folks that are buying stuff in the hobby now, right? But then there's if you're asking the real collectors, quote unquote, that's why I've made the joke about the Gretzky rookie in the past. The big time high-end collector already has one. So they don't care. The Gretzky could sell for $50 million. They already have theirs. They don't care. They're not interested in that. They're interested in maybe a rare refractor Gretzky that's actually difficult to find, or something that is low numbered, maybe a 90s insert or something cool for Gretzky that they need in their collection that not everybody and their brother has. Yeah. The Gretzky rookie, while it's not super common to that degree, for the longest time it was available. You could always get a Gretzky rookie if you were willing to pay the freight for years. And you could still do it right now if you want to pay the freight, because there's plenty of them out there. They're not short printed. That's what I mean. And that's an iconic card, full granted, but it's not short printed.
No, far from it.
So even if you're talking about a collector, so even if you talk like Soto or whatever, again, if Soto becomes that player, then great. If he doesn't, then whatever. But if he does, those guys, for the rookie, or what do you got? Oh, you got the PSA 10 Soto base card? Yeah, so does everybody else. You got stacks of them. The gold is 2018. That's it. Even if they're all graded, it's 2018. It's the maximum. That's the cap. And then there's some variants that are lower that they're going to want to go after, that are going to be printed in even lesser quantities. And those ones are going to be far more interesting to them because there's less out there. So the ones that want them are going to have to really pay the price. Go ahead, buddy.
Carlos, can you look up something on eBay?
I can
try. You just put in surprise bag hockey packs.
Literally surprise bag hockey packs.
Yeah. I haven't seen this before, so I'm just wondering if it's one of those, the ones you find at Walmart kind of thing. I don't know if this is new or old, but it looks a little older.
Okay. Well, they used to do those repacks, stuff like that.
Well, that's what they say. There's original. I haven't seen this before.
Is this .ca or .com I'm looking?
It should be com should be fine.
Okay, give me the phrasing again.
Just put hockey surprise bag packs.
Okay, packs. Got it.
Fun, theme, sealed, retail, surprise, whatever. Just thought it was interesting. It came up in my search notifications.
So is this $4.99?
Yep.
Okay. I will pull it up here.
But if you look at the back, it's interesting. I haven't seen this before, so I don't know if it's a new product or new old stock.
Okay, so we got this here. Here's the stuff, theme packs. Let's take a look. So here's your surprise pack. Pristine marketing. Looks like it's who made it. Original sealed packs. Okay, so it's a. So
check. So if you can zoom in on the back a bit.
I can try.
I don't know how you do that.
It's not doing it for the image.
Well, go back to the other one and just highlight over it, and then you can read each. Oh, there they are. Okay.
Oh, okay, so they do different themes inside the packs. Gotcha.
Could be old packs, 70s and 80s, rookies.
Yeah, it's one of those repack products. Dave, what was the name of it? Was it like TriStar or something?
Stuff. Yeah, is that sort of like the same era, or is this?
I don't know if it's the same era, but that one feels a little more modern, only because at least it's got a website.
A website, yeah.
I assume Pristine. I don't know if Pristine Marketing is still around, but it does sound like the TriStar packs to me. Sounds like it's just a repack product from similar to TriStar.
Mm-hmm. And we're in the hockey card. Boom.
Great. Well, for $5, to be honest, if you're real bored, you need something.
Well, if you want to open something, it's kind of like fun, but
I suppose. Sanderson Doris says Ovi has 2 more goals tonight. Okay, that's good. Hey, I hope he keeps chipping away. That'll at least give us something interesting to talk about. It won't be this year or next year, but in a couple of years, if he keeps scoring, you never know. Matt Niskanen, first NHL point. Look at you. Okay, by what randomness, Dave, other than you collect everything, by what randomness did you specifically come across this?
I bought the ticket on eBay because the old magazine vendor distributor at the grocery store played golf, or still does play golf with Niskanen, because he's from Virginia, Minnesota, which is an hour away. So I coached against him when he played for Mountain Iron Buell football. Mm-hmm. And so I followed him ever since then. And again, I said, hey, I got some stuff. It doesn't matter when if you can get it autographed, that's fine. I'm no hurry to get it. So I've got that. I've got a picture of my daughter when she was, God, it must have been like 1. And he just like scribbled on there his autograph. And I think I got one more, like an 8x10, like to her. So I don't know, the randomness most of the time has just no merit. Mm-hmm. This time the randomness sort of has a path that you can actually somewhat traverse.
Well, look, as long as here's the most generic statement, but the most accurate. As long as it makes sense to you, great. Then at least it has a path to get there. There's a reason for it. 4 reasons, but it's as long as you have 4 reasons, that's good enough. That gets the job done. So I'll book Chad's question on here. Why is Stadium Club now inferior to regular Tops? People just decided they liked it less. I like Stadium Club. I think it's fun. But regular Tops is now considered a quote unquote flagship. It was always the flagship brand, but the flagship thing has taken on more importance. Mm-hmm. Because I like Stadium Club. I like the photography. I think they're cool cards. Like, I think it has a lot going for it. It's just not treated by Tops as important. Even though, like, to me, it could be.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they don't treat it important, and perception is reality. If you don't treat it like it's important, I'm not going to treat it like it's important, because after a while you'll be conditioned.
It's got great photography. That's all I ever hear about Stadium Club anymore. Like, it's got great. You can't really get anything good out of it, but it's got great photography.
And the problem is it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if enough people hear it and believe it, then why would you pay a premium for something in Stadium Club? If you did, and you just decided, hey guys, if this autograph in Stadium Club, we paid $5,000 for it. All of a sudden, they're like, "Oh my God, Stadium Club's the best." That's what little it takes, though. That's what little it takes. It would take a couple of big sales, and all of a sudden, yeah, we love Stadium Club. Where were you before? Mm-hmm. You didn't care 5 minutes ago. Now you care. Okay, great, sure. It's like, how did you know it took a full thing? Oh, I saw Bobby hoarding a case of Stadium. Oh my God, the end is nigh. Run away. Run away.
The end is an eye.
Yeah. So Paul says, McDavid Young Gun, 12,112 copies registered between PSA and BGS. Well, thank you for doing the math. So that's a lot of McDavid. And McDavid, obviously, that card hasn't suffered from the high quantity of graded copies. I joked about it before, but I was actually looking at some Patrick Kane Young Guns because I'm thinking like, okay, he's been around already long enough. He will become the leading American goal scorer one day, I believe. And he'll become the leading point getter one day. He'll basically get all of Modano's records for American players, which is cool. I think that's a neat little feature. And at least it has that connection because he's right now the guy who is, prime, and he's still playing extremely well. He's still among the league leaders in points. He's got the 3 Stanley Cups. There's a lot going for him. I feel like the Young Gun, this is not hashtag invest advice, but you could do worse. You could do worse, I think, out of the players and then take somebody who at least has a track record, has some championships, and still has the potential to do more for the next couple of years because he's still playing at high level. Shocking, but true. That's why we don't do hashtag invest advice. We use common sense. Just throwing it out there is a wacky idea. Instead of trying to find the guy who's 20 years away from doing anything, why don't you take the guy who's already most of the way there? Try that. See if that works for you.
Well, that's sort of what's happened with baseball the last 15 years, where you talk about like 2004, 2005, everybody's trying to collect Jeff Neiman, Mitch Einertson, all these top draft picks, spending thousands of dollars on their Bowman Chrome Red refractors, 101s.
Mm-hmm.
How those guys do?
Yeah.
You don't want to say the current market makes sense because the numbers don't, but at least people are hashtag investing in guys that have, or players that have done something, not to the level of like a Hall of Famer, but the current guys are like, okay, Soto, you see the trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
Acuna, you see the trajectory. It's like, okay, let's put a little money in them, but yeah, it's better than Spencer Torkelson, let's drop 25,000 on a super fract. It's like, no, it's not. People are sort of, and again, I don't know complete marketology, but that seems to be where it's trended and sort of spun around where, okay, now that you've made your major league debut, now that you've done something, now the people start going, instead of before where gold refractors to 50 were $400 or $500, again, mid 2000s, which it seems like peanuts now, but back then stuff was going for that price and more. People who are 18, 6'2", 160. I mean, it's like a Snoop Dogg walking down the street. You don't want to put your money into like Snoop Dogg throwing a baseball because he'll dislocate his hip.
The best part is throwing a baseball, it dislocates his hip specifically. Of all the things you could dislocate in the act of throwing a baseball. We got to have a conversation about biology and the way that the bone structure works, Dave.
Well, it's Snoop Dogg, too. He's a lanky dude.
I get it. And maybe he didn't drink his milk. I follow. I understand. I get what you're saying. Too much gin and juice and not enough 2%. Gotcha. I'm with you. So one thing I was going to say as well is that, and also, even the guys who have the 10-year track record, by the way, I can't claim that's a guarantee. Mm-hmm. Because I promise you, if you guys, any of you who know a little baseball, if I stop Don Mattingly at about 8, 9, 10 years, you say lock first ballot Hall of Famer. Because he was tracking beautifully. Mm-hmm. But then injuries took their toll, and all of a sudden, like, it fell off the table. Mm-hmm. And he was playing great up until he's playing for the Yankees. He's playing great. He's winning batting titles or right up there. He can hit for some power. He's got all these things. And again, he's a Yankee, and he has to retire just before the Yankee dynasty starts. Worst timing ever, because I think he retired in 95.
Yeah.
They won their World Series in 96, and they won 3 more within the next 4 years. Now Mattingly's thinking, what did I do? I worked with this team. They were garbage, and I'm here doing my thing, and I'm out, and these guys are now winning championships, and I don't get any of this. Wade Boggs gets to show up. He wasn't here, and he wins a championship with this team. Somewhere off in the distance, Don Mattingly is drinking like a gigantic bottle of Jack Daniels by himself, just being angry about that whole thing. To this day. But that's a guy who actually had a track record of decent length and is still beloved. Like his cards eventually rebounded, like by the Don Mattingly rookies and stuff. Because at least he had that track record, because you can go back and go, well, Don Mattingly was a hell of a player for a long time there. He had a good stretch. But there's a bunch of other guys who had a good track record, a good size run, never materialized. I use my favorite, Albert Bell. What is an Albert Bell? Some of his you can get some of his best stuff cheap. And Albert Bell was a scary power hitter. At his peak, he was frightening. Nobody argued if you took before he had his hip injury. You say, oh, is this guy first ballot? Of course. He's hitting 50 home runs, like 140 RBIs, and he can hit like 325, 330. Of course. Until it wasn't. And that's after 10 years, let alone the guys who are in the minors still. Wander Franco hasn't had a major league at bat. Even these other, like, imagine. They got to get 10 years to even get to the point that these guys who didn't quite get there, but at least got far down the track.
Mm-hmm.
They're still 10 years away from that. That's no guarantee.
I got a PWC update.
Oh my God, a PWC update.
Nobody else is commenting. C57, George Vesna.
Okay.
His PSA 1.5 sold for. Anybody have an idea?
What was the grade again?
1.5.
1.5. So there's a PWC auction on eBay, right?
Yeah. I missed it because I was talking here.
12,000?
No. No, 1.5. It's actually it's not his rookie, so it's the C57, which is the third year, where they had the true real pictures of their faces.
I wanted to guess before I tried to pull it up, so.
Oh, okay.
8,500.
No, not as much as you think. A 3 or 4 goes for
C57. That's ugly. Good God.
Actually, they're gorgeous because of the real picture of them. I
understand. Well,
it's
maybe
ugly
George
looking
Vesna needs
picture.
to be less of an ugly man. But either way, it's an ugly card.
It's very young there. It's an ugly card, though. Yes.
It is an ugly card, yes.
Yeah.
Here. So that's the card. Yeah, I can see that not being this not super track. C57 isn't quite the same as and there's the back.
Yep.
I appreciate that though. Has been with the Canadians for several seasons. I feel like that's a blurb you could have written, Bob, there. He has played the sport for several seasons with team.
He was on a team.
Yes, he was on a team for several seasons even. So
George
1,460 US, 1,460 US. Which doesn't seem terrible. I don't have a reference point of what they've recently been going for. It doesn't seem out of whack to me.
$6,000 for 3 or 4.
Okay.
6 to 10.
So that seems
Somewhere
reasonable.
there.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I don't think that's out of whack.
But it's a hard card to own at 1.5 with all the wear on the front of his face, and tough card to pay $1,500 for.
I have a question. If you guys were looking at vintage stuff, what is I like? So for me, I think like centering would kind of be the most important thing. But like my dad, he's more of like he wants his corners to be more sharp, and really couldn't care about that centering much. So like, do you have a ranking of like, okay, if I'm looking at a 3 or a 4, I know it's going to have rounded corners, but I don't want any like creasing, Where do you guys draw the line?
In fairness, I think your dad is influenced because there are some dull-edged items perhaps in shot. But the point is that that might have an impact on his thought process behind it. And I can't blame him. Quite frankly, he's right. I will say though, when you're talking about in that grade, you are looking for aesthetics, right? Because for some folks,
Sure.
the centering really becomes a problem. Now, there's centering, and then there's like borderline miscut, right? So there's like levels. If it's an issue that really has a big centering problem, then I care a lot more about the center. For me, it's the picture. If the image is clean, rounded edges don't bother me that much. Now, if it's borderline miscut, that might bother me a little bit. But if it's reasonably centered, if the front image isn't disturbed by like creases are not a big deal unless they start breaking the paper and I can see white or whatever and it starts messing it up. And the other key is, where is it in relation to like the face? Because I've seen like low grade Mickey Mantles where like one sold for way more than another in the same grade, but one of them had a crease that went right through his face, and the other one had a crease that was to the side. Well, it was like, okay, so they both had a crease. Yeah, but on the side, it's not on Mickey Mantle himself. So it's a technical grade is correct for both, but one aesthetically looks better than the other. Yeah, but that's huge though. People I've listened to a podcast where somebody was complaining about the Mike Baker thing. You don't have to like it, but the eye appeal thing is real. And if you take two cards of the same grade and one has better eye appeal, it will sell for more.
So the Clemente rookie that I have is a 1 because it has probably about like an eighth of an inch little tear in it. Yeah. You know, and that's a pinhole tear. It's going to get a 1 no matter what. But it has better centering and sharper corners than some 2s and 3s.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where cards are a tough call. You know, if you do have a tear and perfect centering, great corners, you get beat on the grade.
But that is the technical grade, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why we use the words technical grade. We're being very specific. By the rules of the grade, it does have this damage. Therefore, it has to knock it down.
Right.
In the holder, and as it's placed in there, not moving anywhere. I mean, you got to look for the tear. I mean, you really do. So it's I feel like I got to steal because it looks better than some 2s and 3s.
But the thing is, that's the buying opportunity, though. Like if you know what you're looking for. Right. Yeah, because the discerning collector, and we'll use that phrasing, the discerning collector will be like, I want the one that looks good. If I have two of them that are in the same grade right beside each other, I will pay a little extra for the one that looks better. Mm-hmm. And with pre-war, you'd have that all the time. The T3s that I like so much, pinholes. As soon as you get a pinhole, it's a poor card. Oh, but it's well centered. The picture's clean. You know, the edges look great and everything looks good. It's got a pinhole. It's a 1.
These cards.
It's automatically a 1.
Yeah.
So now you're in business, because if you like the way the card looks and they'll give you a discount because it's a 1, take the card. Mm-hmm. Because but the other guy's got a 3. Yeah, but it's scuffed. It's got a dent there. It's got a thing there. Mine looks better, but yours is technically the higher grade. I would still rather have mine.
And it's cheaper too.
Correct. or maybe the back has damage. That's the classic, right? You take like a T206. The front looks great. Maybe there's a little tear on the back, but it's on the back. And it's it's a common back, Sui Capril or something. Okay. So what?
Yeah, paper loss. Paper loss bothers me. I like centering. It's all personal choices.
Yeah.
I like centering. Rounded corners a little bit. They don't bother me so much. But perfect centering is there's that first quick eye appeal. So as soon as you see the card, it'll, attract you. And that's, the corners, it's white border for the most part. It doesn't bother me so much.
Yeah. I think that's where you're going to find, though, that different collectors have preferences for what the deal breaker is on damage, right? There's certain types of damage. Some of them just cannot, as soon as it's off center, it drives them insane. Like they can't take it. They can't handle it. It's no good. And other ones will be a lot more comfortable with it. They'll be like, look, if the rest looks good, I'm happy. So Paul's got here, ditto sharp corners and clean. I like the off-center lends itself to the beauty, so Paul's good with it. Sanderson to Orr says sharp corners, clean card. I can live with off-center, so that's fair. Vintage oddball cards, Rick, so he's here with that one. Always buy the card, not the grade. But that's the definition of that. That's the eye appeal piece. He has a Babe Ruth card that has some paper loss on the back. Front looks great, saved a ton of money. And that's a real good way of doing it. And
did you save money, though, really? Because you bought what the grade was, so do you save money?
I guess it depends, though, because if you bought with the grade, let's say, though, you get the real price of the grade and the eye appeal is big, you go and if you wanted to flip it to somebody else who really likes Babe Ruth cards and likes the eye appeal, they would pay a premium. Like if you actually bought the grade price, like the real grade price at market, but didn't take into account the eye appeal, the dealer for whatever reason didn't penalize you for eye appeal or didn't charge you the extra, you'd actually be coming out ahead.
I get that. I know PWCC says that, this is the top 30% of the best cards. So, this PSA 9 is the top of the 9s. And so it's sort of like that. You do get more money for it on a marketplace. But at a show, it'd be great to pick up a nice card with those, a better, like some 3s are better than others. Because 3 is that dividing line between creases and now creases before 4. So I think you can pick up really good, nice cards with the lesser issues, crease on the side, like you said, opposed to up through his head. You know.
But that's also where having some knowledge of the issue is huge. Because if you know where the damage points tend to be, your eye will go to those spots and you'll be able to like pick it off and go, why is this a 2 or 1? It's got the telltale crease here, or it's got a little damage here. But if it's away from the subject and it looks like a clean card and you can get it for the price, it's like, well, it's a 1. But it's like, it's a 1. If you can get it for the 1 price and you know it's nice, it shows better, then you get a nice piece for your collection. You can be happy with it, and you know what you got, and you got it at the right price.
Yeah, because I owned one of the champs, my favorite card, the Stanley Cup card from the 24 Champs series, but it had 18 creases in it. I think I paid $1,000 for it because it's such a rare card, and I just couldn't keep it. I had to get rid of it. It just bothered me so much with all those creases. So I'd rather pay more to have a better card. 1 or 2 creases, I'm okay with a 3, but this thing was just a 1 all day. So
right.
Personal preference.
In that vein, Dave, how much extra do you pay for the card that doesn't have the refractor line versus the one that does? Because we know that refractor lines drive you to madness. So, you actually had an afro, but then you saw something with a refractor line recently, so you gave yourself a haircut. Just ripped it out. Can't take it.
Yeah, there's
receded.
There's stuff I won't even bid on. I mean, it can go for pennies, and I won't bid on it because it's that refractor line. It just is so irritating to me. Right. And again, I get where other collectors, it's not on the top of their list of hindrances when they're making a purchase, but that and the vintage stuff centering, if it's not centered, I won't even look at it. It can have creases. I've got a Clemente, I think 56 tops. It's got a crease right through his face, but I got it for $20. So when you take into consideration all the variables, and it's like, okay, it's centered, it's got the bad crease through his face, but it's $20. Why not?
For $20, I take that. Yeah, because the 50, I love the 56 tops, so I'm a big fan of the set in general. So that's one of those ones where it's like, no, within reason. I've got ones in the set where the border is completely trimmed off, but the rest of the card looks clean. I will replace it at some point, but I want to have it. I won't get rid of the other card though. I still like it because it's part of the set. The set's complete, so they're all there. But I will probably swap out a couple of cards in there just to get it a little more consistent with the other ones, because you do like as a collector, the other thing you like is consistency, right? Like if you have the set, you'd love it to be like within reason, certain consistency. You don't want it to be like one flaw in one card, a completely different flaw in a different card. They all look way off and out of whack and it looks weird. You do love to have a little bit of uniformity as much as you can establish that, if that makes sense.
Was it Joe that had that hole punch through the Cracker Jack, through the eye or something?
Maybe. I think so. Something like that. I think, though, if you don't care as a collector, like it's a way. My 56 Mantle has a hole in it.
Pinhole?
It literally has. It's a little bigger than a pinhole, but it's still a relatively small hole on it. But the thing is, otherwise, the card is clean for the most part. It's not a perfect card, but it's still a pretty clean copy. But it has a literal hole in it. Like it has an actual hole in it.
Yeah.
And it was way cheaper at that time than it would be today.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And the thing is, otherwise, if I flipped that card and threw it on eBay, I could sell it for 5 or 6 times what I paid for it, easily. Because it's just the way it's like, well, it's still a mantle. It's in one piece, and outside of the hole, it looks pretty good.
Well, I've seen torn mantles go well, so
that's what I mean. Like that's where we're at, though.
Yeah.
Those are the peculiarities of the collector, though.
That's beauties.
Yeah, and that one looks better than my mantle. Than my Aaron. My Aaron actually, the Aaron is one of the ones that has the trimmed edges.
Yeah, I like the backs on those.
So again, I went grade because if you look right above the first A, that little nick in there.
Yep. Now, one other thing, for those less familiar with the issue, the 56s, especially the lower numbers, you've got the gray backs and the white backs. So you got the 2 variants. If you're deranged,
that was the white back for sure.
Yeah, that was the white back. But I'm saying you've got the 2 variants available. Yeah. You got the white backs and the gray backs. If you're deranged and you're out of your damn mind, I don't have that problem. So 58 tops. 58 tops All-Star. Love that.
That's a really good shot.
They're cool cards though. That was the first year they did All-Star cards for tops because they had to use the credibility of Sporting News to make it legit.
Yeah. I always like cards that are either full shots or bust shots. Head shots, It doesn't really give me the sport so much, but with baseball, at least you have a baseball cap on.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yep.
Where hockey, it's just, yeah, see? And the action shot on the side is kind of neat.
Yep.
So
No,
that I don't mind. That's actually
No.
a great card because it's 2 in
if you,
1.
if you ever want to move that one, Dave, I could use another copy.
Yeah.
We can always talk. You can apply it towards your overpriced Dumba. Live the dream, Dave. Live the dream. You just let me know. Second here, I'll just hit the button there.
LMK.
Yeah.
Dave knows what that means. That's OG.
The dude is leaving for the night, so I'm gonna just make sure he gets out all right. I'll exit. Can I come back if you guys are still doing it?
I suspect we're probably all right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good night, gentlemen.
Take it
Good
easy.
job.
Take it easy.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Bob.
Appreciate it.
Don't let him back. Just kidding.
Come on, we only do that to one person. We save it.
Oh, yes.
It's special.
But oh, no.
On a different note, I'm actually going to take off too. I'm
Yeah,
going
no
to
worries, Steve. No worries, Steve. Thanks for hanging
call
out.
tonight. Absolutely. Thanks for letting me pop on. Have a good one, guys.
Problem.
Hey,
Have a good
Steve.
night.
Later, Steve. And in tradition, I will as well because I've got to be up in 5 hours for work.
Well done.
Wow.
Well, have yourself a good evening, Dave. Thanks for popping on.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Take it easy.
See you, Dave.
Perfect.
Now we're back to where we started.
That's right.
Full circle.
I know, right? It's actually working out pretty well. I'm actually pretty happy with it. It's one of those things. I like the epic streams, but I'm actually quite content to adjust it accordingly as we go. And if that's the case, I'm good with it. So I'll quickly grab a couple of these comments and get caught up. So Ty puts in here, his dad had some Cracker Jack cards, so he was talking about that a little bit. 3/4 of a cob is better than no cob. True. Yeah, I'm just looking here. Oh, the side project here. So Paul is doing 81-82 Opecia Oilers team in Mint 9 OC. So he's looking specifically for the
Wow,
OC.
that's a cool way of doing it.
Yeah. It would bring the price down, and if you're getting nice cards though, otherwise outside of the centering, obviously.
Generally, it's the centering nines are tough on centering because
For sure.
it's actually not so bad because it's only one grade down, so the centering can't be too bad.
Mhm.
Then I've seen some 9OCs that were a little too far gone.
Right.
I always thought that it depends on the centering. I guess they drop 2 grades if it's very close to the edge.
Most of the time, it really depends on how far the. So what happens is this: if you remove the designation, it's usually about 2 grades. So a 9OC is about a 7.
Yeah.
More often than not. Sometimes it'll have some room in there, but if you take the qualifier, you get the 9OC. If you drop the qualifier, most likely they'll give you 7.
Yeah.
More often, it's a good rule to go by.
Yep.
Approximately.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty consistent with it for the most part. Again, grading, subjective, all the qualifiers and caveats.
Yes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like you got to give them because sometimes you'll have somebody who's a little newer to it and be like, oh, why it is? It's not that precise. It's not that precise.
It's not even if you're new. There's every card has a different circumstance, and there's certain degrees. And sometimes it's hard. Like you can usually call it within a grade, and then there's those little technicalities you're talking. And I don't know. It's got like 5 print dots and 2 fish eye. I don't know. Do you give it up? Do you not? I don't know.
No, that makes sense.
I'm not much of a surface person. I like that. See, that's the one thing about the Gretzky 10 is the Edmonton across the top. Did you ever look at it and zoom in on it? My gosh, it's actually the worst one I probably almost ever seen. It was so blotchy.
Okay.
The ink across the top of that PSA 10 that sold. And I didn't know how to react to that. I was sitting there going, well, isn't that a part of the grade? Like, it's not a natural occurrence. So anyways, I keep beating that card up all the time, but there was 8 other things on the card that I didn't like as well. So, but that was the major part of it, other than it being out of register right down the right side. You could see the pink magenta running down the edge, and the oil was off, plus fish eyes, plus whatever.
Well, that's one of those things though. Like with some of those cards, you can find the flaws. If you really look at it, that's why I say take it with a grain of salt. It's Grading can help in the sense that if you don't have the luxury of being able to see the card in person, sight unseen, it gives you something to go off of because maybe the scans aren't that great or whatever. It gives you more than nothing.
Especially for 1.3 million.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing though. Like for 1.3 million, in traditional auctions, that's why I defer to other collectible categories, right? The old, when I was like 2016, 2017, thereabouts, they were setting new records on vintage watches, and I would buy the catalogs. And in the catalogs, you get the description, you get pictures, you get all that stuff because they took their time to build out a catalog. This is like a physical catalog. You actually buy the catalog. But if you're a player and you're really picking up these cards because they had the Paul Newman Daytona, which sold, I think, for 17 million, which was a record for a Rolex at that time. $17 million. You better believe that person sent a representative to go and inspect that watch. And they made it available. If you were a serious player, they would make it available, but the person would be there with you, and you had the chance to look it over with a loop. You got a chance to look at the thing and go, make sure that's because you're spending real money.
Oh, yeah.
So you make sure that you're comfortable with whatever that is. That wasn't a buy the holder situation because there's no holder.
There's no holder.
It's the watch. You're buying the object. You better make sure you're happy with it because there's no refunds on that.
You're buying the inspector too.
Yeah, no refunds, no exchanges.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, no, you have the same opportunity everybody else has to inspect that thing carefully. There's a viewing period, and you can get a private consultation viewing period and all that good stuff. So if you're going to be a serious buyer, you got to make sure you do your diligence because that's part of the deal.
Oh, that's why you like my watches. I knew it.
Of course.
What other watches? You think I was going to pull a Rolex Presidential out or something?
Bobby, that's the next logical step. If there's
It
a
would've
Boreas Salming Rolex Presidential, I expect to see it.
It might be a Sittler one. I'm not too sure.
Yep. But that was the thing. So with the Paul Newman Daytona, I forget exactly what it was. The watch had an inscription. And because the watch was given to Paul Newman by his wife at the time. And the inscription was, "Be careful, me." I think it was something like that. It was very specific, and that's how they identified it was Paul Newman's specific model that he had, because it was nicknamed the Paul Newman Daytona because he was famous for wearing it.
Yeah.
But that was his specific model, so it had the celebrity angle in addition to being a very sought after watch in those circles.
Wow. Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah. So it had the heritage and the provenance to go with it to add to the value, because you're paying 8 figures. You're paying serious money. Like that was back in 2017 or thereabouts. So it's like you're paying real. But in that market, that market would be right up your alley, Bobby, because it's about rarity. It's about real provenance. It's about scarcity.
Yeah.
Because that one went for big money, and the one before that was it was called a Bao Dai. It was owned by this really rich I want to say like Saudi individual, or it was an Asian collector or something. But it was one of like 5 or 6 pieces. And Rolex specifically made it for like a couple of years and never made it again.
Wow.
So it's a limited print run by them. It's a limited print run. Like you had to have money to get it, and you had to specifically order it.
Wow. To make all those molds just for the short run, that's expensive.
Yeah, here we go. Fire Sports Car, drive safe. Yeah, I know it was something in that vein, but thank you. If that's the one that I have to, it's been years. I've got the catalog, so I could go look at it, but it's something in that vein. But it was a very short message, but that was the specific to that watch. But it's saying like those little details matter to the person who's paying the money, because they want to know that it's, have you polished it? Have you messed with it? Have you done anything? They go and look for all that stuff. It matters.
Sure.
There you go. I saw a PSA 9, 6970 Johnny Bauer on eBay today. It looks horrible. Seller selling very cheap and nobody wants it. Even the PSA level looks bad. Okay. Interesting. And for Rick here, call me crazy, but I don't have an issue with centering, especially if I save a ton of money on expensive vintage card. No, that's fair. If it's like a rare piece and you don't care that much, then that's not a big deal. It's what your preference is. It's what your tolerance is, really, right? Like Paul's intentionally doing the OC because for him it's a value play. Plus he gets nice looking cards otherwise from a team he likes, from the early 80s Oilers.
So I guess it really comes down to if you have a PSA 7 or so, let's say a 7, and one's perfectly centered and has corner wear, and the other one is off center and has perfect corners. I think that's where you really make your determination at that point.
Right.
You know, the printing defects, that's another issue. But
right.
So, I would take the centered with a little bit of corner wear. But,
I think that's fair. I'm just taking a look here because Vinny says there's a PSA 10 Lemieux rookie from PWCC tonight.
Oh,
So
it's
I'm looking to
probably
see.
finished now.
Yeah, but that's what it means. I think I'm assuming that's from a completed auction. So I'm
Let's
just
critique Jeremy's show.
critique exactly. Hit the replay. Okay, so I'm taking a look and see if I can find it here. I'm going to see if I can locate it.
Well, just go through some of the prices that PWC, because I know there was a couple big 55 it went for.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, I'm looking for it.
80 grand was the last one.
Okay, I'm just looking to see. Okay, so I did a short version. Let me write Opeachy fully. Try that.
Oh, he didn't put Opeachy fully in.
That's what I'm wondering. Well, I tried OPC already, so I didn't see it.
It was the
You know what,
tops.
Vinny, is there any chance, you can put it in the chat. Is there any chance, could you, okay, so you saw it. Okay, gotcha. So let me, well, I'll see if I can find it. I'll look for highest sold price. Nope, not like that. Okay, let me just try 85, 86 by itself. Not seeing that.
Yeah, sometimes people do 85, 86 without the 19, and it throws your whole search off.
Yeah. Well, that's just making it
I don't
tricky,
like
but-
that short forms. And some people just put 1986. So you put 86.7, the 87 doesn't come up, and you lose out on your search. So you have to keep it as generic as possible. Oh, if it just ended, sometimes it takes a while for it to register.
Oh, I found it. Hold on. Let me see here. Yes. Okay, here we go.
Let's see the condition
Ended
of that.
recently. Ended recently. Here we go.
See how I say, let me see the condition of the 10?
We know, Bobby. We got
It's
it.
perfect.
We got it. Okay, so here we go. So I'll zoom in on this guy. Let's do that. That's what I was saying earlier, guys. If you know of a certain auction you think might be interesting to look at, I'm open to doing that. I just don't want to sit there with tabs and look through everything. Not interested in that.
Gotcha.
Okay, so here's the 85 Lemieux. So it's a
Ooh,
PSA.
diamond cut.
Looks like a little bit, yeah.
Yep. Top left. Yep. So that's still a 10 any which way.
Yeah.
Back is
Reasonably clean.
little diamond, but yeah. Same.
I've seen worse.
So the last one prior to that, if you were looking at completed, Carlos,
I
the
have
80.
the 80. I saw the 80 as well.
Okay.
I'll back up. Give me 1 second.
But then there was another one that didn't sell for 80 after the 80,000.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
there it is.
This one here.
55.
So that one was back in January.
Yep.
So let's take
January was the bump month.
So that's this one here. So
Oh, another slight diamond again. Same as the other, and same thing with this. Very, very slight.
now this one's got the fancy A sticker.
Oh,
Very, very different. Very different.
yeah, you're paying for that. It's so hard to believe that it's $55,000 for Lemieux.
Yeah. Okay, I like this one. So let me back out of the share screen here. I'll grab this. No Jimos, I'm afraid not. I haven't made the link available. We're not doing the open link for Friday night. So the open link will be back on Sunday, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
No promises, but we'll wait until Sunday. I wanted to make it a little bit different. I sent out the link to basically some regular contributors that I've had on here in the past, so I've thrown that out there. We'll see how I play it as weeks go on. But I thought it'd be kind of a good way of changing it up to not have it both be open the same way. Otherwise, it just feels like it's an extension of the same show. And I'm also not going to extend it just for the sake of extending it as well. So that's kind of the same idea here. So that's why I was happy to pull this up. So what I'm going to say here is still a bunch of you in the chat. So you have to tell me. We've gone through a couple of different areas, shown a couple of cards, talked about a couple of these different things. I'm open if there are any topics that we want to touch on. Otherwise, in about 17 minutes, if those of you really want to keep going the sports card thing, the card ladder guys on Instagram, I think Chris_HOJ, are going to have the crossover. And they usually go 2 to 3 hours. Obviously, we can go 2 to 3 hours, but
They do it that late?
Yeah, they start at midnight.
Wow.
So like, because Josh is over in Arizona, so it's like a 2-hour time difference for him.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to extend it just for the sake of extending it. Is the point I'm trying to make.
Gotcha.
If there's something to talk about, obviously Dave and Steve dropped off, and Bob, if he comes back fast enough, he can certainly pop in and we can have a little fun with him. But otherwise, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to drag this out. Joe and I know Brian was around earlier, so I haven't seen him since. So, and I sent them links as well, just in case they wanted to pop in. But again, I'm not going to drag it out just for the sake of dragging out, because we're going to have a stream on Sunday too. So it's like I don't feel any need to just extend things for the sake of extending things.
Gotcha.
So Vinny just says, FYI, Crosby 50, Future Watch Auto Crosby 15K. Ovi was at 11 before the wife took the TV. Fair enough. So better half took over the TV. Got it.
So what's your analytics on the 80 grand January, 55 and another 55?
Well, I think we were on a run up, right? We were on a run up into late January, so we were still riding high. Also, I think some people do put stock on that. They do put a lot of stock in that sticker. So if they think it's a big premium, they went for it. And I think there was a euphoria. Like there was a moment where like setting record. I think right now we're kind of in the. Some people are concerning that it's like, oh, it's like a drop. It's like, well, it was going so high. You keep expecting to break more records. It's going to break a record every single time. No, at a certain point, like people who have one already have it, or they run out of money and they don't need another one. Like they run out of money eventually.
Well, supposedly there's all these other companies, investment companies coming in. So
yes, but they also need to be able to sell the shares at a palatable price, unless you just make it so many shares that it's like, yeah, these shares are worthless. So you have to balance it out. So it's one of those things where some of the fractional share companies are like pushing back and saying like, look, we're not just going to pay stupid money just because we still have to be able to sell the shares.
Yeah.
Because a lot of our investors can do math. They look at how many shares it is. They look at the cost per share and like, how much did you pay for this?
Yes.
So you still need to be able to price it at a level at which the share price makes some kind of sense. You can have a small premium, but it can't be off the charts. It can't be so far out of whack. If you pay too much at the front end and you have to tack on your fee and all that, good luck with that. Good luck with that. So Jeff just says here, curious to hear your thoughts and breakdown of Sasha T. So short version, I think there's some fascinating things about it. I am in conversations with Joe. We're going to do a separate video on that, and I think it'll be fun. We'll have some fun with it. But yes, definitely I am planning that. This past week I had some internet issues, so I needed to wait. Plus I was starting a new job, so I need to focus on that. But I'm going to reach out to Joe this weekend, and we'll figure a schedule together, and we'll make that happen. I think it'll be a fun video. We'll definitely do that. Mr. Lewis.
Hello.
Bob's back.
He's
Welcome back.
Yes, you've welcomed yourself back. Good job. So Hockey says,
I see we're down 2, so
yeah, Dave and Steve needed to pop off. They're being responsible with their sleep patterns. It's very important. Very
I
important.
have to get a minimum 5 hours sleep. So
Well, Dave, I give Dave a pass on a lot of the stuff because he is a trooper. He didn't have to come in. I left it optional for the guys. I said, hey, if you would like to, you're more than welcome to. And the thing is, Dave very much. I'm sleep deprived, but I'm deranged. Dave is also deranged, but he also has to dig himself out of whatever snow, whatever situation he is. I have people for that. I don't dig myself out of anything like a commoner. So it's not what I do.
are you sleep deprived on purpose, or are you just sleep deprived?
Mostly yes. It's just a matter of I'll sit there, and the evening is when I tend to come up with the better ideas. So I'll be sitting there going like, okay, hold on. And I'll start jotting some things down. And then later on, I'll be like, well, how did you come up with that? I sit there, and if it comes to me, I start writing it on a list. I start making a list of a bunch of different things. And sometimes I'll come up with some of the thoughts I'm going to then do. I don't write a script, but I put bullet points. And sometimes the video makes itself. And then I come back to it later, and it's like, yep, I know what I need to say. I got it.
It worked.
Turn the camera on. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm a morning person, but
yeah, I can't fight the creative process, Bobby. When it hits me, it's perfect. In the morning, I like to start slow. I like to take my time, even if I have a quote unquote correct amount of sleep, which almost never happens. It happened in my teens. It's been like, yeah. I used to in my teens. I used to sleep 7 or 8 hours a night sometimes. After that, it was over. After high school, I never did that again.
Yep, me either. I've never done it. So
yeah.
I remember I'm such a light sleeper. I can sleep through the night, no problem. But I'm just saying, I remember when my son used to come in, he'd come in because I don't know, thunder or lightning or whatever. And, he'd walk in, he'd go, Mommy, I go, what's up, Steve? He'd go, holy jeez, how would you be like, I'm awake in an instant, like perfect. It scared the shit out of him. And his mom would be, what? So I'm always ready to go. Sleep over. Thank gosh. Let's start doing something.
Nice.
Well, if you sleep 8-10 hours a day, that's like almost a 30-year life you slept.
Well, I think I'm torn on this. Part of me kind of wishes I do, because my dad and I have the same thing where we don't sleep a lot. Now, for him, it was because when he started doing night shift, he never really reestablished a sleeping pattern. It became natural.
Yeah.
I did graveyard and night shift for a couple of years too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before that, I kind of got acclimated to being like, because I've always been more creative later on. I kind of get stronger as the night goes later. Like in these live streams, the reason why we're still going at like hour 5 and 6 is because I'm very comfortable. Like all of a sudden I hit my groove and then we're going. But I'm not trying to do that intentionally, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. But in the morning, it's like, no, it's like a car engine in the middle of winter when the battery's dead. It's like, I'm going to need a boost. Somebody's got to go over. Somebody hit it with the battery. It's the only way this is going to happen.
And you, Bob?
Oh, I kind of I like to play both sides of it sometimes. I mean, so I'm not afraid to go to bed at 9 o'clock. Like I think there's nights when I just know I need that. All right. So, but for the most part, I'm a midnight to like 6 a.m. guy. Like that's
me. Yeah.
Those are my sleeping hours typically. That's going to change a whole lot very soon. May 14th, we got a newborn. We got baby expected. So
yeah. I think it's your third.
It is number 3 girls. So if you're a praying man,
cool.
Consider me.
Well, I'm a godless heathen, so I can't help you there.
Okay.
So you have baby Bobby? I don't know. I don't know what to say to you.
It's all good. I'll be okay. I've kind of a been there, done that type of thing.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that's over.
I thought it was, Bobby. I thought it was.
I'm not even going there. Not even going there.
As the dude cackles off in the distance, like, how does he hear this? It's like, no, he's laughing. He's cackling off in the distance.
Oh yeah.
No, that is Carlos Sr.'s dream, because he was always like, one day you'll have kids, and I'm like, keep hoping, old man.
Keep hoping.
It's like for out of spite for you, I will never give you the satisfaction.
Your brother?
No chance.
Gotcha.
It's like the line dies with us. Now I may live forever, but that's different. That doesn't count. It's not the same.
The amazing Kreskin's gonna live forever.
Yeah, basically. But the other thing though, the reason why I say though that it's that I'm a bit of a mixed bag on it is that, like, at this point I can't, just because I'm not going to be able to put that genie back in the bottle. I'm just too comfortable with I can do better, but not all the way. I'm never going to get to like 8 hours a night. Like there's nothing I can do. It's never going to happen. But at the same time, I almost feel like I'm losing daylight when I do that. It's one of those things where it's like, I do get so productive in the evening that I'm like, okay, so if I intentionally stop myself, I can try to force myself into bed, maybe get to sleep eventually, and I'm still going to feel kind of crummy in the morning because I've never been a morning person ever.
What do you run on, Carlos? Because if you've just laid out your sleeping, and we know from previous episodes, like you eat out of necessity, so it's not like, what's got you going? Is it the hobby?
Well, I've also in a previous one explained that I literally exist as the fuel manifestation of hate. The more hate I get, it only increases my power. It only makes me stronger.
He's just a big ball of primordial ooze.
There's so much hate. So much. There's just so much. Like really, I'm spoiled for choice. Like there's so much out there. And it's the internet, Bob. It's the internet, Bob. Yeah. Like I have a limitless source. It's better than the sun. Hate on the internet is a limitless energy source.
There's so much material out there for the internet.
Oh my god.
Without the advent of the internet, I don't know where Carlos would be today.
Well, I managed before the internet.
You were young.
I hate in real life too.
You were young. You weren't at this stage, so that's different.
Well, Carlos Sr. existed before that. Carlos Sr. and I operate on similar energy principles. So he was pre-internet and he managed. And Jorge Alcazar before him also operated. He was an asshole. So like generations, we've powered on hate. And they had to deal with the days where maybe it was hate by telegraph. Very slow versions. Like you just
Drum
didn't have
beats.
yeah, like it's easier. I let the hate come to me now. I don't have to work for it. Back in their day, they had to go find it, wherever they went.
Yeah.
It's a little different,
That's a nice ending.
That's right. We got the gong in there.
It was perfect.
Okay, so Sanderson Door, I did catch that comment. I wanted to make sure I grabbed it. So this is a question for you, Bobby. It says, "Do you have a table do you have a timetable for your next book?" I think it's gonna be the site though, isn't it, or is there gonna be a physical version?
There's no physical. I just keep calling it the book because website doesn't really mean much, but a book means something. So it's
Gotcha.
going to be a book online, but not a book form. It'll just be a website with all the information, like my previous books. The timeline. I just finished the hockey cards, doing all the hockey cards. So they still have to load them. I'm halfway through the food issue, but the lion's share of the food issue is 60s to 90s. So that'll take some time, but I'm pretty good at whipping through that. And then we have merchandise after that, which shouldn't be too bad, although I'm adding a lot. I should whip through that pretty good. So I'd say probably sometime early summer.
Okay, that's not too bad. Cool.
And we still have to test it. I'm testing it right now, testing the website and what we have loaded. Really no issues. The app's working great. Everything's good. It's just loading the information on his end. So that takes the time.
Well, I think once we get a little bit closer, we'll be able to give a couple more updates because we've talked about this before. Once we're a little closer, we'll show site or whatever's comes up at the time. We could definitely get into that.
Yeah, we want to support for sure.
Absolutely. So I'll quickly zip through this one. So this is one more question for you. So he's talking about in a YouTube video, you have a Maple Leafs puck bank in a glass display case.
Yep.
So take a second. I'll quickly go through these comments. And then if you want to comment on, he wants to know if you have a little bit more information on it. So we'll get to that in 2 seconds. But let me quickly grab the comments about the puck bank.
Yeah.
So Vinny just says,
I'll go grab it and then I can show everybody rather than just talk about it. 1 second.
Perfect. Go for it. Perfect. So I'll zip through these. So Vinny says it was the chair. Context, chair laughing since the steep tangent. Fair. As Paul usually likes to mention, I'm powered by pure unfettered megalomania. Fair. And Vinny says, I am Skynet. Possibly. Whoa. That may be true as well. That's how it is. It begins with snark and then ends with destruction. Consider yourself fortunate. These are the light times. We merely begin with snark. But the other point to your question, Bob, is that no, Carlos, the joke in my house. So Carlos Senior is not the dude. He is a dude, and I call him the false Carlos. He's the fake one. He tries to be like a full
from what
Carlos.
you've said, it sounds like you guys have a pretty good taking a shot at each other type of
think what this podcast is, and imagine if there were two of us throwing zingers back and forth. There have been many places that have been entertained by the banter of Carlos Senior and myself.
Yes. And
they're like, how do you, it's like, listen, don't interrupt. This is the battle of the Titans. This will continue through the ages. Because in the end of days, it will be Carlos Senior and the cockroaches, and I will be there to mock this man. I will be there at that time. But,
yes. I took a page out of your book earlier and referred to my dad as ancient. So
that's fair. Well, I did, as it is a matter of fact, as I often do daily. I'll pick up the phone and I'll call, and the first thing he'll say is "What?" And I'll be like, "You're old." And he goes, "You say that every day." It's like, I want to remind you. It's like, why? Because you're old. You might forget.
Exactly.
What if you forget? And I would feel like a bad son if I didn't remind you.
Makes sense to me.
Really, it's magnanimous on my part. I'm taking time out of my busy schedule on my time in my day to remind you that you're old.
Right.
It's like, think you are one step closer to death. That might be 1,000 years from now at the rate you're going, but still one step closer.
Carlos, are you on Twitter?
No, I hate Twitter.
Okay.
The great irony is that I hate Twitter, although you would think it would fit the brand.
Right. So you had mentioned the group text and that thing, that screenshot that Ed had sent about, Collector X messaging collector Y, hey, I just bought this Eloy Jimenez X Factor PSA.
Oh, the
10.
return question. Yes, yes, yes. Mhm.
What's the move here?
Oh, mockery. Endless mockery. Well, here's the thing. No, I'll tell you what the real move is. Look, there's two levels, okay? There's the move and then there's the move. Okay? So
Okay.
let's talk two levels.
Break
Okay,
it
first
down.
level is mockery, of course.
Yeah.
And Dave took it upon himself to thrash this
He
man. You know?
did.
And that's level one. We'll call that level
I don't
one.
think he was alone in that effort.
Very fair. And I think that's perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. But that's level one. Level one. Level two is proper trolling, Bob. Proper trolling. What you need to find out is if this man has eBay and teach him a lesson. And by that I mean buy everything he has, bid whatever it'll be, and cancel every single one of your bids. And then in the message say, this is what happens to people that don't understand that this system is being abused.
Yeah.
Do not ask if you can abuse it. If you're going to do it, then at least do it in silence and don't own up to your stupidity.
Yeah,
Don't admit it.
Such a
Don't
ballsy
put
move.
it out there for people to see it.
Like that. There's no way you can put that out there and on the I didn't know any better. That's your angle. I don't buy it. I mean, you gotta understand that's that's not best business practices. To cancel an order because somebody got injured and I don't know.
But in fairness, though, let's be
Welcome to
realistic about
eBay.
this.
Yeah.
I was gonna say though, let's be fair about this though. The problem is that eBay allows it.
They
Like
sure
to the
do.
point that you can, in theory, if eBay had a mechanism in place, you should be able to screenshot that and go like, here's why my answer is no. And eBay should be able to go like, well, you basically just said you were going to do that. So we won't accept it.
Yeah, that's what they should step up and do.
They're
because
never going to do it. But the point is, if they had a real mechanism, imagine if they did something as simple as like, look, if you can provide some evidence that they did this on purpose, something like say a Twitter account, a Twitter thread that you can pull, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you delete it; it's forever. It's hidden in a server somewhere. Everything on the internet is forever. So be careful what you say. Every horrible thing I said, I stand behind. That's the key.
So you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. But and the more horrible it is, the more I stand behind it. I'm even more proud of it. But the point is that's how proper trolling is done. But the point is that if you have that kind of evidence where you can actually pull something, where you can actually show that no, they actually asked this question to people and basically owned up to this is what happened. Well, then eBay should be able to look at the situation and go, okay, look, this isn't just a he said, she said, like for some bizarre reason, you decided to post this publicly. Well, I guess you get nothing. So so the payment stands and deal with it.
Well, I think that's one of the big issues we have is that if you buy a $10,000 card or somebody buys a $10,000 card and they want to return because you got injured or the price went down, and for 3 months you got to cover that.
Well, here's a weird angle that most people don't
Scary
think about when
stuff.
it comes to that. But let me throw a quick weird angle at you about that. Have we considered the possibility that some of the inflation in bidding and everything is based on the fact that it's almost a no risk proposition? You can technically overpay with the knowledge that if for some reason this bet turns against you within 3 months, you can hit the parachute and it becomes somebody else's problem.
It's actually one of the major things that a lot of people are considering. And, someone could, well, there's another area I won't get into, but very similar. And that's going on rampantly, I would say now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the reason I mention this, the reason I'm mentioning it in this way is that so when the stock market, the financial crisis happened, it's the concept of moral hazard, right? It's the idea that you're taking these risks because if you really screw up, you're going to get bailed out.
Yes.
So there's no reason not to take ridiculously dumb that if it was your money, you wouldn't take. If you knew there was a consequence for you doing something dumb, you wouldn't do this. But because you will get bailed out, no matter how dumb this is, then go ahead. Who cares? What's the worst that happens?
Well, say you bought that $10,000 card.
Yeah.
All right, somebody bought that from you, sorry, and you use that $10,000 to make a down payment on a car.
Right.
because you didn't have the cash or something. You know, you
Yep.
wanted to put 10. So you got to come up with 10 grand on your credit card or wherever you're going to get it to replace that 3 months down the road. Going, what happened?
Mhm.
Oh no! Now I got to come up with 10K.
Yeah. And
So-
eBay has courted this danger this whole time, and it's been a problem. But now, but remember, this is in a hobby economy, and that's the phrasing I use, the hobby economy. So now, see, this is where I have to get away from my snark and now actually give wisdom. Now
Good
it's time to
advice.
impart. Now it's time to impart some wisdom.
Now he's the altruist.
For a moment. But this is in a hobby economy where things have been consistently going up. Imagine if you get the real correction, a real correction that lasts for more than 5 minutes. A bunch of these cards go down. A bunch of people sent back the thing, and a bunch of people did what you said, Bobby, and that they spent the money already.
Most people do.
They don't have it.
If they have one big cart and they're selling it.
Yeah. Well, if you're
Hey, honey, I just made 10 grand.
You know what's easier? You know what's easier for a lot of those folks? Defaulting on their PayPal account. Be like, I don't got the cash. It's what happened in the financial crisis when people started saying, I can't afford these mortgages. Right. Here are the keys. Keep the house. I don't care. I'm out of here. That's what happened. That was one of the dominoes that led to the rest of it, was that a bunch of folks got these loans they couldn't afford, and it reached a certain point and they were like, oh, but you're going to lose your house. Okay, here's the keys. See ya.
Yeah, and they can do that in the US, not in Canada.
But your credit's going to get ruined. Yeah, but then after 7 years and move on.
Yeah.
So what? Well, when you've got a bunch of people at these different levels who can say like, okay, what's the worst that happens? You're going to look at me funny? You're going to say mean things about me on the internet? Oh, man. Oh, man.
You'll be included in that text?
Yeah. Bro, they're going to be like, Carlos made fun of me way harder than that last Thursday. I know. It's like, I'm used to it at this point. I'm fine.
Oh, let's get back to the puck banks.
Go ahead. You got the puck bank? Or
I couldn't get I couldn't get the Leaf one. So unfortunately, I had to pull one that I have, another one, which is the Cleveland Barons. So these were issued starting in 1972. They did all the NHL teams, the WHA teams, IHL, and WHL teams. So all the different teams were made. As the years went on, these actually were sold for approximately 10 years. From 72, and they made changes as logo changes, as team changes came and went. They also changed them, changed the puck banks along the way. Some kept the logo straight through, like the Leafs and a few other teams. But if there was any logo changes, like St. Louis went to the donut, so they did one for the donut. So they kept up on things, but they sold a lot of these. And basically, it's about 1.25 inches or something by about 4 or 5 inches. And you put your money in the top there, and you could crack it out through the bottom when it separates. So that's what they did, and that's what they had. And then that was made by Latch. They were out of actually
circa what era roughly? Late 80s, early 90s?
72.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
It started in 72, and it went right through till 1983. Because I think the New Jersey Devils is the last one. And then they stopped for about 10 years, and then they come out again.
Huh.
New logos. There's no NHL logo on the back. It's just a double leaf. They're a little. They're the same mold. They're same everything. Not made by the same company, so we obviously got it bought out. These stickers are a little different. They're bigger. They don't go in the recessed hole. So they're kind of a cheaper version, but these ran from 90s to early 2000s. And
every team has one.
Every team, but what these other ones, they had the WHA, WHL, IHL, so they had all the different teams, and they're really kind of neat.
I love the classic Cleveland Barons, the temporary team.
Well, they couldn't wait because they were out of Cleveland, the company that made these. So when the Barons came in for the 2 years,
I was going to say eventually the NHL was out of Cleveland too. Yeah.
So you'll find a heck of a. They made so many of these. Thinking,
I'm sure.
Hey, didn't work out so well. If you're going to find one in the package, you'll find the Barons. So they're hard to find in the package, the original package. But very nice logos, very well done. I wrote an article on it. I think I put it in the Expo magazine.
Okay, that's true. That was one of the things. Actually, Bob, you can answer this question for me. I know they produce some stuff because you have been to the National before. Do they? I assume do they produce some kind of a program? I haven't been to the national. Do they produce any kind of a program that comes along with your admission and stuff like that, or anything you get at the show while you're there that you can grab? Or
There's like an itinerary, essentially, but there is no like
Magazine.
yeah,
like a floor map of all the table numbers or anything.
the reason I was asking is because at the expo, that's one of the things that I've always appreciated about the expo. They're very cheaply made. They're thinner stock. You know, they're not super crazy, but they produce a little program, and it's free. And sometimes, and you used to be able to get it through the mail. I think you still can if you can
Yes.
ask for it. And basically, it was like this little magazine, like this newspaper stock, basically newspaper stock, and it would be like 30, like 50 or 60 pages of 30 or 40 pages, something like that. Like
Oh,
30
wow.
Yeah. There's about 30 or 40. Yeah.
yeah, and they would include some articles in it and a map to the show with the different dealers and numbers and everything. You
Who's
could use it as
signing, when they're signing,
Yes.
all that.
All that.
a couple of little ads and stuff. But the thing is, you
That
would
would be
actually have
helpful.
some little articles written into it from some random stuff in there. There'd be some like classic hockey things. Hey, there's about this neat thing or this set or whatever. Some of the articles were a little more interesting than others, but they would throw some stuff in there. And then, like I said, you have the map. And they're free. You can grab them, and they'd have a stack of them beside the front door when you come in. You could grab one and just take it with you, and you'd be good to go. It was a nice little add-on, a freebie.
Yeah, it was. I've been writing 2 articles twice a year for what, 12 years, 13, 14 years, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe 12 years. Yeah.
So you get some Bobby Burrell articles for free.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of them. I've documented. I have a whole stack of. I actually collect them as a collectible. So I have them going back to '91 when it first started.
I know some people definitely collect those little programs because, like I said, they're decent for what they are. That's why I was asking. I was curious if the National had something. Even map would make sense because it's like, oh, here's the way the layout of the show is. It'd be handy to have, right?
Yeah, I'll find one. I got one everywhere, somewhere here.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I know I have a stack of them like over the side somewhere behind all this stuff. But it just made me laugh. I was like, okay, there you go.
All right, I'll take these out for a second.
But I always thought it's one of those things most people don't pay attention to because I promise if I ask people, it's like, did you read the article? It's like, there's articles in it? Yes, there's. It's not just ads. They do put some articles in there. Funny enough. For a free magazine, even throwing a couple articles in, there's probably more articles than Beckett has at this point.
Beckett has no articles.
That's what I'm getting at.
They have it's basically just pictures with captions.
Oh, there you go. So 2006. That's nice.
Wow.
Yep. It's actually pretty handy for what they are. Like I said, they're nothing crazy, but I always thought it was a nice. I'd always grab a copy just as I walked in the door, just because it was super handy to. Sometimes I'd use it to mark off dealers where I wanted to come back, because they had they had table numbers.
That's it. That's the one advice that I did get from going to the National. Take a notebook so you can, if you see something, no matter how no matter how with it you think you are, you won't remember where that table is.
Yep. Well, it's going to be interesting. It won't be this year. We'll see what happens with this year's.
So you were right. It's anywhere from 20 to 40 pages,
Okay,
depending on what's in there. So, there's lots of the Gretzky articles. So somebody writes an article about Gretzky.
Yep.
So there's discount coupons in here and lots of other different
Yeah, because
things.
they used to have a lot of kids coupons. They'd be like, because I remember this is going back to the 90s. I remember that they would have Pacific would have, bring your kids. And I think it was either subsidized admission, like you could bring a coupon and they would give you subsidized admission so your kids would get in for free with the Pacific coupon. And sometimes they'd have another coupon or a little thing where like, oh, bring this to the booth and we'll give you XYZ.
Medano jersey.
Yeah. The best part is I think that Medano jersey is like an older North Star jersey, and I don't think that he ever wore that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's the floor plan, Bob.
Whoa.
Straightforward, nothing crazy, but you can find your booth numbers and just figure out where you are relative and be able to boss your way around. You can circle the booth numbers if something tickles your fancy, and then go like, all right, where am I? Booth 500? Okay, cool. Go down this way.
Yeah, I would have that color coded for there's a good dollar boxes here. There's good slabs over there.
Yeah. Well, this is one of those things. Like I think the most recent Dallas shows have probably trumped it. But I will say one thing Jeremy said, which I think is true, is historically, after the National, The Expo was probably the second biggest show in North America.
And there's a list of all the guests.
Yep. Pretty sweet. You'd have a nice list. You'd be able to figure out when they're going. You got
Some
Turco
good
that year.
baseball.
Nice.
Yeah, baseball.
Nice. Ferguson Jenkins used to bring a lot of vintage baseball players. They used to have his Ferguson Jenkins Foundation. That's
Yeah.
how I got the. So here, that's Raleigh Fingers.
Oh my gosh.
Record holder on and off the ice. What's that? 465?
2018.
Come on, a pittance, Bobby. Buy it.
I know. Isn't that funny, eh?
Yep.
That's the other gem mint one, I guess.
So I'll quickly grab this one. Sanderson Orr. So he's asking about the Bruins bank. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Bobby, those banks aren't really crazy like value-wise, I don't think. Like there was a fair bit of them, right?
Yeah, there's a fair bit of them out there. They still garner, I'd say, anywhere from $20 to $100 because you get some of the rare teams, the IHL, the WHL teams.
Yeah. The
Then they-
would the Bruins have been a common team? Because that's the one he's referencing, the Bruins.
Yes, very much so. Bruins,
Yeah.
Chicago,
I would have thought so.
because they were made in the U.S., mostly the U.S. teams. Toronto's a little harder to find. Montreal's a little harder to find, just surprisingly.
Makes sense. I get you. But that was always one of those things that was kind of fun for me is that, yeah. Now, mind you, and I've joked about it before, is that at this point, the expo is kind of just hanging out because it's like, yeah, because my back and my neck would really start irritating me if I spent too much time hunched over like the dollar bins. It wouldn't like me. It wouldn't appreciate. Yeah, my neck would immediately start bugging me. And the other thing, honestly, like I said, the not morning person thing, it's real. When I get up, it's like, no, I'm gonna take my sweet time. I'm gonna go have my breakfast. I'm gonna sit down, and I'm in my hotel room, just eating my breakfast, having my coffee, and then I waltz in at the crack of noon. It's like, Carlos, you missed me. You know, I don't care. It's not that important. It's not that important. There's nothing that I'm looking for that is so rare that it will never come up again. And you know what? I probably bought it on eBay, so shut up.
Yeah, so I would write articles. There's one on the Colgate,
Okay, so Colgate. Okay.
filling the cavities.
Nice.
Because you used to get a little Colgate hockey head in each Colgate box in 1971.
Whoa, you would get what in there?
Like a sculpted head, a little sculptor.
Yeah, it's a little sculpted head. That's about the actual size of it.
Which, by the way, is kind of creepy. I'll be honest with you.
That's unbelievable to me. Like,
Well, Bob,
That's a
we
strange
joked
thing.
about this before, and I had this conversation with Bobby when we did a little presentation where he showed a couple
Okay.
things off. The 70s, they tried a lot of stuff.
yeah,
They
good
just
point.
tried a lot of things. They're like, somebody was there, and now remember, it was the 70s, so probably somebody was high at the time. They're like, man, I had this dream. And it's like, were you high at the
Probably.
time? Were you high at the time? It's like, yeah, probably. Not the point. The point is I had this idea. What if we put heads inside the Colgate? Genius.
Yep.
Yeah, a couple of months later, you're both fired. You're an idiot. Heads inside the Colgate? Who would want that? What's wrong with you?
They made Colgate so much money.
I'm sure.
I actually talked to the gentleman who designed the program to do that. I met
Okay.
him about 10 years ago, and I bought the box from him because finding boxes for those is impossible.
Right.
I think one sold for $700, empty
Really?
box.
What was the player? Oh, sorry, the box, you say?
Yeah, the box has it. Well, they were divided out into different sections. So the forwards kind of were in the family size, and the other ones are in lesser size. So there's different boxes.
That's kind of interesting, actually. An interesting way of dividing it. Okay.
Yeah, it was a very interesting, and some were short printed, but they weren't because they were found later. It's like the overproduction of this set was phenomenal. They're everywhere.
No, for sure. But you were saying that. So did they sell well?
Very well.
So-
Everybody
but
has
did
one
they
in
do
there.
them for another year though?
No, they did the stamps the year prior. So they had
Okay.
these little pamphlets with little stamps of all the hockey players, and then you'd put them on this little calendar,
Okay.
and then you would, fill up the calendar, and that was it. It was kind of fun,
Interesting.
So every time you brush your teeth, you'd put one on, and then your mom would know, and whatever. So, and then that was it. They did those two things, and it just, we're in, we're out.
Yeah. While creepy head statues are fun, I'm still in the vein of kind of our previous conversation where and this is and Bob, you can chime in on this because you have I think 46 kids. I think we were talking about. But the point is, that we were talking about like the whole, kids in the hobby thing, because, that's a hot button topic people like to show. My thought process was, though, I still think the best idea would be to just harness the food issues. Put a card inside the freaking cereal. Go get your Captain Crunch, get yourself a baseball card. Done.
Yep.
Put a couple of cards in there. Because the hoarders, and as long as they're like base cards, all of them are base cards, but they're nice looking. Make them nice looking. Make them fun. And
we know who's doing that. Pokemon's doing that, aren't?
That's what I mean, though. But,
McDonald's. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying like do it with like a cereal, like a mass-produced kind of standard. Don't go crazy. If you want to throw an insert in it, make it impossible. Make it something nuts. If you do basketball cards, I use the silly example, but I said if you do basketball cards, you know what? One in every 50,000 boxes, put in a Zion autograph.
Or
Make it so it's possible, but like it's a super long shot.
Yeah.
You're not going to hoard boxes to try to pull the Zion autograph, but everything else is a base card.
or redemption.
But you can still get, sure. But you can still get, you can still get LeBron, you can get Luka, you can get a lot of the other star players that people are interested in, put together the set, do it. Because the hoarders are not going to sit there and run to the supermarket to be like, yeah, I need the whole case of Captain. Really? The base cards are not worth that much. They made 50 billion of them.
So
Make
if
tons.
it's not cereal, like what is the new cereal for like hipster kids these days?
But I still think
know?
cereal works though, because like it's got to be
Who
a
doesn't
product
eat
that's
cereal?
obvious. It's got to be
Yeah.
a product that's still kind of common.
Craft dinner again.
Like I don't know what else you could do. I don't know what else you could do that would be ubiquitous enough. Like, do enough people eat Pop-Tarts? Like, is that sufficient? Is there enough out
That's
there?
the same aisle, so it counts.
Well,
Yeah.
Pop-Tarts was, they did a lot of stuff.
Well, you could probably do Eggos. You could probably do waffles. That would be.
Yeah,
that-
the frozen food stuff didn't go over too well.
I believe it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like waffles, at least like if you're putting it inside of a plastic package anyway, so it's not like you're worried about the moisture doing a card in if it's inside of a piece of plastic.
I don't think I've ever bought waffles.
You're not living life, Bobby. I got blueberry waffles in there right now, and I'm thinking tomorrow blueberry waffles. Now that I'm thinking about it,
I'm a pancake kind of person, so
Around 11:30.
exactly.
maybe.
So,
Near the crack of
Bobby,
noon,
what-
Bob. You're reading my mind. Near the crack of noon, like a good godless heathen that I am.
What has been like in your, just in your, what have you come across as the strangest, like, I'm going to combine hobby with this?
Like product, you mean?
Yeah. Just like a oddball regional maybe, or a food and beverage or something like, I see so many different things.
They're all weird, kind of.
They are, yeah.
It depends. Coke did bottle caps with players' pictures. Potato chips did card inserts. Twinkies, we know all of that. And
Like I remember the discs. What were the original discs in? Because they had beef jerky, like snuff stuff that I had like the early '90s. Like,
Well, if
but
you're saying
they're-
OG, though, there would have been a lot of discs going back quite a ways. Like you can go quite a
well,
ways.
what were
with
they
discs.
in? They weren't in like tobaccos.
Well, I know there were there. The thing is,
The round
Sanderson here talks
Mhm.
about Drake's cakes, and I remember some '80s Drake's like discs.
Yeah.
Because I had a Joe Carter, like from Cleveland, Joe Carter, from like the mid '80s, that had like these things, and I remember them. I got a whole stack of them at a garage sale. Back when people would like throw random stuff. It was fun when you found these weird oddball issues in garage sales, though. It wasn't like, I don't want your 1991 Donruss. Trust me, I got plenty. I don't need any more of that. Trust me.
what else you got?
But throw some weird random food issue that was kind of odd, and I'd be like, okay, sure. Yeah, I'll grab that. I'll grab it for a couple bucks. Why not?
It started Bob in '60 with Sheriff desserts. They were, lemon pie filling and potato chips. They also owned potato chips, and Salada tea was in there too. So they were in the tea boxes, and they ran for a few years. And after that, the discs. I guess Parker's is after that, isn't it? The packs. They had those the hockey players in the 92, 93 Parkers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one that I missed. It wasn't really that odd, to be honest. It made sense at the time, especially because now I have to resist because while I don't care about food, I do have a sweet tooth. I do enjoy my desserts. Cracker Jacks
Amen.
was always a classic for me. I love the old Cracker Jacks in the box because now you never put enough damn peanuts in the stupid thing. Like I wanted my
I
freaking
know.
peanuts.
You got
Like, it's like that was the chase. I don't care about the thing inside. Like give me my freaking peanuts. That's what I want. But like I remember the little box of Cracker Jacks. But then like in 91, they put mini 91 Topps cards inside of Cracker Jacks, which was awesome at the time. It was like a
Remember
throwback to the old Cracker Jack cards of the heyday back in the day. I do wish, because now Cracker Jacks are inside of like regular plastic bags. I'm like,
Yeah.
you could put it inside of a plastic thing. I would love for you. It'd be kind of cool if you. It's been so long. Do like an anniversary thing. Put a card in a Cracker Jack thing.
Yeah,
I would buy one
something.
for the nostalgia of it.
It goes back to 1949. They did the hockey, baseball, football.
Well,
and
the
they
thing
did
is,
an album.
if you really want to have fun, Bobby, like the original Cracker Jack cards were like 1911, 1912. They were
yeah.
nuts. Like the original. They were like basically paper stock. They were like super fun. But like that's OG.
I mean, all these companies have to be seeing what's going on with like hobby stuff, and like
I wouldn't be shocked if some of them are at least considering it.
You know what I mean? Like, why aren't they like, hey, there's another opportunity. People love nostalgic and getting cards in their whatever it is. Yeah,
It's got to be though, Bob. The other thing though, it's got to be a manufacturer that's got to buy in now, because the licensing.
Sure.
If you want to produce the card, well, maybe you produce something else. But if you want to try to produce a card, it'd be like you'd have to get, like in Canada, you'd have to get in bed with Upper Deck and be like, guys, how about, why don't we do something with this? Like, I got an idea. Let's put this in Cracker Jacks or whatever.
There's the share of coins.
Yep, that's right.
They made shields. They did a lot of different things. You can flip through every page and you'll find a food issue.
No, there's
York-
tons.
York peanut butter, put cards underneath the lids of the peanut butter.
Yes,
jars.
that's true. You could cheat and put it under the lids. That made a lot of sense. Yes, that's right. Because the lids was a very obvious way of getting that job done. You could totally do it.
Czech cereal had cards on the back. El Producto, they did cigars on the bottom of the boxes, and plus they made insert coasters.
Right.
You can just keep going with all this stuff anyway. So
makes sense. But I do think it's a lost opportunity, kind of to what Bob was alluding to as well, is that now it would be difficult. The licensing thing is real. It's a real problem, like getting agreement to do it.
There's the Colgate.
Okay, cool.
So that was the
stamps.
7071. Yeah, the stamps.
Gotcha.
The little booklet. And the next year, that's why everyone liked this book, because it had a lot bigger pictures. So people were tending to enjoy the larger pictures. And there's the little heads at the bottom, a full set of the heads. I didn't even have the box at that time. That's 2006, though.
Right.
So
we'll see. It's one of those things where, like I said, I would love for some of these to like reach out, because I can imagine, like I said, I love baseball. Baseball is my original favorite. I enjoy hockey as well. I miss McDonald's hockey cards because I preferred McDonald's. Tim Hortons doesn't do it for me. It doesn't work for me. McDonald's hockey cards was like the proper for me.
it was good. Yeah.
For my generation, it was what I remember and what I grew up on. The other one that I thought would have been good. Now, today, if you really wanted to get like excitement and attention, you do basketball. You get Panini on board. You'd be like, guys, let's do a special series of Prism cards in cereal or in waffle, whatever. Find a product that you want to do and put those cards in there.
Well, General Mills is coming back, they said, after a 5-year hiatus of
but there would be so many people. Now again, but you got to make it super clear that it's mass produced, because you don't want people getting in line to try to hoard cereal. That's stupid.
Yeah.
But it's got to be produced in sufficient quantity. Look, this is designed for your kids to get some cards that you can just go buy the cereal, eat the cereal. Here's the cards. It's inside. It's got to be produced in sufficient quantity to be like, don't try to hoard these, for goodness sake. Just make the set. It's fine.
Yeah, it gets into the American-Canadian thing. They have to do it on both sides of the border.
Sure. But I'm saying basketball right now would probably be the move, because it's so popular, it's so hot, and the cards would be a draw in and of themselves.
Now, this is the greatest one. If anybody you talk to will say that this is probably the best promotion they ever did, was 7172. It was called the Post Shooters. And what you would do is you'd get 3 pucks attached, and you could pull back the stick and shoot the puck. So over
Oh,
here,
so it's like a game.
yeah. Well, the men were about this big, so you put them on a table. You could pull back the stick; it had a handle for them. You had stickers to stick all your stars on it.
Mhm.
Me and my brother, we'd be playing, and he'd always pull it back so far just to where it would break because he was an extremist.
Sure.
Anyways,
Okay.
and then he'd wing the puck and it go down the heat register, and game's over. He's got no puck.
Mhm.
But that's probably one of the best of all that anybody of my time remembers, I would say. And I know what's his name was who was saying it about sugar daddy cards.
Here, Sanderson Door.
Yeah, see, those were great. They were in the caramel pops. It's almost too early for that because I didn't really have all that document. Oh yeah, I should have them in here. That's why this book is so good. That's why online it'll be nice big pictures. They can see everything.
I was gonna say that my favorite part about this is like Bobby talking about his own book. This is why this book is so good, guys. Now you can't have it, you can't buy it.
You can
Because
find it, but you pay for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have people asking me like, "Hey, how do you get the book?" It's like, it's out there somewhere.
Well, here's the comparative. So then you get into this book, and it's small pictures, and it's more of lists.
Right.
So the website will combine both. It'll be large pictures and lots of them, and a lot more than even in the other book.
Right.
And it'll have all the lists too.
Sounds good.
So we're going to that next, the Playboy now, whatever.
Sure. Right.
And the next one's the big one, and that's where it's. We'll bring the hobby to that ending part for me, where just keep dumping stuff in there if I find any new information, but it'll all be uploaded, and everything that I have or know about basically will be in there.
Gotcha. Let me quickly touch on a couple of comments. No link tonight, Justin. This isn't open. I sent that out to a few folks, so you're not seeing it because it's not there. So good evening, Ken. Thanks for popping in. We will give Bob your regards. In the meantime, if you yell
It comes
really
and
loud,
goes.
yeah, if you yell really loud into the void there, that is Bob's screen. He might be able to hear you, but yeah, when he pops back in, we'll give him your regards. So good evening to you. I think Ken's based out of Texas as well, much like Steve. So there you go. So Eddie Sargent, grocery store promotions, his all-time favorite, Sanderson Door. Okay.
Yeah, they were issued for 3 years in a row. It's really kind of funny. SO Power Players, those little stamps, if people remember, they're like the Loblaws ones. Or Eddie Sargent was the same year from 70 and 71 and 72, and they used the same player picture on every one of it. It was an NHLPA kind of, so there was no change really. The numbers changed, but they were American Canadian. Kind of an interesting issue.
Nice.
Had nice albums. And
so Bob, we have Ken popping in saying good evening to you.
Yo, Ken, what is up, buddy?
There we go.
The hobby's resident Russ Davis collector.
There you go. Nice. Yeah. So I was just double checking because I knew that Ken right now is out of Texas. So formerly Bob's neck of the woods. There you go. Gotcha. I thought that was right. This makes sense.
Yes. West Virginia boy.
Nice. And then it's also Mountain State Cardboard. So he's a podcaster who's out of there as well.
Interesting. Speaking of West Virginia, I'm this close to making a big card purchase of one West Virginian.
Okay. Which one in particular?
Randy Moss.
Okay. I was gonna guess Moss, but I wasn't sure if that's where you were going with it.
Elico 3 Nolan has a yes, he has a Moss 98 SP Authentic up on eBay. So
I was gonna say one of his 2,000.
well, here's the thing. It was raw, and I
Sure,
messaged him.
yeah.
I was like, hey, I know you grade cards.
Yep.
Why not this one? So he said he pegged it at like a 7.5.
Yeah, that wouldn't be worth his while.
Right. some light surface scratching and minimal edge wear, but it looks beautiful to me, and that's a card I've wanted since 1998. So
Sure.
I'm kind of excited about that potentially happening.
Yeah,
I'll let you know.
That's the advantage. So Bobby, for context, Nolan does some dealing on the side but he does this through a website explaining his process. He shows cards that he brings in. Basically, he's like, this is it. What's funny for me, and I enjoy it, is that Nolan, there's a lot of people watch the videos, but like it's the most no frills presentation there is. It's like, here's some cards and I'm just going to go through them. And there it is. Like he's not trying to embellish it or make it more exciting than what it is. Like it is what it is. This is it. People like it. People don't like, I don't think he cares. Like, he's just like, I'm just going to make the video.
Right.
But through his eBay store, he does sell the cards. And what happens is he's got a good eye for finding cards that he feels are gradable or worthy of such. So he'll send them in.
The water into wine.
Yeah, he's a big bulk submitter. So if it doesn't fit, now he's got a high standard though, because he pre-grades them. He tries to predict what he thinks the grades are and like scores
that's cool.
himself to try to understand, like, I think it's this. And if he thinks it's undergraded, he'll send it back, crack it out. But if he thinks it's overgraded, if he thinks they actually gave him a better grade than he thought,
Sell it.
he will sell the card because he thinks it's unworthy of the grade. So he's very stringent, like he's hard line, like I believe.
And it's very.
Go ahead.
I respect that he's very transparent about all that.
Yeah, he's showing it on
like-
video. He's telling you it's
He's
overgraded.
like, look, this card is overgraded, and
In my opinion,
right. And then I think it's the concept of I'm gonna put a 10 on this, and I'm gonna resubmit it until it gets the 10 because it is a 10. That's I mean, if somebody's in a position to do that, that's awesome. But
if you've seen enough cards and you have that level of confidence that you know a 10 when you see it, then to your point, like what we talked about earlier with the Lemieux, he would look at it and most likely he would be like, yeah, it's diamond cut. No. He would be like, he'd be the one putting it up for sale.
Yeah.
He'd be like, you guys deal with it. PSA says it's 10, fine. Not worthy of me holding on to. If he believes it's a real 10 though, if he believes it's a real 10 and he has two of them, maybe he believes one of them, the real 10, he'll just keep it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not indefinitely, but he'll hang on to it. Be like, you know what? This is the nicer one. I'm keeping this.
yeah.
So it's like he uses his own judgment as where he'll either accept, he goes, PSA's got its opinion, SGC's got its opinion, I've got my opinion. And he submits enough cards where he's confident in it. But it's one of those things, like, but he'll sell the raw card. And if the raw card he doesn't think is worthy, he'll just put it at what, because he doesn't want to return. So he'll be like, this is what I think the grade is.
Right.
And just
That's good, actually, because everybody thinks they know the grades. If you look on eBay, it's all over near mint, but it's off center. It's like way off. It's like it's not near mint. I'm sorry, it takes it down a few more.
PSA 10 question mark? And it's got 70-30 centering, and I'm like, no. If you're asking me, I can tell you right now, it's no.
Yeah, but that's where we talked about before, though, by the dealer, because if you're by the seller in this case, because if you know that you submit thousands of cards, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands over time, over years, and you've got a video track record of what you bought, what you graded, and what came back.
You're selling a raw card.
Go to the
There's a
YouTube channel.
reason why.
Go to the YouTube channel. It's there. You probably will see your card. If it's one of the higher profile ones, it's probably on video when he brought it in.
If you buy from him, he does the, hey, this is what's going out this week or whatever. So
there's a video for that too.
Kind of video too. Right. I hope I get mentioned.
Yeah. So there's a lot more transparency.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
Bob
that's the only reason I'm buying it. It is the only reason I'm buying it.
Have you not picked up that Bob literally is like the craving of the attention?
I guess
it's about the fame. It's about the fame and fortune.
YouTube
It is.
grubbing.
Should I get my vest now? Is that what you're saying?
That belongs to Chair. That doesn't belong to you.
Okay,
yes.
That's true.
Show some respect. I did show Carlos Sr. your picture from the thread though, and as soon as I showed it to him, I described you first, and then I showed the picture, and he goes, "Yep, that makes sense to me." And I go, "Yeah, if I hadn't said to you that this is Bob, you would have believed that this is the Bob that I described, isn't it?" He goes, "Yep."
Sounds like a man with good judgment.
Carlos Sr. has been around the block once or twice. He understands.
I mean, he's old. He's got that going for him.
He's got that going for him. Yeah. Well, that was always the thing. I mentioned the Mountain State Cardboard guy because I enjoy stuff. I listen to it. That's why I said I listen to it. But I think he mentioned it, and I want to say maybe Brett from Stack and Slap. There are a couple of different podcasts who mentioned like talking about hobby superpower, and I laugh. And it's like become like a gimmick with them talking about it here and there. And I laugh because I was sitting there like, what's my hobby superpower? Bastardry. That's my superpower. Just blatant bastardry.
I know what mine is. Buffoonery.
There you go. They both start with a B.
And I'm just Bobby. So there we go.
You're just Bobby. Exactly.
The third B in the
exactly. But that's part of the fun. Sometimes you'll see it's like, guys, it's like bastardry is literally what I do out here. It's like it's the brain. It's everything. It's everything.
Yeah.
It's the sadistic part of fun, I guess.
Oh, I'm having fun.
So,
I can't
but-
speak for anybody else, but I'm having fun.
I'm enjoying it. I don't think you're that bad.
You get used to it.
there's
Get
It's
used
like-
to it.
it's part like genuine
Honesty. Sure.
who I am, and it's part just like I play up the caricature of sort of that persona. And
Are you saying Law
it
Bouis
it
is
works.
not the real you?
It's exactly right. You never know who you're gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Well, between you and Stove, there's a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think you should go with my suggestion. I think you should, because you mentioned there was a version of Down the Pipeline. I say never release it, and then just do the tribute, do the Tenacious D thing. It's like this is a tribute to the greatest podcast in history. You have to
So-
believe us. You should have been there, guys. Should have been there.
I'm gonna steal that idea
It's great.
for a personal video of my own. Like,
Nice.
and I just haven't figured out what the theme is yet, but I like that idea, and I'm gonna steal it.
Well, I think Tenacious D
When
was
I
onto
make
something
when
with
I
that
make a
notion.
video within the next 3 months, it'll be out there somewhere.
Dare we live the dream? Dare we live.
That'll be exciting.
Bated breath.
Yeah, I like Vinny's comment here. And yet to find a kryptonite that said superpower, it just makes his snarky remark stronger. Correct.
Mhm.
The harder you try, the stronger I get. And then if you don't try, I still get stronger anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So
Yeah,
actually, I had a quick- go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I can remember like those back pages
Mm-hmm.
shouting you out like a year ago, right?
Oh, yeah.
And maybe even longer.
I enjoyed the way he described it though, because when he did it, he goes, "Yeah, so he's got a lot of subscribers, but he kind of explains it." And I was like, "Yeah."
So
It's like-
And so Eric got, we're good buddies, and I checked you out. I can't remember like what era of Carlos this was, but I'm not quite sure what my first impression was. I think so. The first time I watch anybody on YouTube, including myself, I never like them. It's usually like the third or fourth viewing that I'm like, okay, I can buy into what this guy is putting out there for sure. So I think it took at least 10 views for you, Carlos. But I
Oh,
mean,
I
you're
would think
still
at least.
you made it. You made it.
10 views. It took you 10.
Yeah, at
Either-
least.
That's abuse if you didn't like them.
I'm okay with it either way. Works
Yeah,
out
I
for
got
me.
it.
It doesn't make any difference to me. I'll take all 10 of the views, sir.
Yeah.
It's funny because and I'll give the short version because it's in the 1,000 subscriber video. I explained the backstory of the channel because the whole thing was, the first part of it was because I always treated YouTube like it's public access TV is what it really is. It's internet public access TV. You can do whatever. You can try it, and by the way, you can workshop it over and over again if you're not happy with it
Yeah.
until you get whatever it is. It'll get traction or it won't. That's not really up to you. It's up to the almighty algorithm. So it's like it is what it
Sure.
is.
Yeah.
Some of it's luck, some of it's timing, some of it is like, well, it just so happened to work. Congratulations. But it may not have had anything to do with you. It happened that day.
How much do you think the algorithm has to do with it all?
99.9%.
Yeah,
Isn't that amazing?
Because my biggest the thing is, it's been this. So those back pages. So Vinny says here as well that he heard of me from those back pages as well. And there was a bunch of folks. But what happened was, by the time that Eric shouted me out, I think I already had 1,000 subscribers.
you did.
And for people, and the thing is, people would go and look and be like, 1,000 subscribers, but how many views? Because at that point, my videos were doing single digits.
Yeah.
Like
Really?
3, 4, 5 views. And the thing is, I didn't care. I was basically restarting the YouTube channel from scratch because
How
a
does
lot of
that-
those subscribers were from before.
From his
I don't
previous.
understand it. Yeah.
So let me quickly explain. Here's the short version. When I was playing around with it, the idea that I had is I did a podcast with my younger brother where we did the movie review thing. That's what we
Loved
were
them.
playing around with. It was an experiment.
A lot
It
of
was never,
fun.
it was never meant to see the light of day outside of the fact that it existed. It existed, and if someone saw it, great. If they didn't see it, I didn't care. I was screwing around with the idea. I liked the concept. We never quite got it where I wanted it to, but we made 46 episodes of the damn thing once a week. So I was just proud of us for doing it once a week and actually
You had fun.
doing it every single week. Yeah. And we did it for almost a year. Well, a couple of those went viral, and those are the ones that have 1 million views. And to this day, there are people who will
That'll
still
do it.
subscribe seeing some of that stuff because I was collecting Blu-rays at the time. And I spent thousands of dollars collecting these Blu-rays because they were expensive. They were like 20, they were
We
like
did
15,
too. I did too,
$20
yeah.
each. They're expensive.
I don't even
still-
use them.
I still have about 300 of them
Me
back
too.
there. Good movies and stuff. Some of them I haven't gone around to. Some of them I will. But I left it there because it's like, well, I'm not ashamed of it. I made it. If people like it, great. But it's from 5 and 6 years ago. Like I had less gray hair back then, and I was younger, and I had a more defined jawline because I was a little bit thinner. So that's how I was 5 or 6 years ago. So be it. But we had fun with it. We screwed around, and my younger brother was dressed like a ninja.
Oh yeah.
So if you go watch it, it's like
In full
that's what you-
regalia. Like
well,
you only
he
get,
would wear
like-
he would wear
The face.
yeah, he would wear the mask. And sometimes he'd be like just like in a t-shirt, but he would be wearing the ninja mask. But the thing is, I would never explain it. I would call him Many
Which is
Ninjas
key.
because
That's
that was his
key.
moniker. But I would never explain it. I would just be
Yeah.
like, yeah. So like imagine if Stove was like wearing a demon mask for every episode of Cardboard and it was you on video, but you never acknowledged it. You just talked to him perfectly normally.
I've
Like,
done
yeah,
stuff like that. I've had something weird sitting in the background, and like you just don't mention it.
yeah.
you know?
But I'm saying like it's in your face.
there.
It's literally in front
Yeah,
of you.
right.
But do it for 46 straight episodes. That's what I did. That's what we did. It was silly. It was like a first version of what eventually would become this nonsense because we had little pieces of nonsense, but it wasn't to the same level.
Did you have people asking in the comments what it was about and just ignore them?
It wasn't a live stream. It wasn't like that.
No.
Not in
But
24.
even like after, even comments on the video, like after the fact, hey,
Oh,
why
for
is
sure.
this guy?
Well,
Yeah.
So I'll tell you this. And this is why I used to chuckle when someone, I don't forget who brought it up, but someone talked about like the whole thumbs down thing. And I don't know if I know I mentioned it to some folks. I might have mentioned it to you. And I joke about it. And that the videos in question, those live streams, because they were considered live streams by YouTube standards. They're considered live streams, even though there was never a live audience. There never was. You could do it directly through the Google Hangouts. You could do Google Hangouts. It would save it and upload it to YouTube. So it was automated. So that's how I would do it. And so it made it nice and easy for us. We could just do our thing. And then when we were done, hit the button and it would upload. I wouldn't have to do there was no editing. It's just, it is what it is. Some of it could have used some editing, but it never had any. But the thing is, the biggest view ones that were ever on there, what ended up happening is that they would have, so one of them had like 2,700 thumbs down. That's why I chuckle when they talk about thumbs down. I was like, dude, 2,700.
Wow.
It had 1,100 thumbs up, but 2,700 thumbs down.
Was it a movie?
Well, no, these were so it was the Marine. It was the Marine was the episode in question. And then the
A lot of
Universal
John
Soldier-
Cena fans, so watch that.
Yeah, I guess so. And Universal Soldier, mine 2,600 thumbs down, almost 2,700.
Universal Soldier? I thought it was okay.
It wasn't the movie. It was our take on it. Because I think what happened is the reason why it went viral, and that's why I say the algorithm is the thing. The reason it went viral is because some morons actually thought it was the movie. And they were like, it's just these two idiots talking about the movie. It's not the movie. It's like, I never said it was the movie.
That's why. Yeah.
It's like, you think after 6 years, the damn thing wouldn't have been, the thing was monetized for years. You don't think the damn thing would have been taken down for copyright if I had been making money by uploading the movie, you idiot? And the runtime doesn't match, you morons?
There's enough of them out there. Don't worry.
Yeah. But that was the thing. After a while, I turned off the comments because you want to talk about hate. Oh, we got the hate.
Oh, did you really?
Oh, tons. Oh, yeah. It was hilarious. But it was what it was. But I leave it on there because it was what it was. But
I
those
watched
were the
a few. You guys did a good job.
Yeah, those were the videos that got a ton of those subscribers. After 1,000, there was still a bunch that still got from those old videos by then. I started doing the sports card videos like in late 2018. So I started doing it in 2018. So it's basically the last 2 years and change that I've been doing sports card because I had left the channel for a while dormant. I'd stopped doing those. And then I said, well, let me do something with this. I got the damn channel still here. So I pivoted and I decided to do sport. So it's like starting over from scratch anyway. You've got the subscribers before, but they're not watching your new stuff. So they're there, but they're not there. But since then, now we're pushing 3,000 subscribers. So it's like, but it's had to build organically. Like it's not, I wasn't able to piggyback off the old success. I couldn't, they're there on paper. They don't exist in reality.
No.
That's what made it interesting. Is like, I got a chance to start from scratch, which is actually kind of fun. Nobody's watching. I can do whatever I want.
Basically.
So you're saying you got like 100 subscribers per hobby content, basically.
Well, for a while, because I don't know how many are since then. Because after I had stopped doing it for 5 or 6 years, the Blu-ray ones weren't really adding subscribers that much anymore.
Yeah.
So after a while, I was like, well, it has to be the hobby content, because it's like, what are you going to subscribe based on a 6-year-old video?
18 was like right when I came, like when I was in YouTube, like full bore type of thing, you know, exploring channels, and I do it. I think my first video was in like June of 18, but I had been watching YouTube for a year prior to that.
Mm-hmm. Right. But it was one of those things, kind of to Bobby's question, is that YouTube back then was, now if I had started sports card thing in 2014, because that's when I was doing a lot of that stuff, it would have been way easier, because then you would have gotten the traction, because that pool was small. Back to 2014 and thereabouts, that pool would have been small, and you would have been able to.
Pretty much just Dave at that point.
Yeah. So like, it's one of those things where I don't mind though, because I always felt like it was more I laugh because by that point the Marine and all that had like 700,000 views and stuff. So I was sitting there like, I've done 6-figure videos, but it doesn't matter. You're starting from scratch. You're doing a different genre. You're doing a completely different. So the single digit views made perfect sense. Like, nobody's heard of me in this space. I've been collecting for 30 years. I'm not new to collecting. I'm not new to the hobby, but I'm new to this.
Can I ask you, was there ever a thought of like, you're making this pivot in your content to like start a new channel?
Sure. I thought about it, but I was like, I don't care. And to be honest, all I did was I did change the name of the channel, because eventually it became, because I'm Carlos, I'm like, let me lean into my arrogance. Let me have so much fun with this. It was always there.
Perfect,
let me just lean into it fully and embrace. And the more people didn't like it, the more I was like, I'm going to have more fun. Because I was like, if you don't like it, then don't watch it. My thought process was like, I've never left a hate comment on anything in my life, because I'm like, I don't care enough. If I don't like it, I don't even sit to watch any more of it. I turn it off and I watch something else.
You're a fan of wrestling, right, Carlos?
Yeah. So
has any of that sort of mythology of like, I'm not calling you a heel, but like, right. But there, I mean, there's something to that. I mean, really, like, you know, I remember from the Private Parts movie about Howard Stern, like how it said, I know it's just a movie, but I'm sure it's sort of based in reality, like how, you know, people that actually like the show watch it for two of the 4 hours, but like people that hated it watched like almost all of the show, because like they wanted ammunition to like go after.
That's real. I think that's real. Now, one quick point I'll make. While it may seem like that, I'm not intentionally trying to make it incendiary. I am not shy to do so. I will have my fun. But no, if we want to just play it straight, we can play it straight. But if we're playing it straight, I promise you these live streams are shorter, because what's the point? There's only so much you can do. The silliness, the divergence, the all of it. That's why it's fun. If I was doing a straight show, if I was trying to do a straight sports card show, I'd cap it at about 90 minutes.
I'd be asleep right now.
Yeah, but why? Like, I'd cap it at like 60 to 90 minutes. Kill it. After that, just kill it. The reason these things can go on for a while is because we can talk about whatever.
Sure.
Now we're having a meta conversation about YouTube with two YouTubers,
Right.
But we can do that, and then we can talk cereal. We could talk chicken sandwiches. I'll leave that mostly for Dave and Steve. But the point is, we could have if we wished, and that flexibility is part of the fun.
Well, we're not amateurs here. You know, we have knowledge of the hobby and all the content there within. So people come and hang out. All these people here and all the others that usually come, They like hanging out. They can ask questions.
Yeah.
You know,
It's always been, but the thing is, the audience participation has always been critical. And this is something I've conveyed to others. I said to them, the audience participation is critical because if there is a serious, and I said it with Dave and Steve, it's like, what you're going to see if you watch is you see this nonsense, this conversation about ridiculousness, this idiocy, and all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden someone will ask a compelling question, flip
Yeah.
the switch. All of a sudden for the next 10 minutes, it's like, nope. So here's the analysis on this, this, and this. It's like, wait, wasn't that the same 3 seconds ago? You're talking about all this nonsense and idiocy, and all of a sudden bringing in like the analytics and the analysis and the breakdown and think about this
Yeah.
this way and think about, yes, it's all part of the package.
Mhm.
Because we can flip a switch. You're a hobby historian. You can bring that background and that context.
Mhm.
I'm a very analytical guy. As soon as you give me the chance to do that, and I have a reason to, I'll flip that switch. It's not a problem.
Bob's a YouTuber and a breaker and a
Yeah.
candlestick maker.
Yeah. And the thing is, a lot of the people that I bring on here have tons of hobby experience.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not an
of course.
accident. It's not a coincidence. It's not that I'm morally opposed to having. The reason why I'm trying to make a differentiator between, and I'm trying this out this way, and I may do it a different way, and we'll play by ear, and we'll go with it. But I said, but one of the suggestions, like I said earlier on, for anybody who didn't hear it, Victor, All Time Greats blog, that was on a little earlier in the chat. He made the suggestion that, well, why don't you do like an interview thing or whatever? And I'm borrowing that concept, but I'm also taking it like I may still do that because I think it's not a bad idea.
Well, you have done that too before
sure.
with
But
card
the idea
ladder.
is the Friday one, focus on a curated group of people popping in. It's not fully open.
Gotcha.
It's like, I invited you, Bobby, because you've been here and we can have these conversations, we can hang out and do that. And I know what I'm getting and I understand and we can play off of each other.
Mhm.
But then I also left it open to that text messaging group are people that have been pretty much people that have been on here before. There's no accident to this. It was very specific and strategic. And I also reached out to a handful of folks on Instagram who have also been on here before.
Mhm.
It's a very limited group of people. That group may expand over time, and that's fine. That's great. But I'm being very selective. Now, if I invite someone explicitly to come on, that's great. I may do that too. That is probably going to be the Friday. So it'll be a controlled, curated group of people to pop in and join in who I already know and can vouch for. And then Sunday will be like, those same people may pop in or other combinations they're in.
Hang out.
But I'll also leave it open. It's whoever wants to pop in and chill for a while.
So for the interview part, would that be the first part of your Friday show?
It depends on what happens.
Like you have a little quick interview for the first half hour, 40 minutes, and
It may
the
be.
rest of it's talking about that or
and at that stage I may be like, hey guys, pop on.
So I enjoyed
conversation.
Joe when Joe was on talking about the Star Jordan stuff. Like that was really I was really interested in that conversation, and then just and kind of why PSA doesn't do it and what it would take for them to really kind of is there an opportunity here? Like all of that was really fascinating conversation, and it wasn't necessarily like a straightforward interview about him, but he kind of brought the topic forward. You guys asked questions. It wasn't again a formal thing, but it ended up kind of being that. I enjoyed that very much. I didn't know. Geez, what was kind of mind blowing to me from that was like Star was actually like the ones kind of like remaking their own stuff. I didn't know that part of the story. It's it's interesting.
Yeah, and there's been
Joe written his article yet?
There's been an addendum. I did see, but the one who brought the video also did an addendum because he spoke to the guy who worked with Beckett to give them some background because he wanted to clarify a couple of things. And apparently the issue wasn't the 84. Apparently the issue was the 85 that caused some problems because they did grade some counterfeits. But apparently the 84, they didn't have that problem. And because of the stigma of the 85, it caused them to shy away, PSA. Now, the belief from the individual who did the training, he believes that with training, you can distinguish the real from the genuine article from the fake or from the reprint or the counterfeit or whatever. He believes that shouldn't be an issue. So
see what happens for your show.
Well, I mean, I agree. Like, why? I mean, if PSA makes so many, um, the decisions they make are like purely like for their business, the growth of their business. This seems like an opportunity. Like, why? How hard would it be to, like, as you say, to train an expert in that and just to kind of go with it? I don't know. Like, why? With it when it's Jordan.
Yeah, but that's why we mentioned that the fact that it is the fact they're under new ownership that is sympathetic to the 84 star Jordan. Let's put it that way. Nate Turner, Nat Turner. But
I do that Nate Nat all the time.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things. Sometimes you'll slip into it and realize that, oh, wait, Nat.
And you think you got it, and you still say it wrong, and you go,
yeah. But the point is, he's very sympathetic to the 84 star Jordan. So it's one of those things where, like, well, you own the place. You know the guy's still out there who can deliver this training. Maybe revisit the conversation and be like, hey, would you come in and give that training to some of our senior graders, and let's see if maybe we can reopen that box.
I'm still not sure how. I know they weren't pack distributed, but I'm still not sure. I know they came in the little packs, but how did you get them? Did you just buy them? Straight?
There were dealers who received. They were like packets, because I know that Star later on, like this is later on. This is like in the late 80s and early 90s, because I know they would issue those little. Sometimes they would have them in little packet boxes, and sometimes they would be put into these basically like the plastic. Basically, like plastic encasement. No, they were like plastic encasemaents. They were literally the ones that you just shut.
Really?
Because I saw ones where they would put like
tight?
now this might have been the dealer themselves that did it, but I saw ones like that where they had a label on it that had the numbering. Because like say it was out of 500, they would put like 235 of 500 on the back of the thing, and I think there was some weird. I believe there were some variations to the distribution method. Is what I'm saying. I believe there were some variations.
So the dealers kind of did their own little thing, kind of thing.
I wouldn't be shocked. Unfortunately, I wasn't around when they were selling them, so I wouldn't have been able to tell you for sure.
But maybe out of innocence, not out of.
It could be.
So these are some of the only Star cards I owned, and I don't even. Now I'm like, are they even real?
The one on the right is, the one on the left isn't.
So,
Nice, Bobby. Nice.
Well, one's brighter yellow, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The Crunch and Munch. Crunch and Munch. So they obviously that's kind of like a Cracker Jack, and it says branded right on there. I guess they had no shame. And
so Rick's taking a stab at this one here. He's saying you can definitely tell the difference between real and fake Star cards. People were sending in a ton of fakes to PSA. They just didn't want to deal with it. I would get that, but it's one of those things like that's kind of PSA's job. people, I'm sure, like I get the idea, but it would be a very strange business decision to be like, we just don't want to deal with it. Really? Like, because that's literally your job. it's kind of what you do.
If they don't grade it, then it isn't their job.
Exactly. Sure.
So they're gonna just anything they don't want to deal with. There's a lot of issues I know.
So Bob, maybe that was the problem. Maybe your Jordan rookie was fine, and it was just like Bob Lewis. Nope.
Dead.
Dude, I'm so sour that I didn't check that box, but oh well.
Yep.
It may come back now.
Grade, Bob. Min grade.
That's okay.
AUTH. Min grade.
It might come back now.
Yeah, exactly. But no, the thing is that I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't get revisited, because Paul was saying here, yeah, sympathetic is one way to say it. I'm trying to be diplomatic on that one, Paul. I'm trying to be diplomatic, but I don't know. It wouldn't shock me if it got, and it would probably be wise. There you go. Leave Chair in charge. That's right. Well done, Paul. This is your moment. It has been done. Good stuff. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. We'll have to see how that plays out. So for the most part, guys, I'll leave it if you got one or two more topics to touch on. I've got one silly topic I'll touch on when Chair allows Bob to come back. We'll do one more silly one, and then I think we're good. I think we've done some fine work this evening.
Yes,
some fine work.
Started slow, but it worked its way up.
Well, I figured. I'll be honest. I wasn't sure. I figured it would take a little time. And we'd have to work our way into it. And it goes back to that thing about the YouTube thing. Sometimes it's good to be patient. Just be patient.
Mm-hmm.
I had plenty of opportunities to be discouraged. Oh, no one's watching it. What am I going to do? Just do what you're doing. Just do it. I never concerned myself with that. It's like, no, stay the course. Just do what you're doing. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I can play around. The beauty of it is when no one's watching, you can keep messing with the format until you're happy. I tried one thing, didn't quite like it. I tried something else. I liked it a little better and kept playing around with it. Didn't even think about doing live streams for the longest time. And then eventually just, I'll give it a shot. Tried it a couple of times and then eventually it became a regular thing.
Yep.
You don't know until you try.
No, especially with the online. And you don't know the algorithm that's working against you or for you. And that's the weirdest part.
Well,
I know it clicks in when I try to watch some stuff and I don't get other stuff. And then you kind of search and find it a different way. And it's interesting how it all works out.
No, for sure. But some folks have really tried to make a lot more out of it than it is. It's like, look, some of it's just not in your control. You can do your best. You can do everything right, quote unquote. And you know what? Sometimes it still doesn't work. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. Like that, there's no magic formula. I'd love to tell you, yeah, just do this. And yeah, everything works. No, sometimes you do good work. Sometimes you try your best and it's done.
People love controversy though. You'd think you'd have 1,000 people watching.
Wow.
No, just kidding.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think you need.
Not really.
I think you need to be Jeff Wilson on that one if you want to pull that stunt. You want to be Jeff Wilson? You do like an extended hello. Maybe that'll work for you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
God, that's
all it takes.
something.
Well, this is actually. You know what? I'll touch on this one quickly, and then Bob, I have a perfect topic for you. A perfect topic, and I think you're exactly the man we need for this topic.
Okay, good.
But first, quickly, YouTube related. This is something that I think would be interesting as well. Just real quick. I've always thought, I love the idea. We love numbers. We love metrics, all that. In the perfect world, we would all get millions of views and all that stuff. It's neat. It's a niche format. Like, live with it. It is what it is. I've often thought, and this is a conversation I've had with folks, I'd rather have an engaged, smaller group of people watching than a very big group of people who are just like passively watching and don't care. Like you say things, no one's really listening. It's like you look, it's like, well, people are watching, but nobody's really listening.
Yeah, it's like fine dining to buffet. It's better to have good quantity food than having a whole charade of macaroni and cheese and meatballs and whatever else is there. Chicken
Back to
wings.
the food thing, Bobby. Back to the food thing. Well played.
Okay, it's something we do 3 times a day, most of us. What else do you do 3 times a day that requires some effort?
Well, depends how old I was when you're asking me.
Oh yeah, I'm sure, Bob. Every day, 3 times a day. Yeah.
Indeed.
Viking stud.
Yeah. Well, that I suspected that's where he was going with it. It's like, Bob, you think very highly of yourself, sir.
I meant eating bowls of cereal. Is what I meant.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. I will, Justin. I will take it easy on myself. I will look at my logo and feel better.
That's it. Yeah. A little more narcissism. Actually, I'm right here.
It helps so much, though, Bobby. Like, look. Like, do I need to like explain? Like, we're good.
The 92 Bowman. Nice choice.
Yep. Well played. So Jan, still on. We are indeed. We've got a couple more topics we'll touch on, then we'll wind her down here. And Hockey Guy says, ha. There you go. I love it. No, but I was going to say, like, I theorize that I think there's more value to a more engaged audience, even if quote unquote smaller, because I'm like, I would rather have so that I pose a question and I actually get a response, because I'm sitting there like when I did the Wednesday thing and I said, hey, do you guys, you have a stake in this too? Do you have some idea? Well, I got ideas. People throw ideas at me. I was like, oh, fantastic. This is great. But there are folks who will make videos like thousands of views, 2 comments.
That's it.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. So people really aren't, they're watching, but they're not watching.
They don't care.
Yeah. So it's like, you don't get the vanity metric. It feels good to have like a vanity metric, but it's like, well, what are you actually getting?
You get the view mark if you click on the video, right? Is that true? Right.
Well, it's a couple of seconds.
So-
I think it's a couple of seconds for it to register, but yeah, effectively.
Okay.
Yes. And usually it's like, oh my God, look at this man. No, click. That counts as a view. Congratulations.
Oh well.
Yeah. But that's why I always laugh. It's like, well, sometimes you'll see that. And I was like, well, I don't know what you're watching then. I don't know what you're watching for. Like that, but that's why I said earlier, it's like, I've never left as much as I am a professional hater. I've never left a hate comment because it's like, well, why would I expend the effort? If I don't like the content, I stop watching the content. Spare myself. I've got better things to do. I've got so much other stuff to watch.
And you can talk about it on here.
Correct. Exactly. Get something productive out of it. But that's just kind of the angle that I take on it. It's like, no, just watch what you want to watch. Don't watch what you don't want to watch, and you'll be happier. I did show. I may have to do a tutorial because once upon a time, Kin asked, "Is there a way to like, He like said it jokingly, and then I literally showed him how to block like channels he doesn't want to see in their office feed. And he was like, "Wait, you can do that?" I was like, "Yeah, buddy. You just click on the thing there, and you can. Don't show me this channel anymore. You don't have to see it. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. I promise. It's okay. You can literally tell YouTube, I don't want to see this channel anymore, and it won't show it to you. It's okay." So that's why I don't understand. Like, don't watch what you want to do.
Yeah, I guess certain ones come up.
Yeah. Senators are, I've been here for 4 hours. Well, congratulations to you, sir. Has it registered? I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. At that point, I would hope so. All right, Bob. So here we go. This is perfect. This is perfect Bob Lewis question. We've discussed this before, and we know you are a connoisseur. So while I am not a foodie, there is one category where I am willing to have a discussion. Bob Lewis, what is best cereal?
Okay, it's a great question. So my immediate answer is a seasonal cereal.
Ooh.
So it's sort of like a one season.
Bobby's already disapproving. I like this.
A seasonal cereal. Do you live in California, you said? No.
I do not. But it's a
It's like a Joe answer. Well, if the berries are fresh on the ridge today, then we will have this.
Frank, twice that you're being held against your will.
Frankenberry and Blueberry only come out during Halloween.
Uh-huh.
And I am a fan of both of those.
This is Bobby. This is the reason I started with Bob. I would have started with you if I wanted a straight answer. I'm playing right into Bob's wheelhouse. Can you work with me, man?
Okay, so if I'm feeling healthy, I'll go Honey Nut Cheerios with the banana on it. My guilty pleasures are Lucky Charms and Cocoa Pebbles. I'm not a big chocolate cereal
the
guy.
Marshmallow and cereal is a bold move, sir. It's a bold move.
Cocoa Pebbles I know you're a Cocoa Crisp guy, but Cocoa Pebbles is my jam, as the kids say. But Frosted Flakes is sort of like the fail safe. Grandma buys Frosted Flakes just as much as like your young studs.
I don't see, Bob. I don't mind you exploring the space because I kind of suspected you would. I don't mind you exploring the space.
Okay,
I like the angles. I like the directions that it goes in, and I'll list a few cereals myself. I will list a few. But my question was, what is best cereal?
Best.
We need best.
Frankenberry is my favorite.
Your favorite, Frankenberry.
It is.
Wow.
So that's a seasonal. So my favorite that you can get at any point is Captain Crunch berries.
All right, so Captain Crunch berries anytime. Frankenberry, if this is the time of the year
if it's Halloween, then I got to go with that. I typically stock up, and I run out by January usually.
All right, very well.
I saw that, Bobby.
I will accept this response. This is the Bob Lewis response. I will accept this response.
Okay.
Bobby Burrell.
Yes.
What is best cereal? What is best cereal?
Grape nuts. Isn't that an old man kind of commercial thing? Shreddies. Honey Shreddies.
Honey Shreddies. Okay.
That's my favorite of all time.
Do you have any other ones that you particularly enjoy?
I'd have to go back through the record book, but my wife buys Honey Nut Cheerios, so if there's no Shreddies, I'll have those. But if I enjoy the roof of my mouth, I like Captain Crunch. And I don't really eat the pre-sweetened cereals really anymore, although Honey Shreddies is. I've loved all the other ones over the years. Corn Flakes. Actually, my other one would be Raisin Bran.
Okay.
I love raisins, so
that's not a bad choice. I wouldn't.
That's not a bad choice.
Yeah, like
raisin.
The brand notwithstanding, it's
scoops.
got sugar on it, and it's got sugar on it too.
It's got sugar on it. Oh, yeah.
Like
And they added that crunch version of it, which is actually
Oh, I
even
love
better.
that. Yeah.
yeah, and I'm not putting any caveats on health here because let's be fair, let's be clear about this. The cereals that we all like they're actually trash. I
Yeah.
still enjoy them, but they're trash. Just so we're clear, they're actual trash.
Complete.
All right, so I'm with Rick on this one. For me, Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch is still the classic. It is still like if I could just have it. And here's the thing. When it comes to breakfast, I'm at the stage in my life where I'll just make a sandwich for breakfast because I'm also getting up later usually if I have a choice. I'm making a sandwich for breakfast. But if I can eat a cereal, and I still like to have cereal as a snack, so I'll still enjoy my cereal as a snack. And as a snack, I feel better about it than I do as a breakfast. But Captain
Do you
Crunch
remember the Mr. T Captain Crunch ripoff cereal?
I remember that. Yeah.
Featured in the Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure movie. Yep. Side note.
But as a cereal, and I would still have this as a snack, and I have not too long ago. I finished my box. I'll have to get another box. But Captain Crunch, to me, still it's got the nostalgia. I loved it when I was a kid. It's good stuff. There's some other cereals I enjoy as well. I'll talk about those in a second because I wanted to. But for me, it's still Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch is right at the mountaintop for me personally. So that one's a strong one for me.
So
Go ahead.
I'm gonna throw this in there before I let you go on your thing. Not that I'm letting you. So it's we were talking about cereal cards, like cards in cereal.
Yes.
The post cards. I think I ate probably in 1993, 94, like 100 boxes of honeycombs just to get like the cards. So
All right.
that
All right.
Honeycombs are hard when they're so big when they're not so.
it's a challenge, but I'm up for that every once in a while.
Look at you. So
Yes.
Captain Crunch is my favorite. That's my top.
Okay.
That's my top.
Mm,
Sugar Crisp I loved. I love Sugar Crisp. I enjoyed it.
it's soggy fast though.
But I eat it too quickly for that, Bobby. It's not an issue. Sugar Crisp gets consumed. Sugar Crisp gets consumed, my friend. That never becomes a problem. If you eat it with speed and accuracy, it is gone before that becomes a problem. But I agree with you. If you let it sit, then yes, it will not be so good. So those are the two personal favorites. I actually enjoy Rice Krispies, to be honest with you. It's just if it's just I'm grabbing a bowl and I just want to quickly have a bowl of cereal. I actually like the crunch. I like listening to it for just a second and then
You adding sugar to that?
if I'm having Rice Krispies, that is the closest thing to healthy cereal that we're gonna get outside of straight Cheerios, which I actually enjoy. I actually enjoy straight Cheerios if I'm just
I
hungry.
don't mind 'em.
If I just want to eat it, if it's late, I'd rather not have too much sugar late. That defeats the point. If I just am hungry and I need some, I always have a box of regular Cheerios there to go, and I'll have that if I just need a snack. That's great. Rice Krispies is actually not bad for that either because it doesn't have a ton of sugar. It's still pretty good for that.
When you make the squares though,
The squares are fantastic.
Ooh,
it gives you a
amazing.
bonus utility with Rice Krispies. It gives you another option.
I didn't think they ever made cereal to eat. Like I thought Rice Krispies squares, that was it.
You were like, it's like Bobby was 47 before he found. You can eat this as cereal? What is?
Where's the marshmallows? Let's stir it up. Let's get it going.
right.
Nice. So I'm just grabbing a couple of these comments here. Honeycomb, that's a good one. That's a solid one. I'm fair. That's fair.
That's a tough one, yeah.
So here, hold on. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a good one as well.
Ooh.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is solid.
Classic.
Solid.
Nuts and honey.
What's that?
Nuts and honey.
Yeah. Yeah,
I do
exactly.
like the honey bunches of oats with strawberries. I do like that one. That's that. If I had to go like my healthy, that's my healthy, even though it's not.
Okay.
Even though it's not,
Yeah.
guys.
Even though it's really loaded with sugar.
That's my healthy, even though diabetes.
It has oats in the title. I mean, it's closest I'm gonna get.
Yeah. But I used I picked regular Cheerios because like as a snack, like late, it's a good choice. It's a good solid choice. Honey Nut is preferred if I just have a choice straight up. It's again snack. To me, I treat there are certain cereals, and this is just kind of the way I treat it. There's certain cereals that are like, okay, look, if it's a late night snack, I don't want to be loading up on sugar, but I want something that I can put in the bowl, put some milk in it, and we're good to go. I'm happy with it. Frosted Flakes is solid as well. I saw him mention a solid.
I used to eat alphabets. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, I loved alphabets. I did.
Yep.
It was very plain, but it had a good taste to it for sure.
So the distinction I make there is that there's certain cereals that are good for late night when you're not intending to try to load up on sugar. That's where Cheerios plays in. Rice Krispies is good. It's a good solid choice for that. It's not bad. There's some other ones I'm sure that we could pick that are good. But then everything else is open. If I'm talking snack cereal, like a cereal for snack,
Cookie Crisp.
open. Whatever you want. Like we can go in any direction you like.
You don't even need milk. You can just spray it out of the bag.
And sometimes I've had the peanut butter Cheerios.
Cups?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, there's a peanut butter Cheerios. It's actually quite good. I don't put milk on that though, to be honest with you. I'd rather just have it as cereal. Just have it that way. And it's a snack though. When it's snack cereal, the sugar is allowed. Have your sugar, enjoy it. It's a snack. In the middle of the night though, probably not my first choice. That's why I give myself options.
What kind of milk are you using?
I use almond milk. I use almond milk. I used to use
milk
2% consistently, but I will use the almond milk because it works fine. To be honest, I can taste the cereal perfectly, and almond milk is great because you don't have to throw it in the fridge for a long time. It literally can just sit there for a while.
Yeah.
And then if you put it in the fridge and make it cold, it's fine. It's great.
Yeah, 1%.
So I was raised the 2% guy, and my wife was more of a skim milk, so we've compromised to the 1%.
1%.
I was raised 3% or homogeneous. No, it's 3%. Yeah, that's true.
It's like it says vitamin D. It's like the red cap, like thick. It's pretty much like half and half, borderline half and half.
Well, it's 3%, where cream starts at about 5%. In my coffee, I use 18%, like Tim Hortons does. 35% is whipping cream.
Right.
Holy
You want to get food?
Why
don't
do you
worry,
know
yeah.
these percentages?
He's Bobby Burrell. Do you really have to ask this question?
Oh my goodness. I'm learning. I'm learning.
Absorb the information, Bob. Absorb the information.
Yeah, lots of fun stuff.
I like this comment. It made me laugh.
Not water. Gross.
It's with the almond milk. He's to be honest, he's not far off. That's basically like, it's really just ground almonds. Like if you really think about what is almond milk, you take the almonds and you grind them. That's basically what it is. And effectively, you add some water. The reason why it can sit, so milk goes bad if you let it sit for not long. Depends. Depends on how well you do a good job sealing it or whatever. But almond milk can sit in those containers for a really long time. Here's the thing.
Is it pasteurized?
I don't think so, but it's not really necessary. Like literally it's ground almonds. Like you don't really have to do anything to it. Now, that isn't to say you could leave it for a billion years.
Well, but not oil can go rancid. So
I'm sure. Yeah, probably. But what happens is, so here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 10 almonds and a bunch of water blended up. Come on, 11. It's at least 11. Come on, man. That'd be funny, actually. I wonder if you could actually pull that off. I'd have to try it. But anyway, the point of the reason why I started having the almond milk is, number one, like I said, I can buy a bunch of it in bulk and then just let it sit. And like I said, when I'm having it in the cereal, now if the taste threw off the cereal, we got a problem. But if it doesn't, if you get the unsweetened, you're not going to notice. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't affect it. So you can still taste the cereal. And that's the part I care about. Like, I care about tasting the cereal. This is just to complement the cereal.
They sweeten the almond milk, do they not? With sucrose?
They do oftentimes, but you can get the unsweetened. You can specifically get the unsweetened, and then you're not being impacted. The point is, how does the cereal taste? That's the part I care about. How does the cereal taste?
It enhances the taste because almond
It can. Yeah.
Sure.
But I'll be honest, a lot of times, like, I don't taste the almond. So it depends, I guess, on the cereal as well. Like if the cereal doesn't have enough flavor to stand out, then yes, that'll be an issue.
Gotcha.
But the thing is that when you have that, the other aspect of it that works really well is that at this point, as I do get older, I am cognizant of trying to be like, okay, look, I can't eat like shit like I could in my 20s. I could get away with it. I could get away with it really well. I'm not sitting here trying to like eat perfect health. But it's like, why do I love the 2% milk is great, but it's like, all right, I'm just adding extra calories for the sake of adding extra calories. I enjoy it, but it's not adding so much to my experience that it's worth it. I'd rather get the calories in something else then.
It's just what you get used to. 1% now is perfectly fine with me.
Yeah.
I use 2% probably growing later in my years, and then in the last 15, 20 years, probably 1%.
This is where I have fun with my younger brother, because my younger brother is almost 2 years younger than I am. But he looks like he's at least 30 or 40 years older than I am. At least 30 or 40, conservatively. And he just continues to age. Whereas I basically mock him with my defiance. It's like, yeah, I'm older than you, but it's like,
Yeah.
it's like as the hairline keeps receding and receding and receding and thinning and thinning.
Got that.
But the thing is, he's the only one. Carlos Sr. has a full head of hair. It's gray, all gray. He's Bob Barker hair, but it's full. It's full. And it grows out just fine. Jorge Alcazar, he had cancer for 20 years and he had a full head of hair. This guy, I was like, you're either the mailman's kid or you're cursed. I don't know what to tell you. You got a problem.
Wow.
You're the only one. And on my mom's side of the family, all good. So we're good. We're good on both sides of the family. Never had an issue. He's the only one. A fact that I do enjoy pointing out to him once or twice.
I'm sure there was some rivalry growing up.
Oh, yes. Well, the thing is, when we were really young, we actually looked almost like twins. Even though he had the gauge gap,
he looked like the older twin, though.
It was less obvious than you would think in the younger pictures. You could be like, oh, well, he's a little bit smaller, but like they look real similar, like really similar. And then we diverged quite a ways as the years went by. But he's one of those things where he's on his feet. He's on his feet all the time working retail, but he keeps gaining weight. It's like, well, yeah, you keep eating like shit. The problem is you still think you're 25, and the problem is you're 35. It doesn't work that way. I didn't want to have to adapt and change, but I was like, well, I kind of have to. I don't have a choice. I work an office job. I'm not moving around enough to be able to play this game. If I was running around all the time, I used to work retail. I worked retail for years. If I was still doing that, I might be able to get away with this a little bit. Can't. I work an office gig. I'm sitting at the desk. Even when I'm not doing this, I'm sitting in front of a monitor for hours a day.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, something's got to give. Something's got to give somewhere. You're going to pay the piper. Where do you want to do it?
Mm-hmm.
So stupid stuff like almond milk saves me a couple of calories in there and I can have my damn sugary cereal. Then so be it, damn it. So be it.
Everything's an offset. People always
Correct.
worry about, you can have a piece of chocolate cake. Just have it once a week or
Sure,
something.
yeah. And the thing is, like I mentioned before, I have a sweet tooth. So I got to figure out ways to be like, let me make some adjustments here. Let me make some adjustments somewhere where it works for me. Let me try. So we touched on this. So it is unsweetened. So like it's real plain. But when you put it with a good cereal, guess what? You're tasting the cereal, and that's what you want. So that's
my wife.
That's all that matters.
My wife will answer that question. She's plain oatmeal. She's on a health kick now. I don't know. Her mother's 83 and her dad's 87, so she's gonna live a hell of a lot longer than I will.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily have to put brown sugar on it, but like a little bit of fruit helps.
Yeah.
Fruit's weird on cereal for me.
Blueberries or something.
No, it makes it too bitter.
I guess it depends on the cereal, though, Bobby. Like, it kind of depends on the cereal.
Blueberries by himself, I always have
Well,
that.
I'm talking blueberries on oatmeal. I don't put anything on cereal other than banana. The only thing I've ever put on cereal is a banana, and it's only been on Honey Nut Cheerios.
Okay, Bob, here's the ultimate question. Banana. Green, yellow, spotted. Which one?
Yellow.
Okay.
I'll go with yellow as well because when if I want something in there and it's during the day, Cheerios or something, and I want to put fruit on it, it will be a banana. Sit up, yellow. That's the direction I go with.
But if I'm gonna shade towards one side, green or spotted, I would shade towards spotted.
Yeah, that's when most of the starches turn to sugar. So yeah, it's when it's dying. It's almost dead, and I'm the spotted guy. So my wife starts out eating them, and I finish up at the end of the week eating them. It works out perfect.
So wait, you're telling me like something happens, like there's more sugar in a spotted banana?
Spotted banana is starting to overripen, Bob. It's passing the point of like it's like has a tiny window because it gets more sugary, right?
Yes.
So it's like it has this tiny window. You can get a spotted banana, and it's perfectly good. It's perfectly edible, perfectly fine. but your window is going to close fast. Like it's like this. It's the trap door that is quickly coming, and it's about
2
to
days,
drop.
3
I
days
just
max.
remember my mom would make some kind of a bread, and she would have to like let the banana, like it was a banana bread, but she would have to let them like
Black.
over ripen, like almost to the point where the whole thing was brown.
Yeah.
I didn't get that, and now I do.
Yeah, it just makes it sweeter. The sugars turn to
Yeah.
starch. It's sort of like a tree, you know. And in the fall, that's all the sugar comes out of the tree. That's why they turn red, and a lot of other things. Corn's the same way. You pick it, it's at its best point of sweetness, and then the sweetness turns to starch, and it gets dead. So a little bit of reverse effect on certain fruits and vegetables. Yeah,
Get a little science. Get a little
food
science with your cereal talk, my friends. Get a little science.
I guess so. I did not know this at 1:30 in the morning and 5 hours into a live stream. I was going to be feeling like I need to take notes.
Bob,
So,
Bob,
good
this is
stuff.
this is how we
Little
roll
stuff.
around these parts, buddy. This is how we roll around here.
you have to understand. I'm 56.
I've been here long enough to
I've been
know
around.
this, but yeah, you have.
You
I've
gotta-
always
You got to know the moment, but it's what we talked about earlier. You got to know that sometimes you're like sitting there, you're sitting cruising, your little sports car chat
Oh, yeah.
thing going on, and all of a sudden, a little cereal discussion leads into a little science about when the banana ripens.
You just don't know.
You just don't
I like it.
know. That's what we're shooting for around here. You don't want to know.
I learn things all the time.
I don't even know when I hit the button to start. I have no idea what's going to happen, Bob. That's the fun part for me, though.
That is the fun part. You're
That's the
absolutely
fun
right.
part. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. In this case, I had control over how many people had that link, and I still don't know what's going to happen. You don't know,
Sure.
but that's the fun. Now imagine when you open up to everybody and you're like, whoever clicks that link, see what happens.
That's this Good Morning
And
Sunday.
who pops up in your little StreamYard below and like, are they nodding? Okay, they must know the deal.
Yeah. Banana bread. I love banana bread. Banana bread's solid.
it's so good.
I love it.
I'm a fan.
Fan.
With butter.
My buddy's wife grew up in East Germany. They don't know bananas were yellow. By the time they made it to grocery store, they're brown or black. Yeah, that's fair.
It's the amount of oxygen they age them with. So
Yeah, Bacon News says banana bread with warm butter. Solid.
Ooh,
Real
There
solid.
you go.
warm butter. Why do you need warm butter? Warm bread.
Well,
Cold butter.
melted butter on bread is awesome in general. Melted butter on bread is awesome in
See,
general.
I don't like it like that.
It's because you're a serial killer, Bobby.
Oh,
And that that's
Frozen
not light
butter
that's not
is
light
for,
praise
like,
for me, respect. But you're
sociopaths.
probably a serial killer. Moving on.
yes.
Yeah, not light praise for me, but but you're probably a serial killer. I'll send you the card. Anyway, moving on. You didn't hear anything, allegedly. Anyway, so Eddie's baseball autographs. Looks like I came at the right time. I'm so glad I learned about bananas. There you go, Eddie. No problem. A more greenish yellow banana, too ripe. They're gross for me. Yeah, that's fair. Listen, it's a preference thing, right?
My
Like,
sister's green. She loves green.
I posed the question because you will learn a lot about people, about the choices they make and how they approach. It's a simple question. Like this whole started off with, what's best cereal? It was a simple question, but you can go in a whole bunch of interesting directions. That's where you learn a lot.
We never touched on. I had a milk angle that I never thought I would.
You have a milk angle. Go
So
on.
the wife, apparently she's no longer. Milk doesn't agree with her, so she had to go the lactate route, which I had never
you mean
tried.
lactose, not lactate. That's very
Well,
different.
lactate is the milk is the
breast milk.
carton. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
it's
a
like
very
the-
different. That's a very different stuff.
He's having a kid. Anyways,
I don't have any
It
kids,
comes
but I
in a
knew that
carton,
one.
dude. It comes in a carton. It's called
Yeah,
lactate.
That's lactose, not lactate.
I think
No,
the
you're
product is
lactose
called
intolerant.
Lactade.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think-
that's
I think
it's
what-
Go
just-
ahead.
it's-
Go ahead.
maybe
Go ahead,
it's-
Bob.
But it's actually good. I made the one kid, the 4-year-old she did not have her chocolate milk because we were out of milk, and I said I'm gonna have to make it with this other thing, but it's not gonna be as good. And here she said it was like the best chocolate milk she's ever had. So I had to sample it. It tasted the same. I'm like, why? What is it?
Well,
What's going on
here's the
here
thing.
that you can have something that's non-dairy but tastes the same as milk?
Yeah. No, the
Blows
thing is,
my
people would
mind.
be surprised, and this is not something I'm ever going to get into because it's not my concern. But like, I think I grew up with 2% milk in the house. That was standard. That was the operating procedure, and we did that for years. And there's nothing wrong with it. And I like 2% milk.
Really?
When I got older, it's like, you know what? Sometimes I forget to finish all the milk, and it goes bad, and it gets annoying. Like, it was a practical thing. It was like, yeah, I drink. When I got older, I would still have cereal, but like I said, I wouldn't have cereal for breakfast anymore. And when you're not having cereal for breakfast regularly, yes, the milk goes away, but it doesn't go away as fast.
Yeah.
The whole almond milk thing wasn't because, oh my God, I'm unhealthy. No, it was practical. It lasts longer. I don't have to worry about it going bad nearly as quickly. Like, it
Almond
could,
milk
but it would
have the
take forever.
calcium?
What's
Does
that?
almond milk have the calcium?
It doesn't really. I get calcium from a bunch of other things that I'll have in different meals and all that. So I'll still get my calcium from other sources, because I'll still have I still eat cheese. I still eat like other things that have calcium in them. So it's not like I'm deficient. But the thing is that because it became a practical thing. It wasn't like a health decision. It was like, well, if I leave this and it goes bad, I just wasted perfectly good milk. That's really annoying. About the 10th time I did this, I'm like, okay, we got to find another way.
I can't wait for the almond milk commercial. It's like, are you just tired of like throwing your 2% milk away because like you don't drink it as much? Try it's that not the health angle. It's more just like
it's the practical laziness angle, Bob. Bob, if I go with the practical laziness angle, I will quintuple almond milk sales. They're like, wait a minute, I'm lazy too. Yes.
I think you need to go with this. It seems like a whole marketing campaign that like is relevant to today's kids. I mean,
it's relevant. It's relevant to today's everyone, Bob. A lot of us are a lot lazier than we want to get credit for.
Yeah, a lot of kids don't drink milk. I find, especially nowadays, and they really need it. I think it's very important.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that because growing up, in my family, we always had good bone density. It was never an issue, and like you didn't break bones unless you really found a way to break. Like, what happened? I fell off a 5th-story window. Well, that might do it. You might break something. But like within reason, not an issue. Calcium's important when you're a kid and you're growing up, so I'm not going to deny that. When you're an adult, you can figure out some stuff. We'll find different sources. There's a bunch of ways you can get calcium. You can still get calcium.
Cheese, broccoli, you name it. There's so many great.
Yeah. So there are still ways. In the same vein, I will never get on a health kick because I'm too lazy to be that regimented. But I can still be smart enough to be like, well, I am older, so I have to make some adaptations, like tweaks. What can I do that'll help me be an asshole for longer? Because I wish to impart that upon all of you. I wish to share it with the world. I do it not so much for me. I do it for you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I try.
I don't think you have to go on a diet.
No,
and restricting yourself hurts you.
Throw some good decisions in there once in a while. I think you're going to be all right.
Don't have chicken wings once a week.
But that's why I advocate for small tweaks. I tease my brother because he's like thinking in his head it's got to be like a full lifestyle change because his gut keeps getting bigger even though it keeps. And he's like I'm on my feet all these hours. Yeah, but you still eat like crap. You still eat like you're 20. It's not going to work, my friend. It's not going to happen. And I will still mock you mercilessly because that's what I do. But the point is that it's not going to work. So tweak it, adjust it. You can still have your stupid takeout, but don't do it every day.
Yeah.
A couple of times a week is cool. It's fine.
I love bacon.
At the beginning, this time last year, I was like 240, and I literally just cut out pop and eating like snacks after 9 p.m. I mean, and drink more water. I mean, I didn't diet. I didn't really exercise. I mean, I'm not, and things just happen. So.
Well, cheers, Bob. Well played.
Yeah. I guess that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's really good.
But the thing is, but the thing is, it's small change. It's small change. You can get so much from small changes. Like you can get so much.
Huge.
Portion sizes, like.
Well, that was the old joke because when I was I think I mentioned it to Steve or Dave or both of them, I forget. But when I was in university, first year university, coming off high school and stuff, I'm 5'9" and I was 235 pounds at 5'9". But first year university, same. Second year university, I was like getting winded going upstairs. So I'm like, all right, hold on. I better. It's in the vein of I should probably do something about like I've never been an athlete, but at the same time, for God's sake, like this is trash. I'm way too young for this. I'm way too young for this. So I said, okay. So I went in and we had an elliptical machine at the house. Now that's me wanting to get done quicker. So I said, all right, let me get on this stupid thing. I could be on it for like 2 minutes and I was winded. I was like, yeah, okay. But I kept going at it through the whole summer. 5 minutes, then eventually 10 minutes, 15 minutes. By the time we were at the end of the summer, I was on the damn thing for an hour straight, and just going. Well, I dropped 85 pounds between when I went back home to the time I came back. And afterwards, I'm like, what did you do? It's like, oh, it's a secret. It's like, lean in. I'll share it with you. I ate less and exercised more. What? I know. No, what happened is I was still eating the same stuff, but like at the house, they would always make so much that we'd have seconds. So I just didn't do the seconds. I'd have one big, I was never hungry. I had one big solid plate and we ate pasta and things like that, rich food all the time. But it was like, I'd have one solid plate, leave the seconds alone. You guys take care of it. You got it. And then I'd go on my friggin' treadmill for an hour. Yeah. And I did that through the course of the summer and I was still eating fine. I didn't change my diet and I still lost the weight anyway. Calorie deficit. Wow.
It works. I love bacon. I could eat bacon every day, but I eat it once a month. Unless I get a bacon cheeseburger one time through a month, you limit yourself to the certain things and you don't miss them. But I'm a really good cook. So the stuff I make it health conscious. If you can make it health conscious, you don't need certain things.
Yeah.
When people say like, oh, if you hit the lottery, this or that, what would you do with all your money? Like my first answer is always like, I would hire a personal chef because
good idea.
Making food it's such a chore for me. And I know there's people that get such joy out of it. But it's the opposite for me, so to have somebody that can like put forth a well-balanced meal for me 3 times a day, that's worth every dollar I would spend on it for sure.
Yeah, that's after you have all your enemies killed, right, Bob?
That
was like 1B. Like 1B.
1B.
With the sub.
Yes. Like it's like, the first thing you would do after I have my enemies killed.
I mean, it's a short list. I don't have many, but I would take them out.
You got to try harder,
quickly.
Bob. You got to try harder. Having enemies is great.
Quick and fast.
Having enemies is fabulous.
Well,
in that vein, I'll give you a quick Carlos Sr. story. So years ago, in that vein, he went back to Panama after many years being away. He went to go visit the family. Now, normal people, when they come back, they talk about, because my dad has 13 brothers and sisters, legitimate and illegitimate that he knows of. Yeah. So it's a big extended family. It's a very large side of that family. Basically, it was a party for like 2 weeks. They went over to the house and like drank for 2 weeks. It was absurd. So he gets off the plane and comes back. And he goes, normally you say, oh, I talked with your uncle this, your aunt this, because there's 100 of them. I don't even remember the damn names. There's a million of them. I think one of them's named Tessie, another one's named Jorge, who's the oldest because he's named after Jorge, my grandfather on that side. It's like, it's a billion of them. I got to remember the damn names. He remembers them. It's his job. Anyway, the point is, he comes back. Biggest smile on his face I've ever seen on this man. And I'm sitting there, I'm immediately suspicious because I know. As being descended from the Sith Lord, I can sense the evil. So I'm like, what horrors? What have you done? So I asked the question. So I'm like, okay, I don't trust you, old man. What are you so damn happy about? What you got the Cheshire Cat grin on your face. What happened? What happened over there? And he goes, I checked. I did it. And I'm like, what did you do? I outlived them all. He went and checked on all his old enemies from Panama. He went and asked, and he found out that they had all died, and he went to the grave to check. And it turns out he has, in fact, outlived all of his enemies.
That's something.
He was very proud of himself. He was supremely proud of himself. I'm like, well, congratulations, old man. The good news is you're still got enough life in you to make new enemies, so you better make a new list.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I believe in you. You can make some new enemies.
I love that you can spot that, your dad has got something like.
Oh, that
he's
smile
yeah.
was not that smile. I know it's like what happens before I eject people from the live chat, but like it's that look in your eye. You can see it. You can see it. It's there. It's like a glint. You know.
Mhm.
There's no good coming from that. Nothing.
You never know.
Yeah, well, it turns out he outlived all his enemies. So, congratulations to Carlos Cedar on outliving all your enemies. But
Perfect.
this is the legacy I receive. This is what I'm left with.
Yeah, you better start keeping tally on your enemies now. So you know how to
I have an Excel spreadsheet.
them
Bob.
down there.
I have an Excel spreadsheet. Bob.
I have no doubt.
In the modern age, we have technology for this, my friend.
Okay, good.
I was actually surprised nobody posted that they made ribs.
Oh, true. That's
I
fair.
did almost expect that.
We
Hey,
did have that ribs reference. That is true.
yeah, from last show.
I would never deprive a meat of having the Ziggy Palfy rookies.
Mm.
Now he's been a lot less determined. I haven't heard too much in the Ziggy Palfy.
Oh, I thought you meant a meat, not a meat.
Me?
A meat versus a meat.
Oh, I would never deprive a meat. I thought you were talking about ribs. So
Your mind immediately goes to ribs. You immediately goes back to ribs. Yes.
Well, you said it right after.
Listen, hockey guy, there's no way we can know for sure. I wouldn't put it past this man. I wouldn't put it past this man to go on a drinking binge beforehand to make sure he could take care of that business.
Some things are just left better,
I didn't want to ask that much detail. Once I understood that he had checked and outlived his enemies, I said, yes, you are in fact my father. I don't know about the brother. Like, he might be the neighbor's kid. I'm still convinced it might be the mailman's kid. You never know. You never know. But know you, for better or worse, and sometimes worse, know you are in fact my father.
Carlos Senior, you are my father.
Yeah. I had to give it to him at that point. I was like, yes. Your evil rival's my own. Well played, sir. Well played. So there you go.
Yeah, and if you couldn't tell by my dad's initial answer to like, have I been dropped on my head? I'm definitely his kid for sure. So that's without a doubt.
Well, the thing is, though, I feel good because the dude answered some critical questions. Like I was, what little sleep I get, I was losing some of it. And I explained this to Dave and Steve. I go, sometimes like some people contemplate, life. They contemplate the heavens. They contemplate like, why are we here? Why would God allow this? And I just asked one question. Why, Bob? Why?
Why, Bob?
And
for reasons.
And the dude clarified some things for me. I will sleep better tonight. Maybe like an extra 10 minutes. But I will sleep better tonight knowing a few of the things that I know now.
Okay, good.
It just clarified some things for me.
Bob Lebowski.
That's right. He's the original.
The dude abides.
He certainly does, man.
Rented some beer first. That's fair. All right, cool. And we did address best cereal. I'm very proud of that. And the mileage we got at a best cereal. I'm doubly proud of that. I'm doubly proud of that. That was some fine work. Some fine work, gentlemen. Some fine work.
Yeah. So almond milk to different milks to cream. Oh my gosh.
And the banana science. We got banana science. Bob learned something new tonight.
I did.
So that's critical.
Yeah.
And we got to find out that Carlos Senior is in fact about as horrible as I am.
That's good. It's better to know the devil you know than the devil you don't, right?
And I do. That's usually when we have that conversation. It's like, what about this? Like, listen. I was raised by this one. And at this point, it's like, this is what I had to work with. And you ask why this happened. I know why this happened. I'm just going to point.
It's genetics.
I guess, yeah. Every generation gets worse, Bobby. Every generation gets worse. So like I said, I'm not having kids, not for me. I'm having kids to spare.
You're doing us a favor.
You can't handle that. You're not ready.
My kids a favor.
If I train them, it's to take yet another level of Sith Lorddom. Good God. That's straight to force choke and straight to force lightning. Straight to it. Immediately.
Oh, I used to make smoothies too. They're really good. Orange juice, banana. Some really good.
Now, are you one of the guys? Because sometimes in a smoothie, a lot of folks will use like a frozen banana and stuff. Like, do you?
No, I just put ice cubes. You don't need a frozen banana.
No, I'm with you. I get it.
Because when you try sipping it, if you don't blend it to total puree, then you get the hard chunks of banana that didn't unfrost it. So It's kind of like, it's a weird textural taste. So just put some ice cubes in it. It's fine. Replacing the water or the juice or whatever you're putting in there too on top of that.
Nice. Well, there you go. You got a little smoothie science on top of it. It's just but guys, if you want the texture, just like here you go.
Oh, textural thing is big.
Well,
for
with a
people.
smoothie, yes. With a smoothie, yes, I agree with that.
Oh yeah.
You know, some people like toast that's burnt. Some people like toast that's extra crunchy. You know, some people don't like it so crunchy, like grilled cheese. I don't know. People are different. Everybody's a
The
little
wife,
different.
the wife made me I wouldn't quite call it a smoothie, but it was made in the blender this morning.
There was food
And-
that was placed into a blender. The button was
So-
pushed, and something
Cat-
happened.
Crunch,
banana
almond
was
milk.
part of it. Frozen grapes and frozen blueberries, spinach, and some water and some protein powder. But man, it was good. It had been a while since I had anything like that, and I'm usually pretty deficient in the morning. I'm like a Carl, just give me some coffee and like a cereal bar or something. Yeah. And
Listen,
this was like
the only
this.
time I had anything resembling like health was when I was in Vegas. We were up all night, and then you could get a smoothie with vitamins and stuff in it, and some
Doesn't
greenery
count
in
if you haven't gone to sleep yet, right?
yeah. It's like this is the closest we're gonna get. This is all I'm getting.
Well, actually, yeah, interesting smoothie because, well, spinach. Well, there you go. You get your
That's what I mean. Yeah.
you get your iron, which
But
is really good.
I
It's not.
mentioned that because of the texture part of it. She's like, I looked at it and it was sort of suspect looking, and she's like, just drink it fast. I was like, okay.
Yes.
Close your
That's
eyes and drink
That's
it.
always encouraging.
And through a straw because you don't want to be okay. So I did it, but hey, it was I noticed some benefits from that. Maybe placebo or not, whatever, but they were there. I felt
Well,
energized this morning.
Complex carbohydrates are really good, right? If you go straight sugars, it's in and it's out, right? Like
Yeah.
a coffee, you have double sugar,
Yeah.
you're going to be, just boop, boop, and then you're going to drop. But that is nice complex carbs that'll break down nice and evenly over time. It's good.
Yeah. So I might be on a trend of dare I say, like, better decisions when it comes to my eating. So I don't know, Bob, you might become a resource for me. Do you
It
do you
would have been so
hashtag-
good
do
if
you
you had stopped
hashtag
at
give
better
advice?
decisions. It would have been so. I would have been so happy if you just stopped at better decisions, and I would have
Yeah.
immediately been like, "No, no,
No,
I'm just gonna stop you right there, sir."
no, that's enough. Enough for one day.
Sounds
You got your spinach, so Popeye's okay.
Okay.
today.
All right. I'll
nice,
come back on Sunday.
Nice. That's fine. Here's the thing. You guys are more than welcome, of course, as always. So we'll wind it down now. We'll shut
Yep.
her down. Thanks for the chat for hanging out. Appreciate it. Been having some fun. Hockey guy has been dominating the last little bit, but a lot of you have been popping in throughout
He's
the
pretty
night.
good at dominating most nights. I mean, he has
for sure.
he has his
He's got
fans out
good
there.
responses, so
No, but
He
the thing is, one of the things that I notice over time is that you'll see how many people are watching. There's a lot of people watch passively, and that's fine. That's cool. That's okay. No worries. If you haven't already, hit the thumbs up.
I've been that guy too. So yeah.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But the thing is, no, as long as you're watching, I'm cool with it. Whatever works for you. Whatever works for you. And you definitely got some bonus content at the end. We had a little bit of fun with that. I was wondering if we get a little bit of mileage out of the cereal question, because I was like, I think with this crowd, we could probably have a little fun with it. And we
fun
did.
food facts, right?
No,
It
we
worked.
did. I'm not going to do it every time, but it is
No.
fun if you have the right group of people to throw in the question, just to have a little fun with it, just to see where you end up.
Gotta have
So-
fun.
So thanks to Bobby, of course, joining me, hanging in for the whole evening. Thank you, Bobby, for popping in. And again, gentlemen, you are, of course, always welcome anytime. You were, this case, Fridays, we're going to control the links. We're going to limit that. But I think, but then Sunday, of course, it is open. Anybody can pop in. You guys are not excluded. You don't have to be in a special club. You can hit the link. I will monitor things and we'll moderate a little bit. We'll see what happens, but we'll play by ear.
I'm pretty sure your audience knows how you operate.
Some of them will learn if they haven't already learned.
Okay,
but they will learn.
exactly.
But we'll play by ear and we'll figure it out. And by the way, if you guys still have suggestions on maybe things that you want, because in this case, one of the suggestions that I got, it was a good one, was maybe incorporating a little bit more of the newsy side of things on Friday, because obviously it would be fresh from the week past. There wasn't a lot for me to do. Like it wasn't a lot this past week.
No.
But if something else happens, well, then I can definitely play into that. I think that's a good idea. I think that's fair. And then Sunday can be like, whatever you guys want to talk about. We
Yeah.
can talk about cereal for 2 hours. I don't know. I can't control that. I don't know how much mileage we get out of it, but we can play around with it. But it's also, if you guys do have some ideas of some topics that you would like to see touched on, suggestions are good. It gives us something to play off of, and then we can go from there. Sound good?
Yep. I got one final thing. I wanted to talk about cereal.
Now you want to talk about cereal?
No, this is something from the 70s.
Okay.
There was a health conscious kick, and this thing came out called Alpin, and it was advertised, and my parents tried it. And it's this little small box, and you pour it out, it looked like dust coming out, just clumps up like flour dust. It was poof, and it had a couple oats in it and stuff like that. And my parents were eating, going, "Yeah, it's supposed to be good for you." It's just amazing how far we've come with the cereal, because that stuff.
Have you been to Whole Foods? Are you sure we've come that far?
I've been to Whole Foods. They're expensive, those buggers. man.
They are expensive, yes.
But the selection is amazing.
There is a lot of stuff there, yes. Okay. I'm not going to make this a full-fledged topic, but just for the record, I am morally offended by small cereal boxes. I'm not talking about the one-serving ones.
You
that
don't
would
want
get
to
as a
grow up
kid.
in the 60s then.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the one-serving ones that you get as a kid, where you get like the one little
I love
box. that has-
those.
Yeah,
You could
those are
open
fine.
them and put the
Those are
milk right
fine.
in
Those are
there,
fine.
yeah.
Those are fine. I have no issue with those. I'm talking about like the unironic small cereal box. I'm like, how dare you? What am I supposed to do with this?
It's
I
like,
put it in my bowl, and might as well just pour the whole
So-
damn thing in the bowl because I'm hungry, and this is all you give me.
it's like Kashi.
I-
Kashi does
I-
that. Little
Yes.
small
Gosh,
little-
yeah, great. That's it. I learned something about cereal boxes. So, they've got like normal and like family
Family.
size, and like there's like different. But so essentially, like what the fronts of the boxes, the size, essentially stays the same, but it's like they get thinner. So it's like you're not. It's I think I did this in college of like it's probably a marketing class, like the mind just sees the same size box of cereal, but like you're not really considering how much cubic or grams are in it or whatever,
Yes.
ounces or however, you know what I mean? But it's actually less, but the size of the rectangle is still the same, but it's actually a thinner box.
But I
No.
think a lot of companies have played a lot of games with the size of packages, with the content of said packages, and like that.
Yeah.
And we'll end on this because I think we should end on it.
Yes.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk behind me, and right here I'm going to grab it. So right here on the top of the shelf here is something I'm going to grab that is like case study in what I hate about marketing. I have it there because it's a fun little sports trinket, but it's a case study in what I hate about this marketing fad. Give me 1 second.
Interesting.
I'll fill in.
I'm-
Sorry?
No, I'm really curious as to what this is. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, just with the different sizing, Carlos was right about the sizing. Is they've changed it and they manipulate it. And one thing that they've been doing in the last few years is they've been manipulating the size so you can't price match.
Now the thing is this: they used to sell these things, and it made me laugh so hard that they used to do this. And the thing is, like, this is Coke Zero. This is 310 milliliters. Now in ounces, it's very small. The point is this: what is the point of this? This is like a shot of Coke. This is like, maybe if you're doing a mixed drink, this makes sense. And by the way, if you're doing a mixed drink, you never use the 0-calorie garbage. Use proper Coke. I talked about compromise and making adjustments. And here's the thing. I drink Coke Zero regularly. I'm not going to mix it in a drink. This is trash in a mixed drink. Trash. But I got it because it made me laugh so hard. I'm like, what moron thought this? What is this?
It's nothing. Zero.
It's pointless. I breathe. I think I breathe in the fumes and it's consumed. Like there's no drink. That's not a drink.
Pepsi took a note out of that and made like Mountain Dew, sugar-free Mountain Dew. Like, okay.
The sugar-free drinks I get because here's the thing. I like the fizzy drinks. I like the carbonated beverage, and I can't have regular Coca-Cola because the amount of sugar in it, in the quantity that I would drink, would in fact kill me and I might burst into flames. Like, it's not healthy. It wouldn't be good. So at least Coke Zero gives me the ability to have the thing without having actual sugar.
Yeah. It's like that YouTube video of the guy boiling a can of Coke like in a
Yes.
pan until he boils all the water away, and you just see like this like glob of like sugary whatever. Ugh.
Yeah.
There's 9 teaspoons of sugar in a can of Coke.
Yeah. And as much as I appreciate and enjoy a can of Coke, I can't do that to myself. It will not work.
Yep.
So at least the Coke Zero, while it is not a perfect substitute, and it is not, it at least allows me to have something that at least gives me an approximation of what I desire.
Yeah.
And allow me to have the quantity. But this is unacceptable. This is an insult. This is an affront to a God I don't believe in. This is an affront.
It's marketing.
An affront.
It's all marketing.
But that's what makes me laugh, that you'll have stuff like that. That's why that small cereal box offends me so much. It's like, it is an affront to my sensibilities. It is an affront to my eyeballs. And it is an affront to my taste buds, because I'm basically getting a sampler of what the cereal would have been if you had given me an actual serving.
Exactly.
I thought I would end the live stream with a fiery passion, because I'm very passionate about this in these small, pathetic size containers.
I get it, 100%.
Bad.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
No, they've been.
It's a tall, narrow can, but I'll be honest with you, given the size of it, like, it is literally like a shot. This is pathetic. Now, the thing is, it's a bit of an
It's
optical
like
illusion.
a Red Bull almost.
It's
like,
a bit of it. That was the analogy that was used here. It is a bit of an optical illusion, though, to be fair, because it's 310 milliliters. I can't convert it to ounces for you, but 355 would be a standard can. So this is 310. So it's not that far off from what looks like a standard can. So it doesn't feel like it, but it's like, well, in that case, if it's that close, why don't you just get a standard can?
Right. It's all
What's the
optics
point
for the
then?
people that feel like, oh,
It's not
one
sufficiently
can
less
is too much.
to even
Yeah.
then why would you create this other than, like, maybe you're as much of an asshole as I am and you thought this would be funny. Like, this is like what I would do on purpose just to mess with somebody.
when we were kids in 1973, they came out with these things called mini pops. They were built like this. It was 2 cents, and you just had enough to barely wet your whistle. But we bought like just those bottles are very collectible right now, but amazing what we used to do. And they had all these weird flavors like lime and different others, black cherry, and really kind of cool. But anyways,
Yeah,
but the marketing, there was like 2 ounces, 3 ounces in there. So
the only time I saw value in this, I kept it because I thought because it amused me. It amused me conceptually, and of course it gave an excuse to like mock it. But that's why I throw it up there, because it amuses me, and I keep little trinkets like this up there because it's like whatever. But the only utility I could see for this is if you bought the regular Coke like this with rum and Coke. This makes sense, because you're still getting the Coke. With rum and Coke, I don't necessarily want a full can, because you're still getting all that sugar, and rum has sugar too. So maybe if you want to have a rum and Coke and be a little more responsible with the size, maybe this is a good size for a mixed drink with regular Coke. I could see that being a utility, but that's totally not what they designed this for. There's no way that they thought of that. But that would be the utility I could see for this. That could totally work, because then you don't want as much. So there you go. It's a smaller size.
And you have that displayed in your office, which is hilarious.
Bob, we all gotta have our quirks.
Dude,
It's right there.
One day there will be a half-hour long video of Bob's madness that he surrounds himself with, and there will be much weirder stuff than that for sure.
Bob, that's my minimum expectation. We all have our quirks, but there's levels. They're like levels of quirkiness.
Yeah. Who's got this?
I got one of those.
You got the albino bowler?
No.
It's like Bobby's got the one with the blue shirt, the rare variant.
Albino bowler?
Oh yeah, man. You just don't know what Bob Lewis got. And I do
Is
refer
it the same shade
myself
of green
in
as
third
your
person
shirt?
every chance I get.
Is it the same shade of green as your shirt?
Mine might be a little richer than his.
It's just the The crazy redheaded thing.
Mm.
I had red hair growing up. Don't worry.
Got
Okay.
it. Here you go. Coca-Cola Classic in a glass bottle, ice cold is the best. Solid. Yep. When I was a kid, the thing is, I still enjoy cola, but it's like I can't have the fructose corn syrup. It's like it's a no go. It's a no go. I love it, but it's a no go. Can't.
If I drink pop, it's Dr. Pepper.
That's fair.
Ooh,
Dr.
I like
Pepper's
Dr.
good.
Pepper.
Dr. Pepper's good.
I have
I
a
will
can
say-
in the fridge for the last month. I haven't touched it. Just waiting for the right, maybe some smoky bacon potato chips and a Dr. Pepper. That's my
Ooh.
favorite.
The way-
We
the-
didn't. I won't get into that because
The
maybe
way you
another
know
show.
you're hashtag old is when the can of pop is the treat that you're holding back on. It's like this is the moment. And by the
chip-
way, I put myself in
chip
this.
bar.
I put myself in this category just to be clear. Like it's like I would once in a blue moon, I would be like, all right, let me have the freaking can of Coke. Once in a blue moon, like the proper can of Coke. But it's like it's got to be once in a
So-
blue moon.
That's zero
Where
cans
do you
based
guys-
on moderation. That's all.
But that's my compromise. That's like this is what I give myself so that I can have something because I can't have the regular Coke in the quantity that I would wish to have. Can't do it.
I want to ask both you guys a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Ginger ale?
I like it. I'm a yes on that. I like ginger ale.
Okay.
I like dyed ginger ale. I like anything dyed. It's fine.
Well, they did away with diet ginger ale. At least around here, I can't find diet ginger ale. It's just zero sugar ginger ale.
Oh,
It's
they
what
renamed
is
it. That's
now.
all.
Weird.
Yeah.
Oh, quick point since you brought it up. The only diet that I think that this is strictly opinion, strictly subjective. The diet that I feel comes the closest to the original for me. I like Diet Dr. Pepper.
Me too.
I think
Agreed.
Diet Dr. Pepper's solid. I think it's like Diet Coke. I don't pretend Coke Zero is. I like Coke Zero in and of itself because I've gotten accustomed to it. I actually like it for what it is, but it is not the same as Coke. It's not. It's
No.
not. And
Nope.
Diet Coke is not even close. Like you don't even like. Let's not even discuss that. It's not discuss it.
Horrible.
But Diet Dr. Pepper is all right. I think
Props.
I think it's quite solid.
We don't have much of it around here. It's hard to find
Agreed.
because it's not consumed a lot.
Agreed.
But I love a good Dr. Pepper, or I love a good root beer.
Yeah. But I think Diet Dr. Pepper is one compromise. Was like, no, I'm actually quite. I don't feel like I'm compromising as much as I do in some of these other ones where I feel like I'm compromising a lot. Dr. Pepper is as close as I've tasted to like, okay, you're not that far off.
You think so? I'm not exactly sure on what was first. I'm assuming Dr. Pepper was first, and then Mr. Pip came out after.
Mm-hmm.
You think if Mr. Pip was in fact after that, they would have went higher than a doctor instead of lower as a Mister? I'm just not sure. I'm not sure of that
These are
marketing
the things that plague
strategy.
Bob Lewis's mind. I like this.
That's kind of weird. I don't know.
Fair.
I think Dr. Pepper was based off the sarsaparilla in the turn of the century.
I believe that. It's a very real possibility because I know there's some like legitimate background in how some of that came to be.
Something like that.
Hmm.
That and root beer, because the root beer is made with root, obviously. I forget what
The
the root
birch
name
tree, right?
is. It the birch tree?
Dude, that was a mind-blowing experience for me when somebody said, hey, like they gave me like literally a twig from a birch tree and just said like chew on it, and it tasted, I mean, there was a hint of that Dr. Pepper like flavoring. It was really weird. Or excuse me, root beer. Not Dr. Pepper.
Try Dr. Pepper in your Captain Crunch.
Dude, you're mixing the streams on these topics right now.
We'll
look at
end,
you.
we'll end on that note.
Look at you.
My mind just broke.
Yeah, I believe it. All right, quick. We'll do this rapid fire because Hockey Guy's got a couple. They're fun questions, but rapid
Sure.
fire. Don't spend too much time on them. What brand of ginger ale do you prefer? Ginger ale. What do you like?
Dry.
I'm Canada Dry.
Canada
Same.
Dry.
All right.
Schweppes is fine too.
Yep. Brand of root beer.
Whew. It's got to be Hires.
I'm an A&W guy.
I think that's fair. They used to have a brand called Barks that was kind of fun. I think they
Barks?
still do.
It still do.
It was a fun little brand. Like root beer's fun. Root beer's fun.
Yeah.
I will say, I've got one of those Soda Stream machines.
Oh,
If
dude.
I ever have a choice and get like the diet version, I get the diet root beer.
Hmm.
The diet root beer on the Soda Stream is actually not bad. I think, in my opinion.
Interesting.
It's pretty solid for that.
You foodie, you.
Yeah, exactly. If it's a sugary drink or like a dessert, I have a better shot at being able to answer. If it's like food, I got nothing. Whatever. My customary rule will suffice.
Unless it's a hamburger.
Exactly. Have your Dr. Pepper Captain Crunch sarsaparillas. Yeah, exactly. Yep, Barks. Yep. Sunkissed orange shoulder is underrated. All right, Big Unit, you get the last word. So, like I said, quickly I'll go through it. Thanks to Bobby for hanging out. Appreciate it. Thanks to Steve hanging out. Thanks to Amish Dave hanging out. And thanks to Bob Lewis sitting in, doing some work with the dude and the chair.
Yeah,
Fun stuff.
it was
And
good.
the chair. So good stuff. So quickly, guys, those of you that are hanging out, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Let you know, we'll be doing another live stream on Sunday. It will be shorter because Sunday we're going to be responsible with our time.
It's only been
Monday.
5 and
Yeah, we've given a very, very good live stream here. And we had some fun. We had some fun, especially.
Where does 6 hours go? Like,
I know.
Look, the Friday thing, that's the reason why I like the Friday thing, because the Friday thing can be whatever it's going to be. It is whatever it is. Sunday, I'm going to be a lot more militant, hard line. It's like, yeah, tell meaning of light. Click. What? Like, button, click, done. Anyway, so we'll be back on Sunday. Between now and then, I'll sit back and think if there's any other topics or things we want to touch on. I'm sure I can think of a couple. But like now we'll take a couple of days to think about it and figure it out. Those of you that want to check it out, you'll probably check the replay at this point. Crossover is there. Chris_HOJ if you want to check Instagram. If you still want to hear more hobby stuff, obviously root beer talk and, very important, critical, what is best cereal issues. No, sure, it's no what is best pizza, but I can't help you there. You're on your own. Well, they get into random food talk now. All of a sudden, which means to say they've run out of things hobby-wise to talk about. You know what? Because it gets boring if you just talk about hobby for like 3, 4, 5 hours at a time. It gets boring.
Oh my goodness.
But
it
that's
breaks
the reason
down
why,
who you are, though. Like,
no, Bobby. It is impossible. It doesn't matter. We can do it to a certain degree. We will still intermix ridiculousness. I promise you, if we were live in person, there would still be like, all right, what is best cereal? Go. I can pretty much promise you it would happen.
Honey's ready.
Yeah, like at some point it would have to. Like, because you can only do, I enjoy the hobby as much as anybody else. But there's only so much you can talk about consecutively, nonstop, without some kind of a break. You gotta have something. It's chicken sandwiches or it's something else.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. On that point, Bobby is always, we're going to actually have a chance later on, once the site is ready. We'll talk about that a little bit more. We'll talk about the site and everything. Bob Lewis allegedly is on YouTube. I think he makes a video once.
I do have a video planned this weekend, so be on the
A
lookout.
video planned this weekend?
A video, yeah.
You know what would have been a great video? Recording the Zion getting pulled.
Yeah, that'd been great without the scratch.
With the dude.
So I think I'll have to do a mock video of a recapturing of that moment, and I'll just play it up even more.
If you're gonna do,
I was excited.
You could do that, but I feel like at that point your best bet is to actually just dramatically
Do your
draw it on a piece
suggestion, yes.
Yeah, draw it on a piece of paper, and this is like a stick figure version of you. Like after you pull it, you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I can just claim that it was video footage lost, and then it'll just be that,
Just has to be a snapshot.
still make it the picture of the stick man.
Yeah.
Yes. The wheels are turning. The wheels are turning.
It's clickbait if you use it as your front cover. Like,
Right.
You're if you're going to do this properly in terms of clickbait, like if Jeff Sports Card Investor has taught us nothing else, the key
yes. Yes.
There, that's three thumbnails right there. 3.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna click just to see.
At some point, someone will realize that my thumbnails are intentionally as dull as they can possibly be. I literally intentionally do that. It would be so simple for me to just take the damn picture, just put it in, because at least I'm pointing. Like it plays into it. What are you gonna do?
That's okay.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
See, I like that hockey guy's trying to end the show. I like that. I appreciate
it's over. Just end it.
I kind of wanted to drag it out just another minute or two, just to like spite hockey guy. Hockey guy.
I'll end my show when I want to.
It's like, hockey guy, you can go. It's like we're just jerks. We just keep going just because it's fun. Plus, we're trying to tell Bob how to make his damn video. He makes a video like twice a year at most. Like at most.
I used to be so good. I used to be such a Hall of Famer, and now I'm just.
Well, this is what happens. As soon as you got a Hall
Chair-
of Fame,
I'm
you
just
rested on your
chair's
laurels.
sidekick.
You rested on your laurels, and now you don't do anything anymore. You're just like, I can't.
Do you know where that came from? Resting on your laurels? History.
Nope.
Caesar. Caesar would often just stand up there and pretty much like, look at all I've done, and then till he got overthrown from resting on his laurels.
Integrity. Yes. Bye bye.
I'm literally just not. No, I'm just. The problem is it keeps playing into my hands.
Yeah, I think so.
Like it's and the thing. I think hockey guy.
Like a good
I
bite.
think hockey guy knows. Hockey guy knows exactly what it is. It's like, no, actually, I'm quite good at them. But it's like if I'm having fun with it, I just let it run.
Is he the only one left in the chat?
You would in the chat probably. Watching, no, surprisingly. So hockey guy, I don't know what to tell you. Like, tell the other people. Tell them to go home. I don't know what to say to you. Anyway, all right. We'll hit the button and we'll probably keep chatting after. See, now the problem is we're going to probably chat for a couple minutes after, and now you're not going to get to see it. So there you go.
Sorry.
See what you did, hockey guy. And
All
besides,
the hashtag investment advice is about to
why
come.
the hell you the fun part? No, I'm teasing hockey guy. But the thing is, I don't understand why somebody would be like, "Oh, you suck at goodbye." It's like you can literally click off the video. You can end it.
Yes.
You are in control of your own goodbye.
Anytime.
He can't. It's like an accident. He can't stare away.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at it, but I gotta keep watching. It's sad.
Don't try to be snarky. You're not good at it.
Orange crushed.
You got to click off.
He's orange crushed.
Big unit's still here. There you go.
There you go.
Nice. All
Oh,
right.
jeez.
Yeah. So listen, hockey guy, if you ever want to contribute content, you can always do it too. You're more than welcome.
Yeah. Why don't they?
Yeah. Here you go. Hockey guy can have the last word. Bob, can you try to pronounce that last word?
No.
Handler, ham and cheese
There's
sandwich.
ham and cheese sandwich in there. You can handle that.
Sakar. There, I said it.
No.
Not even an attempt? Nothing?
No.
All right, fine. All right, we're done. All right, so that is your Saturday. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Sunday.